I make videos about
Anthony, congratulations. You are first. Oh boy, we got a Frank Tufano vlog.
Welcome back to the Civil Rights Lawyer channel. Last week, a jury in Wayne County, Michigan awarded $9.3 million to a plaintiff against a Dearborn, Michigan police officer who arrested him and used excessive force during the arrest. I ended up finding all of the raw body cam footage, some of which was in the news, but most of which was not. Let's take a look at it.
Come here, guy. Come here. Yo.
Whoa. What did I do? I'm sorry. What did I do? I just was asking for directions, bro. Sir, I was asking for directions.
I told you I was there, right?
Okay.
The confrontation began when then 20-year-old Luther Gonzalez Hall was riding his bike home from a friend's house where he had been drinking some, and he sees a police officer in a marked police car and he asks him for directions. Apparently wasn't satisfied with those directions, so then he goes into a White Castle restaurant also to ask them directions. Then the police officer sees him go into the White Castle. Apparently he's not happy that he's going into the White Castle. Here's what happens.
Yeah, this cop is out of his fucking mind. Why the hell would you be such a Karen and give a shit?
Dude, what are you doing, man?
I'm just looking for my way back to the church.
You trying to get directions to Inkster Middle?
I told you where it was at about 2 minutes ago.
That was you?
Yeah, well, who the fuck else was it?
I'm sorry. I know you're the cops.
I told you where it was at, right?
Yeah.
So why are you in here asking the same thing?
I'm not.
Like, he's not trespassing. Why is the cop interacting with him again?
For sure where I'm going.
I told you where to go.
Alright, thank you.
Is that accurate or no?
Yeah.
So why are you in here?
I was just making sure.
Making sure I told you the right thing?
I'm not for sure where I'm going.
I told you where to go, right?
Yeah.
So why are you in here?
Alright, sorry.
No. Why are you in here?
I told you I wasn't for sure on the way I'm going.
Alright.
You said go and I'm goalie, right? Alright, thank you. Excuse
No,
me.
I didn't. No, hold tight.
Alright, thank you.
Come here, guy. Come here. Yo.
And there is no reason for the arrest. Did I make this a members-only stream on purpose? No, that was a mistake. That's great. I'm stupid.
Whoa.
What are you doing, man?
You don't need to touch me like that. Whoa. You just need to touch me like that. Come on. Whoa. Oh, no. What the fuck are you doing, bro? What the fuck? Stop. I'm not what the fuck is this from? Bro, what the fuck is this from?
Stop.
What? Okay.
Hey.
So, what did I do? I'm sorry. What did I do? I just was asking for directions, bro. I was just asking for directions, bro. Bro, I was asking for directions, man. What is your problem, man?
7.
Okay, I was asking for directions.
Turn around.
7, I'm coming from Evergreen Hubbard.
Turn around.
Sir, I was asking for directions.
I told you where I was there, right?
Okay, can you please let me go?
Hold tight.
What's wrong, man?
Hold tight.
Easy one.
Can you please let me go? What's wrong?
Hold tight.
You can hear that he was slurring his words a little bit, and the information did come out that he had been drinking some previously at his friend's house, but Internal Affairs found that that still did not constitute a crime in this jurisdiction.
Easy one. Talk right there, man.
Whoa, what is wrong?
Guy.
What is wrong, man?
Just stop, dude.
You're letting me choke.
Stop.
You're choking me.
Stop.
You're choking me.
Stop it. Stop it.
You're choking me, bro. You're choking me, bro.
Hey, give me a car.
You're choking me, bro.
So what happened here basically is that he was being choked, and he decided the better thing to do was to attempt to run away, which he did.
What is your problem, bro? Stop it, dude.
So Officer Sanders chased Gonzalez Hall, knocked him to the ground, and Gonzalez Hall claimed that once he was on the ground, and once you see the body cam itself fall to the ground, he claims that he was being choked, and at that point he was scared and was able to run off. Eventually, 2 other police officers showed up. We have their body cam footage as well, and that's where I think the use of force that caused the injury occurred. Take a look.
I still don't understand why they initiated an arrest in the first place. This guy was asking for directions. You were asking for directions? Well, you're under arrest. It's insane.
Is it just one? Was it just one?
Yeah.
Wait! Here!
Get on the ground! Please stop! Get on the ground now! Alright. What do I do, please? Cuff him, goddammit! Fuck! Cuff the hooker. Alright. Please, don't do it! I swear to God, I'm not doing nothing. Shut up, dude. Fuck!
Oh my god.
Right now, I'll head your way as soon as he's out of here.
Got it. Okay, keep your fucking head down! Yeah. Guys, please! Okay, you ain't gotta do me like that! Hey! Why are you running? I don't know what's going on, I ain't never been saying that. That was stupid, wasn't it? Because you were dumb enough to run this time. So I go in the parking lot, grab my stuff, and I got the camera over there in the lot. Key.
Yeah, the cop threw him down for no reason and started choking him. I wonder why he ran away.
Guys, I got the baby. I was just trying to get home.
Shut up.
You're going to jail now. Guys,
What is it?
Fuck.
There's only one, right?
Hey,
Stand up, can you walk?
Yeah, if you let me go. Hey.
Stand up. Come on.
Alright, can you let me put my hands up?
No.
Come on,
Go.
man. My ass is out,
Go.
bro.
Shut the fuck up.
Hey, are you serious, bro? Yeah, I'm serious. Move. Alright, bro. Oh my fucking God.
Stand
You're
up.
fucking pulling
How
me,
fucking
bro.
old are you?
Bro, hold up, dude. You're pulling out a fucking neck. That was fucking stand. Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
Let's go.
Stand up now.
Stop hitting me into the fucking car then.
Stand up.
Girl, please, man. My fuck. You can't come and shut up like that.
Hey, you can run, you can walk. Take your ass in the car.
I'm fucking trying. You're hurting my fucking leg. Here, okay. Alright. Can you please chill out? Alright, guys. Man. Alright, just chill out. Alright, hold on. Alright, bro. Hold on. Get in. Bro, are you fucking kidding me?
Get in the car.
I'm gonna get in the fucking car. Damn.
Get in the car now.
Alright, fuck.
So during this so-called rough arrest, this guy's foot got broken. He got seriously injured, and from my understanding, he never fully recovered. He still today has a limp, and that explains the large amount of damages that the jury was able to award in this case. But they did criminally charge him. They arrested him. They held him for hours without telling him what he was being charged with. Ultimately, they charged him with like resisting arrest, maybe obstruction type charges. Those bogus charges were quickly dismissed, and then the case was referred to Internal Affairs at the Dearborn, Michigan Police Department, and they ultimately found that this was a false arrest, that this guy had a legal right to resist an unlawful arrest. A lawsuit was filed, and ultimately that wound its way up through, over the course of 4 or 5 years, ultimately to a jury who awarded the $9.6 million. The most important thing to understand here is not just that excessive force occurred, but it was that it was a false arrest from the beginning. There was no reasonable suspicion or probable cause to either detain or arrest Mr. Gonzalez Hall. He initially had asked the officers for directions on how to ride his bicycle to the location in which he was headed. He went into the White Castle and asked them for directions as well. And no matter what this Officer Sanders ended up coming up with after the fact is possible reasonable suspicion of a crime, the fact is, and Internal Affairs verified that the employees inside the restaurant immediately informed Officer Sanders that this guy was not committing a crime in there. He was just in there asking for directions. And therefore, Officer Sanders had no legal right to chase him down, knock him off his bicycle, and arrest him. And because of that, everything that happened afterwards was in violation of the Fourth Amendment.
That's a pretty dope payday. 9.3 million for cops fucking with you. Fucking retarded, dude.
Welcome back, Defenders. Jake here.
Have you seen the Stark Varg 80 electric? Yeah. There's a trail system here, and I was thinking of getting a dirt bike. I have 2 electric dual sports, but I was thinking of maybe eventually getting a Stark Varg.
I've got good news and I've got bad news. It's a good news, bad news kind of video today. Let's start with the good news. U.S. Defense Secretary announces a $6 billion military aid package for Ukraine. Now, $6 billion is a lot of money, so I think a significant portion of this money is going towards purchasing agreements with manufacturers. The United States can either give old weapons and then use money to buy ourselves new weapons, or we can just buy new weapons for Ukraine. The United States does both. So $6 billion is a lot of money, and when you go on the DoD's website, they announce what's in the security assistance package. But when you look at what they're announcing, this does not add up to $6 billion. Now they do say, first line item, additional munitions for Patriot air defense systems. But they're not announcing new Patriot air defense systems. I find this hard to believe, given that a Patriot battery system comprised of 10 or 11 vehicles is $1.1 billion. It's like the most expensive thing everyone's trying to get to Ukraine. So Ukraine's not getting nuclear submarines or stealth bombers or aircraft carriers. How do you get to $6 billion? And I'm convinced the United States is purchasing as well as donating Patriot systems, but they're just not going to announce it. Because these Patriot launchers are being used for offensive purposes, they don't want to give the Russians any additional information about how many systems are going into Ukraine and where they could possibly be located. Also interesting in this package was announced components to support Ukrainian domestic production of unmanned aerial systems and other capabilities. This is the game we're playing with the Russians, where we say Western weapons can't be used on Russian territory, but at the same time we're supplying all the components for Ukraine to make their own domestically produced drones and missiles that are then used on Russian territory. Tomato, tomato. Lots of videos online of equipment in motion. This is a convoy near the Polish-Ukrainian border of M777 howitzers on the move. These might be brand new artillery systems being donated, or these were all repaired and are now returning to Ukraine. Here's an interesting video from Dmitry at War Translated. It's 2 minutes long. I'll link it down below. But it's basically just a Russian in Germany. This person might be pro-Russian, filming a convoy heading east. So this is equipment moving from Germany to Poland, most likely on its way to Ukraine. And this Russian-speaking person in Germany is just astonished how much equipment is moving on this German highway. So Russia knows it's a game, it's a race now. How fast can the logistics network
405 bench soon or no? I'm still recovering from the pec strain. So if it wasn't for the pec strain, I would have been able to bench 405 right now, but we'll see how, it heals and how training goes.
get artillery shells and drones and armored vehicles to the front lines? So they concentrated a missile attack 2 nights ago on Ukraine's rail network. Russia targets Ukraine railways as Western aid due to arrive. Russia is trying to press its advantage on the battlefield before their May 9th Victory Day parade. Now, when you attack a rail line, it's just going to be repaired in a day or two. But if a train can't go over that track for a day or two, that might help Russia advance in the Donbass region in the short term. So here's a breakdown of the missile attack from 2 nights ago. 32 missiles were launched, 21 were shot down. These are still not great. Ukraine Army commander says the situation has worsened. Outnumbered and outgunned, Ukrainian forces struggle to hold Russians from breaking through at certain points in the Donbass region. Ukraine currently has a manning shortage, and they're being outfired 10-1. So some people want honest assessments of how bad it is at the moment. Here's a post from Cossack Gundy. He is a British national who was a Ukrainian Marine in the Azovstal. He was part of the negotiated surrender of the Marines hiding in the steel factory. He was a Russian prisoner of war who was eventually freed and exchanged. But here's his post on Twitter. Enough with the nonsense claiming the front line is stable in certain areas. I'm fed up with hearing propaganda lines from those who should be more informed. While we mock Russian propaganda, I refuse to sugarcoat the reality. Back in Avdiivka, people insisted everything.
Why does nicotine lozenge make throat scratchy? I don't know. For some reason, they tend to irritate your throat. Some are better than others. The new ones I got, the Thrive brand, I haven't gotten really any throat irritation from it, but Nicorette, shit like that, I've gotten throat irritation from it.
Was fine, but it was far from it. The shortage of artillery ammunition was a significant issue, and stability won't come overnight. Brace yourselves for at least another week of uncertainty, depending on how swiftly logistics reach the front lines. I think it's probably going to be more than a week, 2, 3, or even a full month before individual units have all the resources they need.
I mean, it's less than a year since I put up a video saying that Elon Musk would be bankrupt in 5 years. Musk apparently saw that and said, "Hold my ketamine, I can speedrun that in 3." You see, Tesla this year has been the second worst performing stock in the S&P 500. And Musk's response to this was, "Billionaire seeks $50 billion
Hey Richard, hope you are doing well today. Here is a funny video for you, hope you enjoy.
Let me take a look,
what
dude.
What sounds great after 4 margaritas? What are you thinking? No, okay. Jesus Christ, why? What gives me uncontrollable gas? Which one do you got? That one? Alright. Okay. Oh man. There's your cards. Let's see. I'm no doctor, but I'm pretty sure what you're suffering from is called blank. Which one? That one? Okay. Daddy. Alright, there is your cards. What is there a ton of in heaven? That one? Okay. No. This ain't my first rodeo, kid.
Nazis?
If Mama knows her way around blank. Which one do you got? That one? Good God, Jesus. War. What is it good for, huh? That one? Alcoholism. Okay. You know, I'd like to think you're a normal cat, but then I started giving you these cards. And,
Oh my god, those cat glasses.
well, that's just not the
Wow.
case. Anyway, this one says, my memory of last night is pretty hazy. I remember blank. That's pretty much it. So if this were you, what would you remember? That one? Okay.
React to these LOL.
I will do that in just a moment. Thanks for the donation, Y. Peterson.
Of course. Yep. What will always get you laid? Which one you got? That one? Okay, we're done.
Necrophilia. That's good. Thanks for that donation, Riley. When you think these students protesting in campuses are just exercising their social disclosure and free speech rights, remember a few details. They disrupted every university class. They're all wearing masks because, well, that's how cheap activism looks like. They've replaced the American flag with Palestinian flag on U.S. soil. They blocked the access on campuses for the Jewish students and teachers, harassed, insulted, and even physically attacked them. They're calling for globalizing Antifada. You know, the terrorist mass murder of civilians, death to America, Jews go back to Poland, and other nonsense. They destroy properties, painting walls, smashing things, leaving behind trash all over. When some got expelled or suspended, teachers with masks and keffiyeh jumped to defend their anti-American pro-terrorism students. When a Jewish student wants to exercise his right to protest, holding an Israeli, even an American flag or any sign, he is physically attacked like here. Let me see.
Stop harassing my friend. Stop harassing my friend.
Like, by the way, the sign he's holding up is Israel is not an apartheid. Come talk. He's like just saying he wants to have a civil discussion, and then they attack him. I didn't touch you. Yeah, cool story.
Hey, don't touch personal property.
So much for talking. Yeah, these students are absolute pathetic morons. Honestly, I think they should just call in the National Guard, round them all up, and have them all arrested. I don't know why they don't do that. Palestinian protester at UCLA, you're just a white person, get out of here, we don't like white people. When they tell you who they are, believe them. Yeah, really.
Stop. Fuck him. You're just a white person. You're a white person. Get out. We don't like white people. Oh. Free Palestine! No, stop. Fuck him.
Yeah, they can't use that one on me. Thankfully. Thanks for the donation, Y. Peterson.
Bonus, while saying the company has to save money through penny pinching to restructure so they can have to fire 10,000 people to save $1 billion.
My Johnson seems bigger. Being vegan for almost a year. Is this normal? So, weight loss will make your penis bigger. Usually it increases in length, but you can also see increases in girth. Also due to improved blood flow. But if you've lost any body fat, your penis has probably gotten longer, and because vegan diets are generally good for arterial function, you'll also see an increase in blood flow to the penis. And a lot of people do anecdotally note it, their penis gets a bit bigger.
$1 billion. Yeah. Musk might have been in a hall of mirrors when he said this.
Did you hear about the vegan blue cheese winning the Good Food Awards competition, how dairy cheese makers cried about it and got the vegan cheese disqualified? That's hilarious. I haven't heard of that. Let me see.
A messy, messy drama in the artisan cheese world is unfolding. And it's all about this blue cheese. It doesn't come from a cow. It was made from a distillation of pumpkin seeds, lima beans, hemp seeds, coconut fat, and cocoa butter. This blue cheese is made by Climax Foods, and it was selected to win the prestigious Good Food Award, besting all the artisan dairy cheeses in a blind taste test. But the plant-based cheese mysteriously got disqualified before given that award. Oliver Zahn, CEO of Climax, claims the Good Food Award was robbed from his cheese due to pressure from dairy cheese makers, some who claim that his product isn't cheese at all, because it didn't come from a cow or a goat. On the internet, many cheesemakers were complaining about the plant-based interloper. Perhaps instead of complaining, they should be making better cheese, because the plant-based one is better than theirs.
That is fucking hilarious. I'm pretty sure they know the end is nigh.
And what I see all over the place is people who care about looking good while doing evil. F them. Okay?
You see, Musk recently announced things aren't going so well at Twitter, or SpaceX, or Tesla. You see, there was no sane way to justify Tesla's valuation based on numbers like the things of...
The Munchkin was on the Bradley Martins podcast.
Greg Doucette.
All right, guys, quick orders for the... What are you most passionate?
All right, that's interesting. We'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation. Only betas pull sumo. That is true. Only betas do pull sumo.
Vehicles they sold or something. So Musk pitched Tesla as a growth company. You were investing something that was going to be big.
So Tesla is growing actually at the fastest pace of any large manufactured object in history.
It was going to grow. It was going to be massive.
But what I can say is we're going to move to just truly massive scale. Scale that no company has ever achieved in the history of humanity.
And now, it's not growing. They're a growth company with no growth. And now things are so bad that not even the Tesla fanboys can keep the price of the meme stock up. That is, rather than taking over the world, they created a massive stock bubble on that promise. Basically, since Musk said growth like no one has ever seen before,
Oopsie.
The company has done nothing but lose value and plateaued out at about 1% of global car sales.
We're still like maybe a little over 1% of total vehicle output in the world. And we want to try to get to, 20%, as much as we can to move the needle.
So having plateaued out at about 1%, they decided to make that snap decision to lay off.
That is just crazy for him to say something like that. That would never, ever in a million years happen. You're talking about what is essentially a luxury car brand that only sells electric cars. You have every other big manufacturer like GM, Ford, Toyota, Honda, like they're bigger manufacturers. They have a greater global percentage of sales. How are you going to compete with them? Like, you can't. There's no way Tesla would ever fucking get to 20% of the have 20% of the car sales market.
10% of their workforce so rapidly that their employees literally got no warning, with people turning up to work only to find their key cards didn't work and that they'd been fired.
And somebody behind me was like, "Oh my god, you got fired." And I was like, no. And I asked the driver, I was like, "Hey, can I still get on? Like, obviously there's an issue with badging, like something's going on." I understand this is a difficult time for your family, and I'm definitely sad to lose her, and I know the team will be sad as well. We lost a lot of good talent throughout the factory. Please let her know that I am grateful for her hard work and everything she accomplished, and she will be missed. And everybody claim
Yeah, Teslas are not great looking cars. They all have the same basic styling, and they're kind of, yeah, it just kind of looks like a average sort of sedan. They're not spectacular looking.
Names that this is how things work and this is how it goes, but no. You don't just draw names out of a hat and pick random people to lay off, especially your hardest workers. Like, this is not okay. There was a backup at the security gate this morning. These people didn't even know they were getting fired and they were trying to go to work like nothing was wrong. So what are we supposed to do now, Tesla? What are we supposed to do now, Elon? What happened to our $5,000 in stock bonuses that we were supposed to get? What about all our shares that are supposed to vest still? What about all the faith that we had in you and your company?
Tesla, where Musk...
Well, you're going to have to sue him for severance.
...expects his employees to sleep on the production line for less pay than other auto workers, for less job security than other auto workers, you know, like...
Tesla workers still make less than those at Ford and GM even after raises. That is amazing.
I'm astonished by this guy's lack of healthy skepticism. Do you think that MRI scan of the gut could determine whether or not she's eating?
This woman in Ethiopia has not eaten in 16 years. Not a single piece of food or a sip of water. Doctors in Dubai...
Well, that is a obvious lie. You wouldn't need an MRI scan. All you'd need to do is measure carbon dioxide and water coming out of her breath. So you can literally just have her breathe into a plastic bag. If she's able to hold her breath indefinitely or breathe into a plastic bag, then she's clearly lying, because your body has something called metabolism. If you don't need to eat, and you're not like living off of, you know, things that are burnt for energy that produce carbon, then you'd be able to hold your breath indefinitely, or you wouldn't produce any carbon in your breath, and therefore you could just breathe in and out of a plastic bag. So this is just obviously a lie. I don't know why this fucking dipshit is making a video on this. This woman's just a fucking liar and a crazy person. Like, she clearly fucking eats. There's other ways of, you know, determining whether or not she's actually eating. You could just lock her in a hotel room for like 2 days, and it would only take really a few hours to show that she's losing water weight and starting to starve. So, yeah, she's just lying.
Dubai examined her body and confirmed there are no traces of food in her stomach. But somehow, this 26-year-old remains healthy. Is it true?
This is stupid. What would an MRI prove? Just lock her in a hotel room. Yeah, well, that's breatharianism for you. Thanks for the donation, Avi Duder. Ryan Webb donated $2. Not sure if you've seen this one. Tragedy on Four Wheels, lol.
Before Elon Musk was busy spreading Nazi conspiracy theories on Twitter, he was hard at work designing the vehicle.
I think I might have seen this one already. I might have, but we'll react to that next. Thanks for the donation, man.
Being fired without any warning job security, so he can get a $56 billion bonus. Yeah, for Musk, faith and trust are a one-way street. But don't worry, he works so hard for his money, doing things like role-playing as a toddler on her Twitter burner account.
I go to sleep, I wake up, I work, go to sleep, wake up, work, do that 7 days a week.
Tweeting things like, for the love of God.
Someone actually calculated how often he tweets, and they proved that there's no way he works as much as he claims. This guy is literally just on Twitter for like 6 hours a day minimum. He is obsessed with Twitter. And yeah, he has probably dozens of different fake accounts where he just shitposts and shit.
Please, someone follow me, and Do you like Japanese girls? And I wish I was old enough to go to nightclubs. They sound fun.
Because I have to triage the
There was actually a security guard that worked for Elon Musk who shared a story. Elon Musk actually has a social media addiction, and he told hotel staff to hold on to his phone for him so he doesn't use Twitter. And I think after 3 hours, he went back down to the hotel staff and told him to give back his phone. He needs to use Twitter. Like, he's addicted and he knows it.
the things that I do at each company, and constantly think about what is the most useful thing that I could do.
Grimes left the king of SpaceX. Laugh, laugh, laugh. Her kids must...
Good evening, VG. I hope that you are doing great tonight. So, this is fucking scary to see this, especially in Germany. The pro-Hamas supporters are really trying to bring us back to the 40s on Gar.
Let me take a look. Jihadist Islamists take over Hamburg, Germany. Hundreds of Islamists have taken to the streets in a show of force against the local German population while waving ISIS flags. Dude, deport them all. I don't know why there are such weak fucking pussies in every country's, like, parliament. Deport them. Find out who these fuckers are. If they were involved in the protest, go back to your own shithole fucking country. Hopefully it's Palestine so they get fucking bombed once they go back there. And don't deal with these fucking cunts. Like, why? Why put up with this? It's stupid. Dude, I would show up at that protest with a painting of the Prophet Muhammad, yelling the Prophet Muhammad was a child rapist, just so they all gang up on me. That'd be hilarious. I wonder if there's any pro-Palestinian rallies happening in Ottawa. Let me see. Parliament Hill, Ottawa.
Say it like you mean it, guys. Say it like you mean it.
Yeah, I gotta get a big painting of the Prophet Muhammad printed and go to one of these fucking rallies. That'd be hilarious, triggering those fuckers.
Hate her. They probably want to spend all their time with Mr. Tesla. Laugh, laugh, laugh.
I triage the...
I'm new to your channel. What's your stance on the Israel/Hamas/Palestine war?
I'm in full support of Israel. They need to eliminate Hamas, and the people who are crying and bitching about supposed innocent civilians getting killed need to realize that the reason so many civilians are dying in the first place is because Hamas uses them as human shields. And I'm not even particularly concerned with civilian deaths there, since most of the population in Palestine supports Hamas. They're in support of the October 7th attacks. They're Nazi sympathizers. And a lot of them think Hitler was a good guy for exterminating the Jews. So why would I care about a civilian population dying when most of them are just pieces of shit? Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
tasks and try to do the things that are most useful or where I'm most needed.
Not including his main account, where he on average posts something like once an hour, 24 hours a day. Yeah. But for those weird nerds still defending Musk over some...
Beast Mode donated $2, Saladino.
This is a day in my life. The first thing I do in the morning when I get up is go straight outside, walk on the earth barefoot, sunlight in my eyes, and some light movement before I get in the ocean. Breakfast is some raw milk with honey, and then I'm off to surf with some tallow-based sunscreen on my face. Hopefully, I'll get a few waves.
That is not going to protect your skin.
After that, farmer's market is common, where I get fruit and meat.
Dude, I can guarantee you Paul Saladino is going to end up getting skin cancer in his life with the amount of sun exposure he gets with without any sunscreen.
I'll go home, make some orange juice for breakfast, cook up a steak, and my animal-based breakfast is done. During the day, I do work, podcasting, and researching, and I'll take a break from that work to get outside and move. Doing things like skating or getting the river by my house. Nature is amazing, and I love being in it. It's such a nutrient that is critical for humans. At the end of the day, I will watch the sunset when I can, again, bare feet on the ground. My dinner is animal-based, meat, organs, fruit, honey, raw dairy. If I've got work to do after dark, I'll use red light.
Yeah, he eats a lot of honey, and you can tell his teeth are getting fucked up from it. His teeth are extremely stained now.
On my computer, my phone.
And I don't think he uses toothpaste when he brushes.
And in my house, it really helps me with sleep and my circadian rhythms. It's off to bed for an early surf in the morning.
Well, that was very gay. Let me see. He did a video recently where
this is how
you could see his teeth really up close. It's hard to tell from far away, but his teeth are really, really stained. I think it was a short video where he was up close to the camera or something.
Fake health foods. This one is bad. Look at this Kashi cereal. It's got a heart on the cover. It looks like it's healthy. It even says it's organic and honey toasted. But look at the ingredients.
He has really oddly big teeth. If you ever see him like smile, his teeth are like large. Paul Saladino teeth. I think that's from a while ago. I remember seeing a short recently. His teeth were very heavily stained.
I wonder what UV radiation looks like in your eyes when someone's a constant sun gazer.
I don't know what you mean by that, but UV radiation is very bad for you. You want to minimize your exposure to UV radiation. So do not stare at the sun. It will damage your eyes. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. Lifting
Why
vegan
I
logic.
stopped being vegan after 10 months. It made zero sense for me how eating protein supplements or pills can be healthier or more natural than eating meat or eggs that our ancestors have been eating for hundreds and thousands of years.
You don't need to consume protein supplements or protein pills to get protein on a vegan
Never heard of protein pills.
diet. Just eat plants. Also, here's a super rigorous study controlling for a bunch of confounding factors, finding that healthy vegans had better health outcomes than healthy omnivores, which consume those super ancestral foods this guy's talking about.
And 2, all the health and environmental arguments against meat do not apply for wild-caught, grass-fed, or pasture.
They apply especially for grass-fed and pasture-raised. Grass grazing pastures are the most environmentally damaging.
Raised meat.
No evidence provided for his claims, but he is right. Grass-fed beef is worse for the environment than conventionally grown beef. And they both require more land, which is terrible because animal agriculture already takes up the vast majority of our agricultural land, while providing us with barely any calories in proportion to the amount of land that it takes up.
Beast.
Hey friends, it's T-Man and I'm back for all.
Can we react to F. Devon versus Levin recent arm wrestling match?
Ladies and
I mean, I don't think I can because I'm probably going to get a copyright claim if I watch the whole match, but Devin got absolutely crushed. Like, he didn't have a fucking chance, dude. I think he fouled a couple times, and Devin just powered through him like nothing. Yeah, Devin just fucking powered through him like nothing, dude. Like, he weighs like 100 pounds more than Devin, so you'd expect that. And he's on steroids, like he admits it, so... It wasn't particularly interesting. Like, Devin had no fucking hope in hell of winning. Thanks for the donation to only Betas Pulsuma.
People.
Let me take a look. Save that trauma for your therapist. SE Cup reacts to Christy Gnome's anecdote about killing dog.
I can almost guarantee that this next story will be on the joke list tonight. Some people not so sure it's funny. One of Donald Trump's possible running mate contenders made this, some people would say, bizarre admission that has a lot of people angry.
Okay, here is the backstory. South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem released a new book. The Guardian got its hands on a copy, and the outlet is flagging a section in which she describes killing her dog named Cricket.
So the easy way to explain what happened here, if you haven't read it, is...
Cricket was a wire hair pointer, about 14 months old, she says, adding that the dog, a female, had a aggressive personality and needed to be trained.
Politics, as well as in South Dakota life, to do anything, quote, difficult...
Ruined the hunt, she said, going, quote, out of her mind with excitement, chasing all the birds and under control. Cricket escaped.
And dropping it to attack another. Cricket, Noem repeatedly apologized, wrote the
untrainable, dangerous to anyone.
Then led Cricket.
Yeah, I've already heard of the story. It's really fucked. That woman is a crazy, wacko bitch. Anybody who treats animals like she did is a psycho, and they need to be put down.
You see, look, carnivore diet, Podolski. Look what we're eating here. Hey, we're eating carnivore diet. I'm with my friend Derek here. Look what he's eating. Seafood, salmon. He ate these nice chunks of, like, what was it? Beef, short ribs. He had some short ribs. I put some pieces in there, short ribs.
I'm noticing this is covered in seasonings and sauce.
There.
So much for meat being so natural, but you have to eat it with plants.
But he had like 3 pieces of short ribs. Now he's eating.
Would I ever train for arm wrestling? Maybe. Maybe.
The salmon. Amazing, bro. And Simon, he already finished so fast. He loved it so fast. He had this amazing short rib and beef. I should have filmed it. I forgot. Look at the smile on his face. He looked happy. We're looking happy. Look at that beef, bro. I'm still eating. Look at all that beef there. Whoa. Because we're at Nations, bro. Yeah, man. This place is amazing. And I told you, this is water. No sugar in it. Yeah, man.
And no one should deceive you to be herbivorous.
That's right.
Because you are not a ruminant. Ruminants, they regurgitate and they chew the grass they have eaten. Then it goes into their system. For you, you were created to eat and send it to your gut and things go straight away. So that is the meat diet.
That's right, friends. I'm gonna go. I just wanted to share that with you. Again, we're at Nations, Podolski. Love it. Last time, bro. See you later, man. We out of here, man. See ya.
Well, that's GeneticBeast. He's pretty retarded.
Friends, it's T and I'm back with another video, man, and it's on the Devin Larratt and Levon Sangashvili, the arm wrestling fight. East versus West. And yes, of course, Sangashvili beat the crap out of Devin Larratt. It was 4-0. Let's take a look at this. I hope I don't get a copyright strike, but so here he is. I mean, it was insane, bro. I'm telling you, it was insane. He literally pulled him down. It was 1-0. He was holding him for quite a while, and he just put him down after like a dead animal or whatever, dying animal. Put him out of his move. King's move on him. King's moves do not work on people that are beasts like this guy. This guy's over. I don't think he could start now. Then he had him here. 4-0. See.
People shit on the Gixxer 1000s a lot, but they're the only reasonably priced sport bike. Yeah, they're under 20 grand. I don't like the color scheme they have for them now. The color scheme is really bad, but...
All right, friends, it's T-Man.
Bootycom Donate Tellers, 3440, listen to that for a bit. Let me see. Oh, I was thinking of listening to this whole thing. 3440.
When I was very young, and this is stuff I don't like to talk about because I choose not to be a victim. And also I don't like to become vulnerable because people think that you are weak. Stuff that I don't have to talk about, but I think there is no way around it. Because many people ask, what motivates you and where are you coming from? When I was very, very young, I was raped. In a culture that would kill the rapist, but also they would kill the rape victim. So I never told anybody about that story. I never got any support. And how old were you? I was 5 or 6 years old when that happened.
That's fucked up.
Now, I had to heal on my own, and it was a hell of a journey in a society that did not have mercy, that they preferred that I would disappear so I don't bring shame on them.
Right.
And I witnessed so many women being killed after being raped, that the father would prefer to kill his daughter to bury the shame with her, not to have to face the society that his daughter was raped. What type of mentality is this? What type of religion is this? And this is not just a culture. Okay.
Does it reflect on his inability to protect her? Is that the source of the shame?
No, it's his status.
It's his status.
It's he's the father of, he could not protect his daughter.
Yeah.
And now maybe the daughter is pregnant. This was before abortion, etc. Okay, the daughter is pregnant. What is he going to do with the child? No, he prefers to kill the daughter. He does not want to go even to the degree that his grandchild is a result of a rape incident. So, and from the 7th century in Islam or in Arabia, they killed infants. So when I say...
Go back to that first GeneticBeast video and look at the second comment. What the fuck? Let me see. Master and his slaves. That is really weird. And GeneticBeast hearted that. Odd that they're black people, too. Like, what the fuck? Thanks for the donation one.
Doesn't seem like they're making any progress, lol. Have you learnt any more piano stuff recently?
Yeah, we already reacted to this yesterday. He just keeps making her make more and more videos about how she's a whore and she cheated and blah, blah, blah. I'm sure it's all a cope for Isel's insecurity. No, haven't been practicing the piano. Thanks for the donation, Prisma.
Sacrificing children, this is not coincidental. It's rooted in that culture. So for me, it was unjust that I had to actually carry the burden instead of getting the support from the family, from the society, like at least to come and say, who did it? Today I'm 45 years old, I'm a very strong man. I can confront the whole universe if necessary. And up to now, none of them asked the question, who did it? And by the way, I had the power to kill the predator down the road. He's probably living in a nightmare. Why I didn't actually harm him? Because later on, I got lots of power, even when I was back in the territory, but I chose not to. Instead of going after the rapist, I went after the belief system. And this is where I need to create the change.
I see.
So what's so-called Islam, and I know this is very sensitive topic. If the belief system, if Allah thinks that the rapist and the raped are equal and they deserve the same punishment, then this God does not have authority over my life. And this is where I start questioning the entire belief system, and I rebelled.
How come you're still alive?
Well, they tried to kill me, and they're still trying to kill me.
I bet.
They have been trying to assassinate me politically, at least. All these progressives and Muslim Brotherhood wearing all type of masks in the United States. They have been trying to discredit me, so I...
Well, the Muslim Brotherhood, they claim to be a peaceful organization, but they've assassinated quite a few political rivals. Malcolm X was probably assassinated by the Muslim Brotherhood. All right, we'll watch more of that later.
We back with another video on the old man himself here. Accelerated aging. Jason Blaha, the strength and fitness. We should call him the accelerated aging channel. Man, this is how you accelerate aging. Jesus. The gym lifting, recruiting lifting slave himself, Jason Blaha, the accelerated aging fitness guru. So I'm gonna review this video, man. Jason Blaha says basic nutrition guidelines for better body composition. Okay. Yeah.
All right, I thought I would discuss with you guys and gals today just some basics about how to maximize body composition with your diet and just...
Damn, I thought it was how to accelerate aging. So, how to better body composition. Yes, okay. He's going to explain. He's going to tell you how it is. All right.
Basic rules of thumb that people need to follow. Again, this is very evidence-based. This is also the way many people eat.
The way many people eat, evidence-based? Okay, whatever.
Who are even fitness models, competitive bodybuilders, everyone else. But a lot of recreational people who are fitness enthusiasts eat this way. So, yeah, this is some general guidelines. So our diets do need to be carbohydrate-based, but we need to understand that carbohydrates are where we're going to get most of our calories. It's not necessarily always the focus of a diet like this. So when it comes to macros, again, I'm going to
What is he mumbling about?
recommend people eat clean, and people say you can't define clean. I'm like, yeah, you can absolutely define.
Yeah, clean is eating a natural diet. Your natural diet, not engineered by man, all right? Natural diet out in nature, not engineered by man or processed by man.
Clean. Clean eating would generally be minimally processed foods. Doesn't mean no processed.
Then that would mean if you eat your natural diet, if you fry, barbecue, or bake your meat, your natural diet, then that's processed. See that? He says minimally processed. Oh, so minimally processed. Oh, he's still eating processed food though, right, Blaha?
I think that's silly. You're not going to have that unless that processing enhances the nutritional value. Okay, keep in mind.
How can processing increase the nutritional value of something? It means you've killed it. You've killed it. What? They're adding something back to it sometimes.
No, cooking seems to improve nutrient absorption.
But it's dead. What are you talking about? This is really stupid, man. You think you can create something out of nature better than nature can? What the fuck's he talking about? It becomes worse.
Right, or improves it, and in some cases it does.
You can't improve meat more than it's already improved, other than allowing the animal to eat grass, than eating like fucking, what is it? I don't know, grain.
Do your research. I'm not going to be able to break that down food for you. Minimally processed. I would say the things you need to completely avoid if you really.
He's really stupid. Minimally processed. Processed food means Something has been done to it unnaturally, so it's unnatural. It's not based on your natural diet. What an idiot. Anything that has been done unnaturally to your diet, it's not natural anymore. Get it? It's fake.
Get
They're
it?
about body composition, refined sugars, and any form of added fat to anything. Okay? You don't need to be adding fats of any type, even healthy fats. If you want healthy fats, eat whole foods that have them done. Don't add oils, don't add butter. Okay? These are things that are going to be problematic for people who are pursuing, again, maximized body composition.
Don't add butter, fats, whatever. Well, it's not the fat that makes you fat. It's the insulin resistance. Look, you can't load, it doesn't.
The insulin hypothesis of weight gain has been debunked. Insulin has no correlation with weight gain.
Fat doesn't load sugar in there. It doesn't load sugar. It doesn't convert sugar into fat. The sugar in the food, which is the carbohydrates, and then the fat that's in the food makes you fat. The sugar makes you insulin resistant, and the fat...
Sugar does not cause insulin resistance. You cannot show any evidence supporting that claim. Sugar plays no role in the development of insulin resistance.
Makes you fat. Get it? Yeah.
Before the low-carb people chime in with butter or whatever,
Carbs, if they convert to glycogen in your muscle, I don't know what type of carbs you're eating. They convert to glycogen in your muscle, then they can load in the muscle. A lot of it can load in there. Yeah, it's an energy source. And then the other stuff loads in, it goes into the fat cells as triglyceride. Yes, makes you fat.
you guys don't maximize body composition. The studies are very conclusive. You gain muscle way, way, way slower than everybody else. Get over it. Done.
You gain way muscle slower than everybody else? When you reach those newbie gains, you ain't gaining any more muscle.
So your approach isn't even viable for this.
Other than artificial muscles eating carbs, like what he wants you to do, eat carbs.
Artificial muscles.
And again, I'm not talking about people who cut down using it for contests. I'm talking about people who are trying to overall maximize body composition with their lifestyle year-round. All right, added fats are out. Refined sugars are out. Okay.
If you're trying to do that, then you should eat as natural as possible. Seafood and meat. That's it. Meat and seafood, man. That's you get both worlds.
Yep, lots of saturated fat, cholesterol, no fiber, no antioxidants, just nice artery clogging, cancer-causing crap.
Seafood and meat, because usually if you're inland, it's just meat. If you're out by the water, it's usually seafood. Well, you could eat both.
These are the foods that impact your insulin sensitivity most negatively. They will impact your nutrient partitioning.
And that will be carbohydrates. They'll impact your insulin.
No, saturated fat is what triggers insulin resistance, not carbohydrate.
It depends on the type of carbohydrate. That's why they classify it as complex carbohydrates and then carbohydrates. These simple carbs that break down into sugars. Now, when it comes to complex carbohydrates,
all carbohydrates break down into sugar in your body. It all turns into glucose.
It's slower acting, so it doesn't spike the insulin, but it still destroys you slowly over time. You know, it increases insulin. If insulin is increased, it's anabolic, and you're aging because you're growing, you're aging.
Negatively, right? These are the foods in general that make us fat. Added fats, high-fat foods, refined sugars.
Yeah, the refined sugar makes you insulin resistant, and anything else that converts to sugar, like your pizza, pasta, and your tofu, what he eats and whatever else there, and his coffee with sugar in it, whatever, and his Kool-Aid drink, that will increase insulin, and then the fat that's in there will make you fat.
In fact, you take those out of society in general, there would be almost no fat people anymore. They would cease to exist.
Yeah, if you would take all that out and they would eat their natural diet, then they would cease to exist. Yes, definitely, I would agree. Yes. All right.
Right. So there's your first rules. All right, protein is always going to be something we have to look at. If you are trying to absolutely maximize body composition, you need to hit that amount that we know is the safe spot for intake with wiggle room in it for maximizing muscle growth. It's 1.5 grams per kilogram of body weight. For my Americans who only use Freedom units, that's around 0.8 grams per pound.
No, man. What's he talking about? You mean protein turnover, to restore the protein, you being in an adapted state lifting in the gym? How much protein do you need to restore protein, this degradation? You degrading protein working out in the gym. Basically what you're doing is you're a factory worker in the gym, okay? Lifting weights, okay? So you're breaking down proteins and they're building up. They're doing that automatically anyways. You're just building them, you're breaking them down more than usual because you're working out in the gym, okay? So you go in there to break down proteins more, then they're building up. And then you go home and you eat and then you build them back up again, back to normal. That's what you're doing. You're just restoring them. That's why some people complain, you lose these contractile proteins, you'll feel weak. You'll feel weak if you don't eat enough protein. See what I mean? You'll feel weak. And I don't know, maybe...
None of that made any sense, and it was pure gobbledygook.
You'll shrink a little bit. It's a possibility if you don't add them back. But mostly it's the glycogen that you want in there.
Body weight. If you want to go over that, it's not...
Well, you could eat both.
These are the foods that impact your insulin sensitivity most negatively. They will impact your nutrient partitioning.
And that will be carbohydrates. They'll impact your insulin. It depends on the type of carbohydrate. That's why they classify it as complex carbohydrates and then carbohydrates. These simple carbs that break down into sugars. Now, when it comes to complex carbohydrates, it's slower acting, so it doesn't spike the insulin. But it still destroys you slowly over time. It increases insulin. If insulin is increased, it's anabolic, and you're aging because you're growing, you're aging.
Negatively, right? These are the foods in general that make us fat. Added fats, high-fat foods, refined sugars.
Yeah, the refined sugar makes you insulin resistant, and anything else.
Hand-waving about the greater good. Let's take a quick look at some numbers. Tesla currently employs some 100,000 people at, let's say, a generous $100,000 per piece. So the salaries of the entire company is about $10 billion per year. And Musk wanted a $50 billion bonus because of what a great job he's doing in making Tesla the second worst performing stock in the S&P 500. 5 times bigger than the salaries of the rest of the employees put together, and 50 times larger than the salaries of the people who he fired for penny pinching and restructuring. And the firings were announced on April 15th, and in literally 2 days later, Musk said that he wanted his $50 billion bonus. Now, if you're wondering how a company can give Musk a bonus significantly larger than any profits that the company's made in its entire lifetime, I mean, hell, in total, Tesla has only ever made about 5 million vehicles. So
like, this always confuses the shit out of me. Like, where the fuck does this money come from? Tesla isn't even generating that revenue.
The $1 billion bonus would be giving Musk $10,000 for every single car that Tesla has ever sold. Yeah, if you're wondering how that works, I'll link you to this video. Look, if this was real growth, Musk might have had a point. But it was never real growth. It was a bubble created by hype and, exceptionally gullible Musk fans who are still wearing this t-shirt.
I'm afraid that this is all panic, and I'm wearing the Tesla's the next Tesla t-shirt, and there are ups and downs in the Tesla stock. This is the way things go.
And make no bones about it, Musk, who swore he would never sell Tesla stock, cashed out at the high, cashing out some $40 billion from Tesla. Because having your cash invested in a stock bubble is kind of stupid. Now, you describe this to most people and they'll say, that's a pump and dump scheme, isn't it? And it was at that point that Musk wanted his $50 billion bonus, which got struck down by the court, seeing as it stank of Musk stacking the board with lackeys who would do whatever he asked. because it was kind of disproportionate. Musk is now still asking for a $50 billion bonus, even though those loyal Tesla stockholders who didn't cash out when he did have had their Tesla investments halve in value. And you're in a cult when someone could say, well, what if it lost 90% of its value from where it is now? And they're still saying, if it did that, I would get a job at McDonald's to buy more stock.
If the stock went to $15, I'd be selling a kidney to buy stock. I'd go work at McDonald's to make $10 an hour so I could buy more stock.
And one of Musk's Tesla board minions, Robin Denhold, chimes in. Won't somebody please think about the billionaires? I mean, Musk hasn't been paid since his last bonus, which was the largest at the time in human history. So this totally justifies giving him a bonus equal to everyone else's pay put together for the brilliant leadership of metaphorically driving Tesla into a ditch, squandering their first-to-market electric vehicle lead by doing things like rolling out the Cybertruck, whose accelerator pedal can just slip off and jam, leaving the vehicle stuck on maximum acceleration.
Plagued with a very serious issue where the accelerator pedal can come off and get lodged up in the floorboard, causing the vehicle to be pressed down to 100% acceleration.
And one thing I am confident of saying is that it's an incredible product. It's a Hall of Famer, I think.
And that was their best product ever. Trust me, Musk said it.
It really is the most...
The Cybertruck is actually worse at towing, I think, compared to the Model X. I think the Model X actually has more range with towing than the Cybertruck.
I think it's our best product.
With the most advanced interior of any vehicle.
Hi Richard. Thank you for all the good you do for veganism and our entertainment. Never commit suicide. You don't have to sing, but please play the whole song. Spread truth.
Let me take a look at this. Thanks for the donation, Truth Seeker. I had a mushroom trip a few days ago, and I think I've decided to not commit suicide. The trip kind of showed me that it's just a bad idea, so things can always change and my mindset can always change, but for right now, I'm committed to not committing suicide no matter how depressed I get. Thanks for the donation, Truth Seeker. If I had godlike powers, I'd probably do this. Like, get a snorkel and fly into space and just fuck with astronauts on the ISS.
Tell you something about the space station. It's only really there in your imagination. That thing ain't real. It's science fiction. It's there to feed your space addiction. Those astronauts are not in space. It's written all over their stupid face. See, I can spot a lie from 100 miles, and I can spot a fraud from the way they smile. Didn't you learn nothing from the fake moon mission? That puppet show from President Nixon. Well, listen up, they're doing it again, it seems. Check out the harnesses and green screens. I used to work a lot in film and TV. I know a bit about the television trickery to create the illusion that you're somewhere that you're not. A green screen is what you're gonna use a lot. Or if you wear a harness and attach it to the ceiling, the illusion that you're floating is what they'll be believing. All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you lied to the human race. So let me tell you something about a zero-G plane. This thing flies up and then down again. Some weird stuff happens if you're on the inside. You start to float as the plane takes a dive. Simply add an actor that's trained to deceive, and you got yourself an astronaut, or so you believe. Plane flies up and that's everyone's cue. Then action, we got some deceiving to do. Plane flies down and then everyone knows to start the ISS live show. Floating in a plane with zero-G, but you only see astronauts on your TV. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you lied to the human race. Well, another thing I noticed when I looked at these fools, they're filming spacewalks in buoyancy pools. NASA's gonna tell you that it's just for training, to practice for space station maintaining. Well, I thought about that, but if that's the case, then why the hell can I see bubbles in space? Take a hard look at the next spacewalk, and tell me if you can see bubbles at all. Open your eyes, man, I'll bet you a quarter. Those spacewalks are filmed underwater. I can see space bubbles everywhere. Hey, NASA, how the hell did those get there? All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me.
It's hilarious as people unironically believe this. Who is that crazy bitch that I had a back and forth with? She was a flat earther, and she was like one of those carnitards who said she went vegan and she almost died. She actually used to have a YouTube channel that was dedicated to flat earth, and it got banned because YouTube bans flat earth content, apparently. And she was looking through a book of NASA space photos, and she said it was painted and she could see the paintbrush marks. Like, these people are just fucking unhinged. Bootycom donated $2. Let me see.
Now see, that's an even more beautiful sight than 72 virgins waiting in heaven for a suicide bomber.
Here I am!
We're playing Magic the Gathering. Want to join?
Osama!
Yeah, that's probably how it is. Thanks for the donation, Bootycom. Oh yeah, Daphne Reloaded. Yeah, Daphne Reloaded's insane. Does she still have her fucking channel? Let me see. Yeah, apparently she's still uploading. She hasn't uploaded for 9 months. She talked shit about Hench Herbivore who had to be hospitalized. Most disgusting vegan food of all time. Well, she's crazy.
Space. No, you're not, you lied to the human race. So when you see an astronaut aboard the ISS, take another look at your TV set. They're pretty good at faking, so you gotta look close. Pay some attention to the way the actor floats. If you ask me, that ain't zero gravity, but Hollywood effects that I see on my TV. Take a good look at the whole damn thing. These lying bastards are just puppets on a string. It's all a big science fiction puppet show. The game's up, assholes, cause we all know. Thanks for the show, NASA. It's been a blast. Now take your fake station and shove it up your... All you're watching is a puppet show. Yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're just actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race, man. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah, the whole world's a stage. Astronauts, they're actors, of course, and yeah, they all get paid. Look at me, ma, I'm floating in space. No, you're not, you're lying to the whole human race. All you're watching is a puppet show, yeah.
That's a nice dog. I wonder if there's people in the comments who unironically think this is, like, true. Your videos are actually helping me show my husband the truth about NASA. Thank you. What the fuck? Yes, thank you. It's helping a lot of people realize real eyes, real lies. You know how many lies there is? I don't know if this... Was this guy serious when he made the song? Because I got the feeling that he was making a joke out of this, but he's actually liking comments from people who are saying, like, oh yeah, NASA's all liars, space isn't real. Weird. Yeah, maybe he actually is a fucking flat earther. This is weird. Grey Knight donated $2. I heart bears. Let me see. Oh my god. Wow. Dude, I would love to play basketball with a bear. That's amazing. Holy shit. Oh my god, he's like a person.
Try not to laugh.
That is amazing. Holy shit. Dude, I wish I had a bear friend that I could just feed vegan dog food. That'd be so sick. Let me see, Riley.
Fuck you, Baltimore! If you're dumb enough to buy a new car this weekend, you're a big enough schmuck to come to Big Bill Hell's Cars. Bad deal. Cars that break down. Thieves. If you think you're gonna find a bargain at Big Bill, you can kiss my ass. It's our belief that you're such a stupid motherfucker. You'll fall for this bullshit. Guaranteed. If you find a better deal, shove it up your ugly ass. You heard us right. Shove it up your ugly ass. Bring your tray. Bring your title. Bring your wife. We'll fuck her. That's right, we'll fuck your wife. Because at Big Bill Hell, you're fucked 6 ways from Sunday. Take a hike to Big Bill Hell, home of challenge pissing. That's right, challenge pissing. How does it work? If you can piss 6 feet in the air straight up and not get wet, you get no down payment. Don't wait. Don't delay. Don't fuck with us or we'll rip your nuts off. Only at Big Bill Hell. The only dealer that tells you to fuck off. Hurry up, asshole. This event ends the minute after you write us a check. And it better not bounce or you're a dead motherfucker. Go to hell. Big Bill Hell's Cars. Baltimore's filthiest and exclusive home of the meanest sons of bitches in the state of Maryland. Guaranteed.
That's pretty good. I gotta send that to a friend of mine. Thanks for that donation, Riley. Oh my god.
This bear always sneaks into this convenience store to steal its favorite cookies and chocolate bars. This greatest robbery has been ongoing for a month now, as the bear consistently revisits the same store to take its delicious snacks and leaves, without causing any trouble or harming anyone. Although the shop owner used to call the police to arrest this animal multiple times before, their efforts were in vain. The bear always escaped into the forest before the police arrived. Moreover, when he tries to lock the door to prevent this bear from entering his store, it just returns the very next day, almost like clockwork. The shop owner also claimed that even though this bear is stealing from him, every time it only takes 1 or 2 packages of its favorite snacks and leaves like a good boy. And he really loves this bear now. Subscribe.
That is pretty awesome. Bears are fucking great. It's too bad they're carnivorous.
How old is that commercial? How are you feeling? New Frank vids to watch.
This was uploaded to YouTube 17 years ago. I don't think... Oh no, someone made this commercial in Maryland back in the 80s, before YouTube. We actually copied stupid videos like this onto VHS tapes and turned them around. We were idiots. It's hard to believe that's a real fucking commercial. Well, thank you for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation. But, it appears there is a new Frank vid to watch. I'm doing okay-ish. I'm sick, though. I think I'm coming down with a fever. My, eyes feel very swollen and warm, and feel dizzy, and I just get that, I'm having that weird sick feeling you get before you get like a flu or something. I know Jasmine got sick, and she might have given it to me, but we'll watch this Frank vid next. What GPU do you have? Gigbot 4070 Super. That's pretty good GPU. I've got an RTX 4090. That was very, very expensive, but at least for me it was worth it.
What's up, guys? Frankie Eyeballs is...
Holy shit, 36 minutes, dude. I guess we can... What's going on here? That is a bear and a tiger being friends. Oh my god. Wow. Dude, why are they, like, so dangerous, but they're just, like, friend-shaped? They look like friends, but they're just dangerous as fuck.
I love you, sweetie. I love you, hon. Close the door for me, please. Where's my good boy? Where's my good boy? Close the door, hon. Close the door, hon.
There they are getting fish. It's poor salmon.
That sounds about right. I remember seeing ads like that in the early 1980s.
Yeah, even when I was growing up as a kid, I saw a lot of local car commercials like that, only they weren't saying they were gonna fuck your wife. Thanks for that donation, James.
The Bill Hells commercial represents what vegans be like when a meat eater wants to be a friend with them.
Yeah, pretty much. At least usually, anyway. That's the way it should be. Thanks for that donation, Riley.
Back with the restaurant vlogs. We're in Los Angeles visiting because I just went to see the eye surgeon and got a few things. But a lot of you guys, I'm sure, have been missing the restaurant vlogs. I appreciate you guys watching me so much, though. This is kind of the least I can do. It's so sunny out today. Like, I was actually outside. I think I start hurting my...
I wonder if Frank got a refund for that cosmetic surgery because that guy fucked his eyes up so bad.
Guys, give you guys a look at the street. I'm not sure what neighborhood we're in. Oh, no, we're in Westwood, actually. I know that because I was looking at the gyms in the area. What is that? I'm pointing this at the wrong. This is the restaurant. Violet. Nice little French restaurant. Look at the menu real quick. Seems good. So, let's go. Oh, no, hold on. So, look, Violet Bistro. Violet, nice little place. So I like French restaurants a lot because every single time they have like a few things on the menu that I like, that I can eat on my current diet that are healthy. Otherwise, like, I really take a look at the menu, see what the restaurant serves, and see if there's at least like one or two appetizers and entrees that I'm interested in. I usually stay away from like the mixed drinks and the hard liquor unless I'm getting like scotch or tequila or something, which I don't usually drink. Wine's by the glass. I used to work in restaurants, so I kind of have an idea of what I like. Usually white wine. One, because I like a little more. Two, because the red wine can be a little more inflammatory from the tannins and not really much of a difference. I think like this is, for red, this is probably what I like, Rhone wines, but we're gonna do white. Riesling is probably the most fruit-forward wine here, the fullest body, so I'm probably gonna try the Riesling first. Rosé I kind of like too. I like never get it though. Champagne always makes me sick, so not happening. I saw this on the menu that they have like homemade warm baguette with organic butter, so absolutely had to come. Almonds I could probably do actually. I usually try to keep my fat low though. That's some vegan stuff. We don't care about that fairy boy stuff here in California. California they care. We don't.
Who is minding the store while Frank is away?
I guess his other employees. Doesn't he have like 5 or 6 other employees? Something like that. Thanks for the donation, James.
The soup, possibly the soup might be good if it's like a VC slot or something. So, you know, brie we don't really do a lot of cheese. That's just fries. I might try the truffle fries, but it seems a little fatty. Smash burger's good, but I usually have to get everything taken off, everything plain, which is a problem. So I'll ask them if they have a sandwich or something, like a steak sandwich. If not, we might have to get a plain burger. Oh, you know what? Forgot his lunch. So I'm not gonna I will get a bottle of water though. We went out to scratch that. They have like an in-house water filtration system, which I don't usually like. And they actually, this is the first time it's ever happened. They don't have like Pellegrino or anything, so we're gonna have to hydrate with some beer for lunch. Which it's not just have one, because like when I went out last night to a restaurant, I had like a whole bottle of wine. It was good. I mean, I probably should have got the IPA. Instead, I just got like the regular Coca-Cola glass bottle, which probably isn't that bad. What I'm more concerned about is I saw that they had. Oh wait, hold on. Let me tell you back in. So there was like another French restaurant that I think I liked the menu more, but it was like a 25-minute drive instead of a 10-minute drive. So I wanted this one was closer because I saw the warm baguette with organic butter. The rest of their lunch, like I think I was looking at the dinner menu by accident because the only thing on the lunch menu that I actually want is either steak frites or hamburger frites. And I haven't eaten so much steak. I want to have the bread, which is better to soak everything, but it's brioche, so there's egg in it, so I'm not sure how much my stomach's going to agree with this meal. Mainly because the fries, probably fried in vegetable seed oil. And I used to, like when I was in New York, I'd go out like once a week and have fries as a treat, but I never really felt that good after. So I guess we'll see how much my brain shuts off after this lunch. I was thinking of only doing like, I'm only out here for 2 days, so I figured if I want to get like my money's worth of my plane ticket, I got to do lunch and dinner vlogs, because if it's just dinner, I'll only have 2 vlogs for coming out of here, so who knows when I'm going to get to do something like this again. So yeah, just while we're waiting now, last night, the nurses that like took care of me during my surgery went out to dinner, and I didn't like want to film that vlog because I was with them talking, trying to have some fun. So that's why I didn't film that last night, but it was just like a kind of more of a neighborhood restaurant, nothing. You know, because now we're in, that was by the beach, now we're back in LA, which has like, you know, more like unique artisanal kind of chefs and stuff. So this is more suitable for a vlog anyways. It's not like some just regular food you can do anyway. So it's not yapping it for the baguette, I guess.
Gig's dad's dad is too old for liquor. More important things in life, like watching Vegan Gains. Yes, watching me is definitely better for you than drinking liquor. Wish this boom would like stay down. It's like really retracting a lot. Get the fuck back here, you bitch.
So concerned about the seagulls and fries. The Coca-Colas are turning right off. And maybe I'll try to go light on the butter on the baguette. But I brought some. So in this baggie, I brought some vitamin B1 and some nasty gum. I think that's all I put in here. So like when I'm going out and I'm trying to relax and not stress my liver too much with the meals, and especially with the alcohol, I just take B1 and nasty gum. Adding extra minerals like zinc, magnesium, and other stuff. The more you take, the worse it can be, because your body has to process more. So just from like a minimally inflammatory perspective, you just want to give your body, you know, what it needs to process the meal, which is really just B1 and then some acid to kind of inhibit any overgrowth. So this I'll probably take when the food comes, right when the food comes. Imagine, bro. I'm trying to remember the last time I drank a Coca-Cola. I think it was back when we were doing the burger reviews in New York. I had a Coca-Cola once or twice a few years ago. It says Refresco. I'm guessing this is the Mexican cola. Ingredients: carbonated water, cane sugar, caramel color, phosphoric acid, natural flavors, caffeine.
All alcohol is poison to the body.
Yeah, it's really fucking bad for you. I don't think a lot of people realize just how bad alcohol is for you. There's no amount that's actually safe. The less you drink, the better. And, like, as far as acute illness, alcohol is probably worse for you than smoking cigarettes. Like, if you have an alcohol problem, you can die. Like, you can die from alcohol poisoning. You can give yourself severe liver damage in just a matter of months. Like with cigarettes, yeah, it's terrible for your lungs. It's cancer causing. It causes heart disease, but as far as just acute illness, like if you had a smoking problem, you're probably going to be fine for a longer period of time than if you had a drinking problem. Thanks for the donation, James.
The worst thing in your mind actually is either phosphoric acid or caramel color. I'm not really against this that much, but like liquid sugar can tend to cause like candida overgrowth, so you don't want to drink like 2 of these. Yeah, I was thinking about bringing my microphone, but I just said screw it. I really should have, because I wasn't sure if I was going to do these vlogs or not. So I just wanted, maybe in case like the noise was too loud or stuff, but hopefully it's not that bad. If we do another vlog tonight and the restaurant's really busy, it might be a problem, especially at the bar. There were a few times when I went out to New York and I didn't film because it was.
And all sodas are just sugar water.
Yeah, I don't know why people don't just drink artificially sweetened sodas. There's no point in drinking sugary sodas. It's just empty calories. It's worse for your teeth. And you can enjoy the same taste without any of the calories. It's kind of stupid. Thanks for the donation, though, James.
So we got our first course. Organic butter looks good. I think that's olive oil and burrata. Might try a little bit of cheese and toasted bread. So with my current diet, I do try to avoid certain things, but the most important thing is that like I don't eat too much fat, because the fat increases the bile release from the liver, which then I don't feel so good. And my stomach got kind of loose, and that in combination with the sugar can be bad. But so imagine taking your vitamins with Coca-Cola. It's probably I got like 5 master capsules and 3 B1. So, what was I gonna say? EMS were getting to me. Oh, so some of you guys are like, hey, he's drinking Coca-Cola. The most important thing is that there's nothing in it that's going to long-term cause liver issues. So if it's just a bad day or like whatever, that's fine. But if you eat something, like if I eat something really bad that I'm not supposed to eat, it could be like shellfish or something really polluted with heavy metals. It could take a few days to a week to get rid of that. And maybe once in a while that's not that bad, but if you're gonna do it like, if you're doing it every day or every other day, then you're never gonna get better. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, bread is good. Bread, good baguette. There's this guy on TikTok that he like does baguette reviews. He's not that popular, but it's funny because he's like so specific and such a hard critic. I'm just a little butter. So this is my favorite thing to get at restaurants, because it's like a nice big starch source to break everything up, you know, because if you go have a greasy burger, if you go have greasy fries, the bread really helps soak that up. Which is why I'm not putting that much butter on. But everything's balanced, guys, because you're like a normal healthy person without liver damage. Bread and butter with like a normal amount of butter is like perfectly healthy. Burrata, you guys didn't see it. So I don't do olive oil because it can have flavonoids and it can be a little bad, but
I'm pretty sure aspartame is calorie-free. If it has any calories in it, it's not anything you could, you know, you'd ever want to bother tracking.
burrata juice is pretty good. It's really just same as the. Oh no, this is softer. Oh, that's not. I was wrong the whole time. That's creme fraiche. It's olive oil. So you're definitely supposed to mix it in. Stick with the butter. You know, it didn't really look like burrata, but I was guessing that could be the only thing in olive oil. Because I've never seen that. I've never seen creme fraiche with olive oil. It must be a French thing. Creme fraiche and olive oil. You know what? So you guys will try it. Creme fraiche and olive oil. it's nice. It's plain. You know, it's nice and plain. That's flavor profile wise, it's pretty comparable to butter, actually. It's good. It's definitely, it's really nice because the olive oil is kind of like sharp. You can have that like pepperiness, but the creme fraiche in there kind of cuts through it. So,
Why the fuck are we watching this guy eat bread?
second-hand lunch. French are attacking, conquering us with their food. Look like these are cut like a hybrid between a chip and a French fry. Actually, which is kind of cool. I never use these. Mayo, ketchup, never. The burger, we got plain. I told them just a little bit of onion, a little.
Is that a vegan restaurant? I'm waiting for Frank to make his signature statement.
That is not a vegan restaurant. I think they have vegan options, but it is not a vegan restaurant. Otherwise, Frank wouldn't be eating here. Yeah, and I wonder when Frank is gonna tell everybody he's not gay again. Thanks for that donation, James.
A little bit of mustard. They put lettuce on there, which I won't take off. Sometimes if the lettuce is like really light, or like white shredded cabbage, I'll leave it on, but green means carotene, which means flavonoids, which means no point. So, it was either
wow, dude.
like 6 ounce steak frites for $40 or...
Frank thinks a little piece of lettuce is going to harm his health. But he's fine with eating butter, a Coca-Cola, and a fucking greasy-ass burger, and fries. Like, my god, this guy is just unhinged.
4 ounce burger for $32, but that's pretty. $32 for a smash burger, that's 4 ounces. I think that's worse than New York prices. But at least it's a brioche bun, it looks pretty good quality.
Hey, somebody said vegan chocolate mousse in the back.
It's good, but like... $32. You know what, actually? Maybe it's just because I did this, but it might be White Castle. Because of the grill flavor, it's plain with onions. Very good. I like it. I also told him not too greasy. Perfect.
You know what else people say that I hate? When they say certain food additives are bad for you because they're banned in other countries. Okay, so we just banned pot again? These things are in our food for a reason. Like less food waste and food spoil.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck they can use that as a reasoning. It doesn't make any sense. Like, yeah, weed is legal. Magic mushrooms are illegal. There's a lot of shit that's illegal or banned that isn't bad for you or has very, very low risk or makes no sense to ban. They're just idiots. Like, what's funny is people freak out about things like preservatives. The most common preservative is vitamin C.
I can imagine James Wade spends his free time watching paint dry when you're not streaming. It's about as entertaining as the average Frank video.
Yeah, the only difference is paint can't tell you it's not gay. Thanks for that donation, Poop. Yeah, like, most people don't know what they mean by food additives and preservatives. Like, again, the most common preservative is ascorbic acid, vitamin C, and nobody... I don't think there's anybody who has a problem with vitamin C, but then they freak out about preservatives, and then when you ask them what preservatives are bad, they can't tell you. Thanks for that donation, Grey Knight.
This is some amazing activism.
I don't know if you're supposed to send me a link, but you didn't give me a link. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
For what I ordered, for my diet, this is amazing. It's delicious, but... Try, Brian. These are good. This crap. These are... Maybe 10 years from now, when I open my LA restaurant, I'm going to post this chef. Maybe. These are... They're light, very light, crispy, and soft. But there's like a clear transition. It's like a crispy outer shell and a clear transition into the softness. But the inside of the fry is like dry and soft, sometimes it can be like soggy and soft. Okay. You know, your body needs to process sugar. Your body needs to process the alcohol. It can be comfortable with doing, you know, like one.
Actually, I am teaching myself how to use my old man's slide rule.
Yes, that is. I think you told me that before. That's good. It's always good to know how to measure things. Thanks for the donation, James.
Oops, here is the link.
Let me take a look.
Hi, I'm Raffaella, the militant vegan, and you are an animal enslaver as long.
Alright, we'll watch that next after we finish this Frank video. I like Raffaella, she's cool. Thanks for the donation, Riley Jones.
Serving worth of each, but as soon as you go above that, it's a little risky. If I was like really on top of my shit, what you would do, I mean, it's too expensive here, but you just order 2 hamburgers instead of fries. Guys, I'm not like you guys anymore. I'm not afraid of sugar. Outside of the contact of Candida, I'll happily down one of these, but as soon as you go over like 45-50 grams of sugar in one meal, it's usually going to cause a Candida overgrowth.
That is not what usually happens. Frank's, that's a great freeze frame. Yeah, sugar doesn't just cause Candida overgrowth. Bootycam donated $2, let me see.
Forward!
Holy fucking shit.
Arjira! Dir back!
Huh. So who is engaging the ISIS trucks? Swedish citizen who traveled to Iraq and Syria as a volunteer to fight ISIS shows a close-range, linear ambush of 2 ISIS fighters attempting to make an escape in a Toyota Hilux pickup truck. Well, they got fucked up.
Forward!
Yeah, they did.
Ate most of the burger. Like 1 bite left. Onion smash patty, little stone ground mustard on the bottom. Fries are good. I could probably finish this, but I'm going to be reasonable and not starve myself today. This is a bad idea because the chance of another restaurant having a glass bottled soda, I don't know. They might. I'm staying. Change into gym clothes. Uber to the gym. Then Uber back. So that's 3 more Uber trips, which is probably $35, $40. That's actually a really bad idea. What I should have just put shorts on and gone straight to the gym after this. I didn't want to like wear shorts and sneakers to the restaurant, but that doesn't really matter. Yeah, that seems like a really bad idea. $15 Uber home, change, $15 Uber gym, pay for gym day pass, it's like a $60, $70 excursion. I'm only gonna work out for like half an hour. What I should do is tomorrow, if I film another lunch vlog, then.
Dude, this is weird. So he'll spend 30 grand on fucking eye surgery, travel to LA multiple times, and then he's freaking out about spending an extra like 15 or 30 bucks on an Uber drive.
And I'll wear my gym clothes and I'll work out tomorrow. Probably for the better because I kind of need to go home. I kind of need to get I do need to go home. I was gonna, you know what I was thinking? I was looking at flight changes last night.
Man, the Wizard of Oz skit you did about Frank fucking killed me. The guy is awful, but man, he is grade A content.
Yeah, Frank is one of the best lol cows that you can just keep on milking endlessly. Thanks for that donation, Masashi Blade.
I flew in yesterday, got to LA at 10:30 in the morning. At about midnight, I was looking at flight changes. I was like, you know, I could fly back home 5 a.m. right now. I could have been, honestly, the Mastic might be. Just paid the bill, guys. It was like $63.86, I think, with tip. So from a money perspective of how much I waste on dinner, this was actually pretty tame. I remember the last place we did in New York, Lake Cuckoo. Dude, does anyone remember when I spent on that dinner?
He is still pretty damn cross-eyed.
I think with tip, I think it was like $350 or $400. It was something absurd. The dinner I paid for those nurses last night was more than that, but it was 4 people, you know? Anything more than like $125 for yourself is It's disgusting, bro. It's disgusting. See how my left eye's still a little wonky, but the right eye looks okay? Yeah, it's
Yeah, that eye is not aiming straight. It's going way inside.
really obvious here. You see the left eye. So, what's the name? Oh, guys, look how I gained weight, bro, and I don't even work out anymore. Hey, look, dude, for not working out at all, I swear to God, haven't lifted a weight upper body since I quit the weightlifting journey thing. I do weigh 170 now, though, and I'm not that fat. I'm not that fat, you know? I'm not. I think it went all in my legs, to be honest, but I got scared when I got on the scale at the eye doctor. The scale said like 190, but that's because my boots weighed like 10 or 15 pounds, I think, and the clothes too, like 10, 15 pounds altogether. So my actual weight now is 172, which is the most I've weighed. I think I weighed even more than I did during my.
That should be LOL bull.
I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're talking about. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
Bodybuilding transformation. I think then I was 165, so now it's nice I'm able to put on like a little fat here. That kind of helps relieve some toxic stress. All right, we're gonna wrap up this vlog before I start peeing and let you guys listen to it. Thank you guys for joining. I know it seems like something that someone normal would have a lot of fun doing this stuff, but for me, guys, travel, take the time away from work. You guys draw my sense of humor. You guys think I'm entertaining. And these restaurant vlogs are over. I have some more nonsense to say. So I actually Googled gym, and there's Equinox across the street. There's like LA Fitness up the street. So I could technically just go and work out a little bit in my clothes now, which isn't a bad idea. Equinox doesn't have day passes. They don't do that. So Equinox is out of the question. Maybe we need to go to Equinox West Hollywood, and maybe when the ferry boys see me walk in, they'll be like, "Hey, do you want to work out with me?" And they'll just let me in. I don't know, guys. It's 2:30. Probably be hungry again at 8:39. So we'll see what time that other restaurant's open till late to see if we can go. And I'm just debating on. You know what? I'm gonna just call up the other gyms in the area and see how much day passes, because it's only like 10 or 15 bucks. I'm literally just gonna work out for 15 minutes. I mean, I got my boots on. I got work boots on, which is a problem, and these work pants. So
Cows are female and bulls are male.
Yes. I don't know what that's in reference to, though. I'm missing something. Thanks for that donation, though, James. Why is he wearing fucking work boots?
one thing I wanted to do on the treadmill was go for a run a little bit, but I walked on the beach earlier, so now I'm not as worried about doing that. Bro, I didn't bring any water with me. Holy shit. Can you guys see? Oh my god, my girlfriend. I'm losing my girlfriend.
Well, there we go. We got the I'm not gay.
The love of my life. Bro, I need to get out more. That could happen every day. Jesus. Talk about like Peterson. Am I gonna get canceled for doing that? Bro, I think it was far away enough and blurred enough that it's not an issue. I'm tempted. You know, the thing is, I didn't see her face, so I can't stress it. I have to chase her down the street just to get a look at her face, see what she looked like. Anyway, welcome to Equinox West Hollywood. We are high performance. What the hell? What word do they use? Community. Welcome to Equinox West Hollywood. We are a high performance community. What the fuck did they say? I don't know. Call up Equinox LA and listen to their voice message at the beginning. It's kind of funny. Equinox is out. LA Fitness. It's $20. But even that, what am I going to pay? Do I really want to pay $20? Go in there, work out for what? 15, 20 minutes? Is that worth it? Some of you guys will be saying, hell no. Me, I haven't worked out in 2 days. So it might be worth it too. Just to feel a little better. You know what, ladies and gentlemen? I think I need to get away. I think my mind has been in a bad place. I've been looking at girls on the street. I've been making...
Oh, lull bull, not lull cow. I don't know. With Frank, it could be either way.
Jokes. I'm gonna go to the gym.
He's not much of a bull, so...
Clear my mind. Oh, I like said this video was over like 5 times now. I want to show you guys something. This. Oh, that's not a fake flower. That's a real flower. It's not holding the phone up. I wasn't wearing the bandana.
Bend over and tell her is Israel and Hamas in a nutshell. Let me see. Ooh.
When you made that statement that Frank is the LOL cow that one can keep milking.
Yes, someone explained to me what you meant by that he's not female, so he wouldn't be a cow that you can milk. I don't know. He's pretty feminine. Thanks for that donation, James. Yeah, this is Israel, Hamas in a nutshell. Everybody blames Israel. It's fucking retarded, man.
In the restaurant because it's kind of ghetto, but it's just a little more head protection. But I think the bandana is suitable for LA Fitness. Where's she just walking? She just walked into Tender Greens, bro. Maybe I need to go eat a salad with my new girlfriend.
Oh my god.
No, I was looking like she had these huge sunglasses on her face. But slim figure, cute outfit. Her lips were nicely formed. No, but see, imagine if I went into the French restaurant like this with this fucking do-rag looking bandana on my head, bro. I can go to the gym like this though. Like, it doesn't fit me, bro. I don't have the voice or the personality to wear a do-rag. It's old age, they're gonna be like I'm crazy. Alright guys. So I like giving people in New York money, especially the homeless people. If I try doing that out here, bro, I'd go broke in one day. From any fucking part of California. You'll find homeless people like anywhere. Even doesn't make any sense. Yeah, we got some music on now, match the do-rag. Get that? Alright, the reason I'm recording is brain fog update. Coke didn't fry my brain too much, I think I'm fine. So I still feel good. Maybe just a little out of it, but honestly, like,
Booty Cam Donate Tellers, can we watch this soon? Also, don't know if you wean it, but Sneeko looking and sounding dumb, as always.
Hypostasis. What's the definition of that? Person.
Sneeko gets into IRL religion debate with Christian. Not sure if I saw that one. We can take a look later. Thanks for the donation, Booty Chem.
taking that magnesium and zinc and shit every day, chelating a lot of copper, probably need a break from it. I don't really feel like going to the gym, but I saw this on the map near me, UCLA Botanical Garden. It's fine, so I don't really want it. This isn't like as big as it looks. Thank you for some type of 3 times bigger, and I can bag them. Just gotta clear it up. Yeah, how much do you think? What did this cost the city of LA? Like $700 million.
Frank is definitely the one doing the milking, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, he probably is. He did work as a prostitute after all. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
Yeah, right, like, hey bro, I'll send you some supplements.
Well, that was horrifically boring.
What's that word you're using? Hypostasis. What's the definition of that? Person, individual subsistence and irrational nature. They're separate or they're together? Distinct, not separate. What's the difference between distinct and separate? Well, separable means they can be taken apart. We're not saying they can be taken apart. Semantics. It's not semantics, it's metaphysically different. Separation implies like this, I can separate this.
If you're having a debate on like a highly specific or, I don't want to say intellectual, academic topic, the first person to pull out the semantics is an auto loser. Like, in a layman's conversation, semantics means that you're just like, you're equivocating on words kind of. But in an actual precise conversation, we were talking about precise things, semantics are materially important. Semantic distinction between one thing or another is important to know what you're talking about. Unless the other person is being semantic in a fallacious way. Yes, that's why I said, unless you're equivocating. But usually that's a layman's that's going to be a layman's conversation. But if you're having a precise academic conversation and if the person is using an incorrect term or something, then you would definitionally correct them. You wouldn't just say semantics. You would correct them. It doesn't make sense to say semantics. That's what you use in like a layman's debate. It's weird to have like an elevated conversation about a really precise topic. Just say that. It doesn't make, especially when it sounds like Sneeko is trying to just say semantics because he doesn't know the word. He doesn't understand the concept.
You said you believe in one. You say you believe in one, but who do you pray to, Jesus or God? You said either one.
No, I'm saying
either or.
Well, you can twist my language if you want, but as I already made clear, we're talking about hypostases. We're talking about the fact that any of them are God according to us, but we still pray to any of them as God. There's not really a distinction in regards that they are God. But there's no difference between that and saying you can call upon any of the names of your God and it's still referring to the same being. That's not necessarily a problem. Yeah.
Yeah, no, that sort of rhetoric is why I love Christianity and why Tawhid makes sense to me.
But that's not rhetoric. That's calling it rhetoric isn't,
I'm not calling it rhetoric.
You said that kind of rhetoric. Bro, this is like... On Speaker's Corner is like, imagine if like Twitter debates existed in real life. There's like celebrity debaters here that come here and debate the same shit. Like imagine every single person is like Darth Dawkins. To ever come into here and try to debate this without having an extensive theological background is like... Destiny, explain the Trinity? I can explain it in layman's terms, but I can't actually tell you. Like, in defending in a debate, I would never be able to do that. It's God, the Father, the Holy Spirit. It's supposed to be three shades of like the same person, right? Or the same entity. Like Sneeko and whatever the fuck is his real name, Nico? Are like the same person, but they're two kind of like different shades of the same thing. But I also don't even know what the Holy Spirit or the Holy Ghost is. I'm not even sure what the fuck that is. It's something you always do the sign of the cross, Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, but it's technically the same thing. But I couldn't like defend that hardcore. I don't think.
Sorry, we didn't. Sorry, that interrupted us over there.
Yeah.
So
it's okay, bro. I don't really want.
Well, no, because I want to engage with what you think about my beliefs, right? Because you say
Is that what you really want? Or you just want some clout?
I can put it.
You just want some clout. Who the f is this dick suck that shows up with Sneeko? Bro, you're literally on.
This dude is a fucking Muslim apologist whack job who's a terrorist, and he challenges people to fights all the time.
Speaker's Corner. You're the guest here, and you brought a fucking video camera to record. How dare? What do you mean? Oh, you just want some clout, bro? This isn't your area. What are you? Oh my god! What an unbelievable fucking question. That's what they came here for. There's 50 million people with cameras around. Holy shit! Cringe.
Because you say
Is that what you really want? Or you just want some clout?
I can put it. With God as my witness, I have no interest in clout.
Which God?
My God, the Lord our God, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. I was just curious because he says a lot about our faith online. I just want to engage with him in a dialogue. I think that's fair for a critic of our faith to engage with someone who wants to answer some criticisms.
That's right. But the reason that I love Christianity
Is Frank going gangster apostrophe dot? I will make sure that I send one of my fully maturated Vladislava Galakan clones, Brainy and Brawny, to be his guide in A.
I don't think he would appreciate that, considering his proclivities. Thanks for that donation, though, James.
because I've never heard an answer that makes sense to me. And you're saying that my lack of understanding is wrong.
Well, I'm saying that appealing.
Faith all starts from understanding. If something doesn't make logical sense to me, if I don't understand it, I'm not going to believe it.
All I was stating.
It's not a personal attack on your faith.
He's doing like the Vosh thing where when you go into a debate, if you don't really know the subject matter, you can kind of use like rhetoric and logic to kind of brute force your way through it if the other person's not as nimble. And you just kind of like point out contradictions or try to use like proper, like argumentation to try to like work your way through it. And it's sloppy and it's rough, but you can do it if the other person's not able to hang with you on it. But you're only doing this if you don't know what you're talking about, and it's an attempt to kind of like slide past the actual arguments because you can't address them. But I mean, again, my guess is, without knowing this guy, he probably does this shit all the time. He probably debates this a million times. Wait, what the fuck? Do you think Sneeko has convinced himself that Islam makes sense, or is it just a simple grift? I think for Sneeko, there's multiple things at play. One is that I think the largest aspect is that he's actually a coward. And Muslims are the loudest and probably the meanest people you'll find online. And when you fuck with the Muslim community, you get a lot of probably really scary pushback from that. So Muslims are the easiest to follow online just because of how the online caliphate works, basically, where they're incredibly active online and they will come after you if you're like their religion, especially now that they've got like swept up into so much red. So that's number one, I think, is the cowardly angle. The second thing I think is, it kind of goes hand in hand with that. It's the grift because it's such a huge population of people to appeal to. And then the third part is because Muslims today like represent a pure form of Christianity to people that don't like the LGBT stuff or the weak stuff of the West. They see Muslims as being like based and like defenders of their religion and strong values, whereas Christians are like weak and they are all LGBT and dumb now. So I feel like these are the three big things at play right now, be my guess.
Once again, we all know Shalini. Shalini's got a particular way, but calling a woman a sharmuta, which is a prostitute, a whore in Arabic, I was just telling him that by engaging in this, I agree, she shouldn't be doing that in that manner. I've never disagreed. I don't go around the park doing that. I don't think I'm known for doing that. I think I don't have any particular reason why I should be lumped in. I was just stating that regardless of that, as a Muslim man, do you really think he needs to be following around a tiny...
Wait, wait, hold on. Are these, I assume that one of, I saw before he had one mic, I assumed it was his mic. Are there just like tons of people sticking mics on this guy for their fucking content? Destiny, you are wrong. He genuinely believes it. You can see a clear growth in him and his content. I don't believe you. Sorry, I don't believe you. If there is a single video of Sneeko speaking with what seems to be like a genuine intellectual understanding of the Quran or of Muhammad or something, more than just kind of like platitudes, I might believe it, but I've never seen it. It wouldn't surprise me if he hasn't spent more than 2 minutes actually reading or studying anything related to the Quran. I doubt he has. He's probably just picking up stuff from people around him who speak. But I think Sneeko is a pretty intelligent person, pretty high IQ person. I think that he can absorb stuff around him, and that's good enough for like online conversation. It's not going to cut it in an arena like this, but he can get by online and he kind of seems knowledgeable of it. Am I out of the loop? What is this place? Is it a known park something? I don't know much about it, just what I pick up. I think Speaker's Corner is a place I think it's in London, right? But this is like the place to go where people debate and do with each other. Like I think it's a super, super, super popular. Is it in London? Yeah, it's like a super well-known popular thing. Shouting and celeb.
As long as you consume animal products.
The people buying the meat and drinking the milk don't rape the animals.
Yeah.
But there is artificial insemination done, yes, which is not quite the same as rape, but it's...
That is exactly what rape is.
We would call it rape, though, if it were done to a human unconsensually.
Yeah, to a certain extent, but the problem is...
It's rape to a certain extent. These people are just coping.
People would read that and they'd say, I don't trust you to... When you...
Can we react to this? If you want to skip the intro, skip to 2 minutes.
Only our camera.
Let me take a look. Dark side of high school basketball.
Cameras were there as Dior Johnson walked into court today facing felony assault and strangulation charges.
San Ysidro High School basketball star Mikey Williams is facing multiple charges tonight related to a shooting in Hamul, getting punched by his own players.
Kicked off the team after he was charged with...
Police say 2 student athletes were just arrested in connection...
Okay, so I'm assuming this guy's like a gang member or something. We'll react to that later. Thanks for that, Nation Lamb Chop.
I can't stand all these influencers who claim to be religious. People like Sneeko and Andrew Tate claim to be Muslim but smoke and drink and do all kinds of haram shit. I think it's just a narcissistic tendency to seem like a holy man.
With Sneeko, it's a grift, and the only reason he says he became Muslim is because Andrew Tate said he became Muslim. He just, sucks Daddy Tate's dick. I know there are some Muslim influencers who are absolutely grifting. I can't remember the dude's name, but he is a massive, massive attention whore. He claims to be a Muslim apologist and makes Muslim apologetic content, but he's been caught drinking, doing drugs, having sexual relationships with transgender women, a lot of haram shit. And he's just doing the Muslim apologetic stuff because he knows it makes money online. He sees people like Muhammad Ajab and shit doing it, and he just wants the cash. So, yeah, with people like Andrew Tate, Sneeko, it's a grift. Other people, they're just genuinely delusional and insane, like Muhammad Ajab. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
Say you rape, they don't trust that. Maybe you won't trust the other things you say as well.
All right, then we can have a discussion about it. So that's why you were provoked by the sign. So now I can ask you, what's your justification to pay for the rape and enslavement of animals?
Well, actually, I've been vegan for 35 years.
Are you vegan now?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So I think we should use the words like rape and
Why the fuck is this guy coming up and arguing with her then?
enslaving, because in human context we would, and that breaks this speciesism that people just say, they're just animals.
Yeah. What you could do is put the word rape in inverted commas. You got it like that. That means it's not exactly rape.
But it is. Because we abuse
is.
somebody's sexual organs for trivial reasons without their consent. Just because they're an animal doesn't make it not rape.
Yeah, you can say everything you do to an animal, like pets. You keep pets. They don't consent to it.
Well, keeping and buying is something different. I would never say that it's okay to buy animals because that's slavery. However, if you save...
In a pet shop,
yeah.
people buy the animals.
Yeah, that's slavery. That's not okay.
Yeah, and that's how people get pets.
No, well, some animals are saved, but they're still kept as pets. I prefer the term animal companion, but at the end of the day, if an animal...
You're wearing leather, for God's sake.
No, this is vegan leather. These are vegan Doc Martens. This is vegan plastic.
There we
yeah,
go.
vegan.
So it's not real leather. It's vegan. It's made to look like it. It's made of plastic and rubber.
I love the randos who are like, you're vegan, but you're wearing leather. Oh, that's fur. I love the randos who try to do this shit. Some dumb bitch tried to do that shit with me because I go everywhere with my motorcycle and I wear motorcycle gear. And she's like, your boots are made out of leather. I fucking love it when they do that shit.
Nah, bullshit.
No, it's not bullshit.
Look at online. Look at online vegan things.
Loonies.
What's your justification for slaving animals? Why?
You could disagree, but not loony.
Thousands of years we're using animal for food, for meal.
True.
It's a nature.
This guy can't even speak English. For thousands of years we use animal in nature. Like why? Like I don't understand this either. Why the fuck do people who can barely speak English fucking come up and try to talk to you? Like fuck off. Go to like I don't know Kazakhstan town or something.
It's a nature.
Yeah.
We grow up chicken, we use the dog. We don't eat dog.
Yeah.
Some other nation eat dog.
Yeah.
We don't eat snake. Some other. It's a nature thing.
I tell you what, I agree with
The
you. But
strongest one survive.
yeah, I agree with you, but things have changed now.
The strongest survive. You want to cage match me, bro?
So a small human population, just a few farm animals.
Yeah.
But the human population goes up and up and up. The number of farm animals goes even bigger and bigger and bigger.
And we're going
It's
to
a
be
problem.
extinct after a certain time. We may be.
Well, we may be,
they've been
rather not
living.
be.
We've been only for 2,000 or 10,000 years or 50,000 years.
No.
They've been here for hundreds of thousands of years.
So I don't think the chickens will go and eat you if you stop eating them. And if
For
you're
99% of all animals ever lived in the world, they gone.
I'll tell you what, because there's nothing I agree, because although I'm vegan, I agree with you. Thing is, if you go back even a few hundred years, the animals were kept nicely with the small farmer. He knew his animals. But now
it's still
you
murder, though.
get 20,000 chickens in one shed. That's not good.
You get 20,000.
Intensive farming is not good.
normal farming isn't good either.
It's
Because
better
no,
than...
you're a murderer of animals, no matter how they are kept. You're the loony here. Yeah. Calling us loonies but having no argument for hurting animals, that's loony.
Tell you what, buy free range.
No, don't buy animal slaves.
Free range.
This is not a vegan.
This guy is not vegan. What the fuck? Buy free range? Fuck this guy. Oh my god.
No!
Eat free range organic.
Don't eat meat. I wouldn't say eat free range organic humans.
But most 99% of the world's population do eat meat.
Yeah, they
I'd
should stop.
rather they ate organic free range meat.
There is no right.
Like, why isn't he just telling him to eat Beyond Meat or something? Like, of all things to recommend to reduce animal harm, why in the fuck would he just tell him to eat vegan alternatives? Like, what a fucking cunt.
Way to do the wrong thing.
Yeah, fake. Yeah, not a vegan confirmed. Holy fuck.
Yeah, but there's a better ways and worse ways.
But it's still rape, it's still murder, it's still abuse. This
Yeah,
is not
but
what
it's
we should be
better.
communicating.
It's
We shouldn't say that there's a good way to murder animals.
We can. They're not murdering, it's killing.
Oh my god, you're not a vegan, you're a traitor of the animals. Would
No,
you
no,
like
no,
to be
no,
treated
no.
like the animals even in good conditions are being treated?
Dude.
Because they're retarded. That's always the answer.
Yes, it literally is always the answer. The simplest explanation is usually the right one, and yeah, it's because they're retarded. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification.
They're property, they are slaves. That's not humane.
Have got a right to eat animals.
No,
I
we
say
don't.
It's much better
You're
that
not
we
a
don't.
vegan. You don't
I am
understand
vegan. I
animal
don't
rights
eat.
if you say that we have the right to
There are
enslave and
different-
murder animals.
You put words in my mouth. I don't put words in other people's mouths.
You
put
allow
words
other
in my
people to
mouth.
put animals in their mouths. That's way
Yeah,
worse than just
that's
using
right,
words.
that's
But
right.
these are the
We're allowed
correct
to.
terms.
We are allowed
Who
to.
allows that?
We're allowed
the
to.
animal does not want that.
Okay, you can
have
say
to
the
speak on
shame.
behalf of the victim.
Tiger eats a sheep.
So I would
It's
say
allowed
I
to.
would save
Is that
save
murder?
yes I would
Is that
save
murder?
I would save the sheep. The difference is the tiger does not have the opportunity to pick something else. The human does. That's what's humane. You
Now-
know, humane
now
is
we do.
choosing the
Now
not
we
cruel
do.
thing.
Now we do. Didn't used to.
But now we
Almost
do.
all of
So,
our history,
so there's no humane
there
way
was
to
no such
murder
thing as-
animals.
There is. There's better and worse. There's better and
Okay,
worse.
would you like to be killed in the good way?
yeah.
Would you like to die that
I'll
way?
Answer.
No, that's still
I'll
not
answer
humane.
in my
Humane
words.
means doing it
I'll
to humans
answer in
would be
my
okay.
words. I'll answer in my words. If I got the choice of a few seconds in an abattoir, or
But that's
in
not
the
what
wagon,
happens.
I haven't finished, or in the wild with.
That's not the dichotomy you're dealing with. Why is he bringing this up when that's not the dichotomy? Animals aren't given the choice to either live in an abattoir and then get killed when they're like 2 years old versus living in the wilderness where they could die from a number of causes like exposure, malnutrition, getting killed and eaten by like a wolf. They're not given any of those fucking choices. So why is he like pulling this at? Well, I'd rather live in an abattoir in a peaceful existence than live out in the wilderness. Okay, great. What the fuck does that have to do with animal agriculture?
Animals jumping on me, ripping me to pieces, eating me while I'm still alive. I'd rather be in an
Yes,
abattoir.
but that's not the choice
That's
we have. We
better.
have not enslaving and murdering, but actually protecting these animals or doing it. So
Maybe
this is a different dichotomy that you're opening up here. The people have the
free-range
possibility
organic
to be vegan.
Is way better. I personally.
It's maybe there's
vegan.
a
That's
better form of
personal
rape, but it's still rape and murder.
Personal choice.
The best
Personal
form, the
choice.
only okay form, is not raping, murdering, and enslaving animals. Can I eat free range humans? Can I eat free range humans? You're a happy human.
If they give
But
their consent.
the animals cannot give consent. That's the thing. They cannot give
And neither
consent
can the
physically.
sheep. Neither can sheep that gets eaten by the wolf. give its
Exactly. That's
consent.
why I would save the sheep. That's why I would save the sheep.
And
But
the tiger
difference.
Let me see.
Are you against?
Does she have Instagram? Doesn't look like it. Huh. Ooh, lingerie protest. Hell yeah. Those are some good butts.
Contro la violenza. Violenza animali, no.
Yeah, you owe violenza because you eat their bodies, you drink.
Contro violenza.
If you eat meat, if you
99% of the time, I am stronger, fitter, and more muscular than the carnists who argue survival of the fittest or you need animal products to gain muscle.
Yeah, same. It's funny how they talk about survival of the fittest, and then, like, you could just fuck them up. Like, if the world actually worked like that, survival of the fittest, they'd be fucking dead. But thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade. Like, none of them are particularly fit.
you drink milk, that's violence. That's violence. Animal product is gleich violenza. Yes, you have to be vegan if you want to be contra violence. Vegan. If you are not vegan, you are violenza to animals. Yes, no violenza to animals. You're a hypocrite if you're not vegan. Veganism is often misguided as a diet, but it's not. You can be very fat as a vegan. It's not about that. German. And on this page, A in Korea.
She's pretty based. Hopefully she starts uploading more content.
The difference between a wolf and a human is that we humans have the possibility to choose. So we have to tell people to not choose murder and violence.
We can make the case for not eating meat, but we can't tell them they shouldn't.
Of course we can. We can tell them they shouldn't eat humans. They shouldn't murder.
Oh yeah, she was the girl who asked Bobby if he'd fight me. Where's the timestamp? That was fucking funny,
Penguins
dude.
Zero is live on YouTube. Challenge him to an MMA match for the Ments.
Close this summer. All right.
3 hours
Get
ago.
him dripped out.
I know you don't like this guy, but apparently he was called a homophobic slur by James Aspie.
Yeah, I'm starting to do stuff with the membership on YouTube. So I actually didn't know this till last night. You can make videos exclusive to members.
Is
So
it
I'll probably start
cordial?
doing that and
Is
just
that how
doing,
you
like
s-
the behind the scenes shit there is like members things. I was hanging out with the boys yesterday and they were talking about like members stuff they do, and I was like, damn, I have no.
Give me a
idea
second,
that
Bloop.
deep.
I just want to see if he
I'll
sees
start
my
actually doing
comment.
shit with it. I don't think there's like an equivalent for Twitch though. But then again, I haven't like super looked either. Let's go more towards the top, like right towards the top. This is Jello Pain, $200 to buy my first computer. You didn't put your PayPal, you just put... Actually, I think I can make this work. Assuming this is your PayPal name. Hold on. That did not work. You sure you got the right... Hold on, let me see. The right name here? That should have worked. Just make sure you do like the whole link. And there we go. Got it. Alright, what was it, 200? Yeah. There you go. Jello Pain. Alright, let's go back into the middle. This is... Unknown non-bully. I don't know why I couldn't read that. I guess just no capitalization made it hard. Unknown non-bully. $300. I've been wanting to learn a third language. The
Holy fuck, dude.
Materials and some of the
donos he gets.
Fuck yeah. A third language? Jesus Christ, brother. What language are you learning this time? That's super cool, though. Dude's gonna just invent the next Rosetta Stone. There you go, unknown non-bully.
I think if I messaged him, he'd probably not see my message on Instagram.
Let's go back towards the middle.
It's too bad he doesn't have a Discord like Destiny.
This is Uncensored Pancakes. $600. I want to help pay my dad's debts. What a good offspring you are. Well, here you go. For your pops. That guy said, I came from my pappy. I'm gonna do what I can to help him. Let's go to one of the new... Actually, let's do the newest one. There. Stop the count. This is Yammy Yameezy. $50 to go toward Elden Ring DLC. Thank you. Alright. That's $50 well spent. Elden Ring DLC is looking like a real slapper. There you go, Yameezy. Yameezy. Alright, back into the middle. Hey, Zeraphine. I appreciate that. And no worries at all. Thanks for the membership, Andeleon. No, it's just pure RNG, just going through the forums is all. That's it. Let's go... Stop. This is... Hugs for Thugs. Help mom with bills. $300.
So, Bloop, I've seen this clip already. James called Cranky Vegan a faggot. I don't really care. James didn't really mean to say that as a homophobic slur. He was just saying that as an insult to Cranky Vegan. Cranky Vegan is a fucking dipshit.
Your family the
Thanks for the donation,
I
Bloop.
got you.
Oh, he's streaming on Twitch. I don't have a Twitch account.
You're the best. Makia, When Promised Flowers Bloom. I've never heard that. Is that an anime movie? It sounds like an anime title. It sounds good, Bloop.
Is citric acid the same as ascorbic acid? No.
What's the new Twitch Turbo? I have no fucking clue, brother. I don't even know what Twitch Turbo does. It was supposed to get rid of like ads or something a long time ago, but I don't think it does anymore. It sounds like a bunch of baloney. This is Rantero 01 or Mr. Antero 01 perhaps. New piano bench 120. Because I'm a pianist and practicing 5 hours.
Well, it doesn't look like that's going anywhere.
Hallo.
Hallo, hallo. Können wir sehen, können wir mich hören?
Get that with that plan. I did not calculate for snacks that I ate. I only did breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And
to actually not debate him and to not give him any publicity whatsoever. Since I decided to do that, honestly, his channel has been going down and down and down and down, and nowadays he kind of fades into obscurity. Why are you laughing?
Yeah.
He's getting really little clicks. He has almost 300,000 viewers and has only 5,000 views. That's very, very little. So I think that if we further ignore, he will be just a thing of
No, I'm not gonna get Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade's just mid.
past very, very soon. Yeah.
I mean, if you think that he's such a jealous ex-girlfriend, couldn't you settle that in an MMA match?
I said yes, let's go.
So you would do that?
Yes, absolutely. But I even said, why MMA match? Let's just street fight.
Yeah. So we'll take you by your word. I will get back to Vegan Gains. When would you be capable of doing that?
Street fighting him?
Yeah, when is your...
Come at me,
yeah, when, next month, like give me a date so that you none of you can be loved. No, give me a realistic date. Today is not a realistic
Come by,
date.
whenever.
Okay, whenever. Okay. I will get... and if that does not happen in the next 2 or 3 months, you are not a man of your word, Bobby.
Again, I will beat him up on the street.
Okay.
No problem.
Okay, in the next 2 or 3 months. I'm taking your word for it.
Come at me.
I'm taking your word for it. If Bobby does not fight Vegan Gains in the next 2 or 3 months, he is not a man of his word.
Absolutely.
All right.
No problem at all. It's very hilarious that Vegan Gains, in the first place, challenges people to MMA matches. He never trains MMA. I actually do. But still, I don't want to fight him in the MMA ring. I want to fight him on the street.
Okay, so you will fight him on the street in the next 2 or 3 months.
To death.
Not to death. No.
To death.
Not to death.
No, to
no,
death.
you do not kill humans. You already said that.
To death.
And Vegan Gains, last time I
death.
checked, is a human.
To death. No, he's not.
Oh, no.
To death.
No.
To death. So if he wants to fight me to death, let's do it. Let's go.
So you will only fight him to death.
To death.
You will only fight him to death.
To death.
Okay, so you just said that right now so that you don't...
And this will not surprise any of you. I agreed to have a street fight with him to the death, and I asked him where I could find him in, what was it? Macedonia, and he declined. He said, "Oh, you're just looking for attention. I'm not going to bother with you." So I agreed to the terms, and he still backed out.
You don't have to fight him. That's your reason to add that.
I want to fight him to death. What's wrong with that?
All right. Never mind. Thank you for the stream. Yeah. Thanks for having me on. Everybody go vegan. If you...
Yeah, pretty retarded.
Rape between humans is natural too. That's a naturalistic fallacy. They do actually. That's the wrong thing. They do actually. They eat the cubs of the new thing that I don't know the English word.
Lions. Not tigers.
Tigers
do.
All animals do that sometimes.
Animals
Sometimes out of boredom.
Animals which have live in a pride.
They do that sometimes when they fight.
But tigers don't live in a pride.
No matter. It's a naturalistic fallacy. Even if they did, even if they don't. You know, rape, murder, racism. That's all kind of natural thing. But we cannot orient our morals on basis of what is natural. That's a naturalistic fallacy. Just because lions eat animals, that's no justification for you, him or you to eat animals or to allow that choice.
We are omnivores.
We are opportunists.
Now would be a great time for James Wade to actually do something useful and donate 300 to Penguins 0 to debate Richard.
I wonder if he would actually do that. That'd actually be funny if he read it out. Let me see if he bothered looking at YouTube chat.
Maybe. $2.50 to buy something nice for my friend's birthday. Very vague, indescript, probably drugs, or just something cool for your friend, I guess, maybe. Both are equally possible.
Well,
Holistic omnivores. That means we have the possibility to take all nutrition that we need from a whole food plant-based diet, plus vitamin B12.
A cow.
It does not matter.
A cow can only eat grass.
Okay.
But we can eat anything we want.
Yeah, so why would you allow people to eat other animal people?
It's a good idea to eat vegan food. That's what I recommend.
And it's not okay to not eat vegan food.
You can't tell them they're wrong to eat meat.
Would you tell them they're wrong to eat human bodies?
I've already said, if that human gives permission,
yes,
which
all
they
right.
don't do, yeah.
They animals, do they give permission?
They don't have any option.
They don't give permission. All right, so if we say it's only okay if they give permission, then it's not okay.
I said the humans you can only
but the animals cannot. So if we take that permission away...
We've been eating meat for millions of years.
Oh my God, you speak like a non-vegan. Just because
we've
done always. We've been raping women for millions of years. We've been hitting children for millions of years.
Don't pretend
we've been having human slaves. I'm not saying that I never... Now you're putting words in my mouth. Look, we have done that for ages. We have always done that. It's been naturally, but those are fallacies. And not to allow them the choice. We have to have a rule that is... Of course we have to. We take their choice away when it comes to racism and enslaving humans, even though it's been natural and we've always do. We always did
this is where you challenge the old man to an MMA match.
that. We always...
Yeah, it's only recent that we stopped the slavery
Yeah, and we should stop the slavery of animals too.
Fine, people voted for it.
Booty Come Donate Tellers, this is a good video by Lamar Thompson.
Tales from ex-vegans. I don't understand what's been going on with me lately. I have been an ethical vegan for 2 months now. I feel like I've been responsible with my diet and getting adequate nutrition. I start my day off with a cup of chamomile tea with a couple squeezes from my bottle of honey. I've been trying to curb my coffee intake as it's doing a number on my teeth lately. And most of my meals consist of fruit like bananas, papayas, and a couple of slices of watermelon if I finished all my work for the day. If I need to get really full, there's always tasty Brazil nuts and cabbage I can top off with. Anyway, I'll get to the point. I have been absolutely ravenous for the past couple of months, and I'm starting to notice a steady decline in my health. So I looked on the internet and saw that several of my fellow vegans have been experiencing the same problems I have. Headaches, hypermyopia, hemorrhoids, night terrors, brain fog, and an incessant hunger that leaves me shaking and crying in a pool of my own tears and sweat. Although I'm not sure if all these were caused by the vegan diet. I've seen a couple of suggestions on here to shock my system with a bit of raw tripe from the local deli, so I picked up about an ounce of it and have been able to force chunks down my throat every few hours or so without vomiting, and am waiting to see if the hunger delirium goes away. Will I ever recover?
That was Olawale Blue, not Lamar Thompson. But
one of the other things.
Yeah, that was a good video.
Great.
But we need to get them to vote for it by telling them the moral urgency.
What about what?
Yeah, what about you? You say
what do you mean?
Vote for it. But what about you? What is your choice?
I said I'm vegan for 35 years.
But we have to tell the other ones, you're not a vegan, you're a traitor.
It's a personal choice. It's a personal choice.
No, violence is not...
It's not a personal choice when there's a victim.
Send Penguin a super chat. I know you don't want to send him money, but he likely will see it, and if a debate happens, it's worth it.
He's getting so many fucking super chats. I don't know if that's really worth it. I don't even know if he's looking at the super chats on YouTube, because when I was looking, didn't look like he was reading them out. So I don't know. It's probably not worth it. I'll ask Destiny if you can maybe set up a debate between me and Penguin Zero. Thanks for the donation one.
Not a personal choice.
No. I promote the vegan diet.
No, you don't.
I don't tell people you can't do it.
Yeah.
I don't tell people you can't do it. I just say it's much better not to, for all kinds of reasons. Environmental, animal welfare, yeah.
Veganism is not a diet, it's an ethical stance that this is a person whose body I have to respect. It has to do nothing with my health, it has to do nothing with the environment. Your choice, your body, the animals, their choice, their body. So of course, if somebody wants to eat you, I would tell them stop. And if somebody wants to eat a cow, a pig, or take their breast milk, I would say stop. That's veganism. And he did not understand veganism. He is eating a vegan diet. Big difference.
fucking wrong to break the interest of other beings.
So I just wanted
Okay.
to point your argument.
Yeah. But did you understand what I'm trying to say?
Actually, do you see it on your side? Like, I do understand that it basically looks like it's slavery all over again. I understand that.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't just look that way, but from the victim's perspective.
Like it mirrors the same behavior and attitude that was done to a human.
And the same fallacies that the society has. Even the people who are not enslavers anymore say, yeah, but we can't force them to not have slaves. They used to do that too. And then we're the reducitarians that says, yeah, we can hit the slaves a little bit less. That's like him.
I think you, like, I don't know if you see it as, because obviously I'm Muslim, so in my religion, we eat an animal on a special day, which is Eid. So what do you think about the people who use religion as an excuse to eat animals? Because that could be my reason. It's not completely, I do love meat, with all due respect, but let's say someone only eats it because of their religion and it tells them so. What do you think about that? Like,
so with all due respect, I have to take that out because you have...
With all due respect, you're a dumb bitch who's murdering innocent animals.
No respect for an animal if you murder them.
What if I, sorry to cut you off, what if I argued that it was God's instruction that I should eat this?
Then I would call you delusional. Because if I say my God's instruction is that I kill every person with brown eyes, then you would call me delusional too. So no matter what
Are you religious or are you...
No, I'm not religious. I'm not saying that your religion is wrong. I'm agnostic. But I'm just saying you can believe...
That's why it's delusion to you. For me, it's not.
Yeah, I see that. And you can believe in whatever you want, but you cannot justify your violent actions on the basis. So the thing is with Eid, I know a couple of Muslims and I respect their right to believe in whatever they want, but they don't kill or sacrifice anyone for these festivities because they say the Muslims that I know that are vegan, they don't, because they say this festival is for justice and love and spreading money or capital, and the capital used to be the capita, the head of animals, for the richer families, these to give to the poorer. But nowadays we have other possibilities to nourish the poor by giving money, by donating vegan foods, by spreading awareness about the cruelty that animals go through for meat, for milk. So we have vegan activists, and that's fine, but your religion is not a justification for murder.
Some can use it.
Pardon? They can, but they would be wrong and I would try to stop them.
Because I remember that you said about the voting thing. You could lose a lot of votes due to religion. That's what I'm saying. If you want to vote, it has to be very, very non-biased. It has to be very fair. And a lot of votes come from religion, a lot of votes come from sex, like the gender. Maybe a female might not vote because of meat. She needs it because of her hormones, rather than a man. Do you get? I'm like iron. I'm anemic, so I need actual
me too.
iron.
But I used to be anemic.
I'm still anemic.
Yeah, but the thing is, before I went vegan, I was anemic, and that was because I was a young woman. I bled a lot. I used to bleed a lot, and now I do less because I just grew older. I make more sports. I started a vegan diet, and I read about, okay, where do I get my iron? So you get that through combining citrus fruits with iron-rich foods like oatmeal or whole grain products. And if you, I'm sorry, my English is still a little bit stumped.
You were good. I was watching.
Thank you. So you can definitely get all the iron that you need as a woman from a vegan plant-based diet, and otherwise there would be very many anemic people. But being anemic or having any nutrient deficiencies can happen on any diet. As you can see, at the moment you eat dead animals and you're still anemic. So it's probably, maybe you drink too much caffeine if you drink
tea.
And that's especially tea. And if you combine black tea with the foods that you eat, it stops you from absorbing the iron. So there are many things where you can pull levers before I would eat your family for iron.
I understand. I definitely like. You look at it from the organic part, and then if you can't, that's the last resort. But I understand that.
That's the last resort. The last resort would be killing and drinking your blood.
I had another question.
You said something about the votes before, maybe that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember what you and the gentleman were saying. But I just wanted to... Have you ever eaten meat? Sorry.
Yeah, I grew up just like you. For 24 years, I ate all animal products. When I was 17, 18, how old are you? Can I ask?
21.
When I was, you look so much younger. When I was like 17, 18, I started to look into healthy, nutritious foods because, you know, in your age or generally as a woman, you want to be slim and healthy. So I kind of went into this plant-based way, but I never thought about the animals. I had the same arguments as him for a vegan diet, better for the environment, better for my body, but I made excuses because when I was drunk, that was unhealthy anyway, so I might as well have a doner kebab afterwards. Or the sweets that I ate, they are unhealthy whether they're vegan or not vegan, so they might as well be not vegan.
Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to say. Vegan, I did look into it and it's quite expensive than regular food. That's another argument that some people might have in regards to voting. That's what I wanted to say. Some people might say that like, you know, soya milk, vegan sweets, vegan plant-based, not even meat sausages, for example, like plant-based burgers, all these little plant-based veggies, is actually quite expensive than regular. Even
Lol, is this why you hate Cranky Vegan? Did Avi ever try to message him before?
Colorado, where gray wolf pups have been spotted for the first time in 80 years, which I think is really exciting. A return of these apex predators to the area from which they once were, and hopefully bringing more balance to the ecosystems there. Interestingly enough, there's a bunch of vegans that
What a fucking dumbass.
would probably be opposed to this. And there's been a resurgence of this idea that we as vegans should be against carnivores. Wait, what? That's right, we should be actively campaigning against carnivores, against apex predators. People think we should either kill these carnivores off, or we should sterilize them, or we should somehow turn them into herbivores so that they are no longer eating other animals in the wild. Obviously, this would be a disaster to the ecosystems. I don't know why we're thinking this way. But if vegans out there who are opposed to carnivores are interested, there's this organization called Safari Club International. They're big game hunters. They pay tens of thousands of dollars to go around the world and kill apex predators, hunt apex predators.
That's not what they do. So this guy doesn't even understand what he's talking about. They're game reserves. So these animals are bred to be hunt, you idiot.
He do be cute toe.
Let me take a look, Twat Destroyer. Oh my god. Whoa. Whoa, that is a good cashier. Holy shit.
Would you have liked to break the ankle joints of the older man arguing with her?
Yes, I think that would have been quite satisfying. Thanks for the donation, James. And thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer. Yeah, I hate Cranky Vegan because he's a SJW slimeball. He's a liar. He deliberately tries to manipulate people into supporting types of activism that are either not as effective or just as effective based on his own personal preference with no actual data supporting his viewpoint. He's one of these fucking assholes who promotes like meat-free Mondays, being nice to carnists, not belittling them or starting arguments, like that type of shit. And again, he tries to lie to people saying, oh, here's a study showing my type of, you know, friendly meat cuckoldry veganism activism is better, and he just lies about it. He also just goes after people for extremely petty reasons, like if you say no words, like if you call somebody a faggot, if you say the N-word out of context, you know, shit like that. So he's just a cunt. He's a cunt slimeball, that's why I hate him. And he also has stupid positions on things like culling carnivorous animals, and he doesn't actually bother to engage in any sort of debate or conversation with people who hold these positions, and he just calls them stupid. He's just a jackass. Thanks for the donation, Grey Knight. I gotta see that lizard again. My god. Look how cute he is. Oh my goodness. That's a really adorable lizard. Oh my god. So special. Jesus Christ.
Gluten-free, it sits almost in the same category as gluten, so that's what my question is. How could people afford vegan food? Because it's not as the same as normal butchery food. Does that make sense?
I understand what you're trying to say, but if you look into the poorest countries in the world and what they eat a lot of whole grains. They eat lentils, beans, legumes, potatoes, and those things happen to be some of the cheapest things that you can have in pantry stock foods and buy them in kilo sacks here in the supermarket too. So I've only been in England now for 2 days.
Oh no way, welcome.
Yeah, thanks. But we have been getting along with the money quite okay, and we had rice yesterday with silken tofu and veggies. So I mean that's pretty much a fortune.
No, haven't played Counter-Strike 2. Yeah, it's free, right? Prime status upgrade? Did I download this? No, I haven't yet. Maybe we can try playing it later, but I'm pretty sure I'm gonna fucking hate it. I hated Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike Source, CSGO. They all sucked. I'll try playing it, but I'm not expecting to enjoy it.
In the morning, you can have oatmeal and even make your own milk if you want by shredding some oatmeal with a day.
CSGO 2 has a lot of cheaters. I'm assuming they don't use kernel-level anti-cheat.
And water, and you have like a little bit of
agree with
sweetened
that. That sounds
liquid.
very nice.
So it's for us it's a little bit different, but money-wise it really can be as expensive or as not expensive as you want, depending on how many of these super duper extra foods you buy. But you really don't need them. It's just marketing.
Where do you come from? If you don't mind me
I come from Austria.
Austria. So you're just here for a holiday, or?
Yeah, we're actually here for activism.
I respect that you've done this. You're very brave because it's very scary to hold signs in the middle of public. And but as someone who lives in London, I can say that the economy is very bad and it's too expensive.
Okay, so what have you been eating today?
So today I literally had cereal with regular milk, so full fat cow milk.
Yeah, but like I said, the milk. No, it's I'm not trying to be. I'm just trying to tell you the milk you could have taken instead of the milk that costs I guess like 150 or something for a liter.
It's not. It's like £3 for a big liter.
Okay,
and then like the slim one, so I think it's like 50 ml. I'm guessing. I don't know for sure. It's probably like £1, and the small ones will be like £1 something too.
So what I saw until now, it wasn't much more expensive, the soy milk, and like I said, it's easy to make on your own. And for cereal, you can always dilute it with a little bit of water, and you would not even taste the difference. For porridge, I guess you know porridge.
Yeah, I love porridge. Yeah.
You don't even need milk for that. You just put oatmeal, a banana, some dried fruits, and water into a pot, and you have no enslaved cow standing for you and screaming your name.
No, 100%. I just feel like people might see that as time-consuming to make things. They'd rather get, like, people on the rush. London's, a lot of people are trying to get places. So there's also things where it's like I have to make things.
Oh, it's too expensive. Okay, then eat cheaper foods. Oh, but then I'll have to make stuff. Okay, so where are you gonna buy things? Oh, from like, restaurants and stuff. Well, doesn't that cost more? Oh, but it tastes good. Like, you're seeing the Ferris wheel of excuses starting to come. So when you resolve one issue, which was cost, okay, well, it's not expensive to be vegan. You can just make cheaper food choices. Oh, but it's not as convenient.
Why are carnists so fucking stupid?
They can't be smart if they... Anybody who makes these sorts of excuses just cannot be smart. It's just the way it has to be. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification. But then they'll mention convenience, and then you'll talk about how, well, you can just quickly and easily eat a banana or something. Like, you can get, calories and nutrition in easily and conveniently. If you just, plan your food, make food ahead of time, eat, bananas and stuff that don't require any preparation. You can go to plenty of, like, restaurants and shit that will just, make you rice and noodles and stuff like that. But it doesn't taste as good. Like, you'll see the Ferris wheel of excuses.
The only vegan foods that are expensive are processed foods. Bulk plant foods are literally dirt cheap. These people are babies and don't know how to cook. Plant-based milks are sometimes more expensive, but the dollar you save can cover the costs. Retards.
Yeah, I know. These people are... The people who mention this, by the way, usually do not have money problems with, food security. They're usually fucking kids who still live with their parents, and then they make up these stupid fucking excuses. Like, she seems pretty young. She seems like she likely doesn't even live alone. It's almost always kids that I see that are, like, in their teens or 20s that bring up this fucking bullshit. Because if they knew, like, if they were actually buying groceries for themselves, they wouldn't be asking these fucking questions. Like, they'd know the cheapest foods are, like, rice and potatoes. Like, if they were really fucking poor, they would just be eating rice and potatoes. And they'd know, like, why. They'd know that other, like, animal products are the things that cost more. But then they bring the shit up because they're either not paying for their own groceries, so they don't know the cost of things, or they're wealthy enough where they don't really consider the cost of what they're buying. Thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
How does Jasmine feel about inflicting violence if she has no choice? Also, has she restarted resistance training?
No, she hasn't gotten back into weight training. Trying to get her to do it. I think Jasmine is fine with using violence for the purpose of self-defense. Like, she would shoot somebody if she had to like, save her life. Thanks for the donation, James.
Richard, this is your president here. Where are you? You have stayed in Canada too long, we need you to come back home. Our GDP is down to $5. We also need you to join our military. We have 3 Glock 9s, 3 goats, and 1 pair of flip-flops to share.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna stay out of Somalia. That doesn't seem like a place I'd want to be. Have fun with your goats, though. Thanks for the donation, Somalian president.
And unless it's not ready-made, as if it's not expensively made already, I would have to make it. It's also not easy for me. Like, if you were to convince me today to go vegan,
I will.
I'd already, no, honestly, I'm interested, but I would already think of complaints already. They'd be like, because I'm a lazy person as well. That
me too.
You know what I mean? So it's like making stuff is wrong for me. So that doesn't, I don't want to make
I
that.
understand.
Do you know what I mean?
totally understand that. And being in a rush, everyone is in a rush.
Yeah,
so I understand it's not a London specific thing. But honestly, on the go now, we grabbed an apple before. Oh my God, what an expensive, interesting vegan food. Some bread rolls, we had a coffee. Like I said, the rest of the rice I had for breakfast. You can get that anywhere. Meanwhile, you can get like vegan snacks, vegan snack bars. They cost pretty much the same. Or even if you just look at the regular, like Oreo cookies are fucking vegan. So many of the things that you already consume, more than 60-80% of what you eat is already vegan. Even if you had a burger, the bread bun, the tomato, it's already vegetarian or vegan. Like, I'm not saying that vegetarian is any better, by the way, because that's still the cows in the milk industry probably know that they're being raped and their children are stolen, they're murdered. But with the time-consuming things, of course, it might be a little bit different because you even have to think about it when you go into the supermarket, and that alone is taking time and space in your brain. But honestly, when you're 90 years old, what will you judge your life on and your character on? On the times you rushed to your work or the time that you took to not hurt others? And for a human, it literally just takes 10 minutes a day to plan your vegan day. Like I said, like, okay, where can I get food there and there and there? After 2 weeks, it's going to be your second nature. But for an animal, they don't have the choice, but we do. So who do you want to be? Do you want to be someone who finds these excuses, or do you want to be someone who finds solutions?
Well, very nice. Thank you. I love the argument. But, I'm not going to promise you now leaving, I'm going to be vegan, but I like to be grounded. I like to hear other people's opinions, and I love to find out other people's thoughts and processes. So I'm very.
Just before you go, let me recap what you said something about voting before. We all have a vote with what we buy as a consumer. That's a vote, even if it's not like a political thing. You pay every time you buy for animal products, milk, dairy, eggs. You pay for slaughter, enslavement, rape, torture, and that's nothing that your God would even want. Okay, you can even see it as a test. How you should do things. So whatever you do when you leave this conversation, you're making a choice. So will it be violent or courageous and humane?
Yeah, I'll answer the question because yes, I'm a meat eater, but I eat halal. So that actually then separates.
Oh, I only eat animals that have gotten their throats slit open. Wow, I'm so proud of you.
It's the animal slaughtery that others eat from than halal food. I don't know. I'm going to ask you now if you're aware how. Animal is slaughtered in the halal way. Yeah. How is it?
So they are being cut open on the throat.
You need to be very specific. Very specific.
So
it's different than the root halal.
So
all halal slaughter is they make some sort of religious chant that they believe is a magical spell, then they slit the animal's throat open. That's all halal is. It's fucking stupid. Somalian president donated $2. Join us, brother.
react to this.
I shall do that in just a moment, Dodo. Thanks for the donation. Yeah, I think I'll pass on joining the Somali military. Thanks for that donation, Somalian president.
Some of you bring politics into the church. You think that politics is spiritual stuff. Politics is of this world. You think it's your duty to be political about this, that, and the other. No, your duty is to serve the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, soul, body, and strength, and love your neighbor as yourself. Don't be talking to me about my spiritual responsibility to vote.
You just heard from Pastor Lauren Livingston from the Central Church of God in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Thanks for the membership, Tyler. Appreciate it.
He's actually an evangelical pastor who has a bone to pick with the former president, Donald Trump, and MAGA evangelicals. Let's hear a little more.
I don't have a spiritual responsibility to vote. I have a civic privilege. Don't be telling me that voting is spiritual. See, that's what happens when you don't read and pray. When you don't read and pray, you say, wow, there's a Bible out now that includes the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Isn't that wonderful? No.
Richard, would you like me to break the carnist's pelvic floor?
Yes, you have my permission to do so. Thanks for the donation, James.
No, it's disgusting. It's blasphemous. It's a ploy. Are you kidding me? Some of you are so encouraged by that. Let me tell you something. The gospel is not an American gospel. It is the gospel of the Lord Jesus Christ.
I mean, I like the Constitution, but I get what he's saying.
No,
I get
he's
the
just
point.
saying don't mix them two.
Yeah,
Well, as long as he is in favor of a secular government, that's all I really care about. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
So there are certain slaughterhouses where only certain people are allowed to make the cuts. The knife does not have to be shown to the animal before. It has to be in a calm manner. They have to be like nearly comatose because something is said before. I'm aware of all this. I've seen the footage, but I'm also a medical doctor, and I know that these animals still feel pain, and on the way there they feel
She's a medical doctor? Really?
pain. I'm sorry to say that, but we have very fine scientific.
Did she say she is a medical doctor or she knows medical
It has
doctors?
to be in a calm manner. They have to be like nearly comatose because something is said before. I'm aware of all this. I've seen the footage, but I'm also a medical doctor, and I know that these animals still feel pain, and on the way there they feel pain. I'm sorry to say that, but we have very fine scientific studies.
Can I vouch for my actions? Because I've heard yours and I completely respect it, but it's, I think, my turn to kind of show you the reason as to why personally me standing here next to you today is telling you this. Like, I've taken out my day low-key to talk to you. So as a Muslim, I'm aware that what I eat has to be definitely in the name of Allah. That's the special thing that you hear them say. It's slaughtering in the name of Allah. So before they say ashhadu anna la ilaha illallah wa ashhadu anna Muhammadan Rasulullah, which means that for me, slaughtering this animal, I've not done it for fun. I have done it in the name of God for him to fill my belly up. I know you disagree with it, but I'm coming to you from a religious perspective and telling you
Delusion.
Why please be very respectful.
I'm not.
Oh my god, as if we have to respect these fucking beliefs. So if I were to kill her in the name of some god, that would be okay?
Respectful of your delusional. You cannot justify. I can't argue with you about everything. God told me I should slit your throat open and say Bismillah before
You're being
that.
stubborn. I wasn't stubborn when you were telling me.
It's not stubborn. You're delusional. Your God is not a justification for violence. Yeah.
Yeah, well, she's Muslim, so you're gonna be arguing against a wall here.
Given an Islamic point of view, I said that when you slaughter animals, us Muslims have a specific way of doing it, which is halal. She's still shaking her head. Sorry, she's still shaking her head. I've tried to respectfully explain to her that us humans fill our bellies in the name of God. We don't do it for fun. We don't.
You can put plants in your bellies.
That is total bullshit. Prophet Muhammad's favorite food was goat. He didn't need to eat goat specifically, so no, that's not true. You fucking eat certain foods because you enjoy them, not just for nourishment.
God has given you vegan products.
I've just given you a day called Eid.
Yeah. And I told you that there are vegan Muslims.
Like
why are there vegan Muslims then? I could say the same to you. There are vegan Muslims.
If someone justifies an immoral act with a religion, you can't argue with them. Might as well just move on. Well, you can. It's just that they're going to make very stupid arguments.
It's fine. Why? So if you have the choice to be vegan, what's your justification for this violence?
I'm not fighting. I'm not fighting.
You're fighting for slaughtering animals. You could be vegan. Wouldn't that be more courageous and just?
Can I just speak, please? He asked me a question. I'm not fighting with her today. I'm not fighting. I'm very curious as to hear the other side of people's opinions in regards to vegetation. I just wanted to hear her opinion. But
violence is not an opinion.
I'm not promoting violence. I don't
You
condone
are
violence.
justifying cutting throats open of animals.
Violence. I never said that.
You are paying for violence.
I said there's a specific respectful way in Islam. I've said my religious.
That's literally violence.
What does it mean for you?
There's a respectful way in my religion where I can kill people as long as I say Allahu Akbar before I murder somebody. It's okay to murder the person.
Your question, be specific. What do you mean?
So, you explain her what is the Islamic way to kill animals.
Yeah, and I explained that to her.
What about you? Are you going to support it? Are you going to support it, or are you going to?
I'm not.
So what I mean
I can't support something that I didn't create. God told us this, so we follow it. If the other Muslim friends,
God gave you the choice to be vegan.
This is God's word. This is God's word. Excuse me.
My God says I should eat humans. It's God's word.
I can't have this conversation with you because you can't see things from outside the box.
Yeah, that's just
I'm
delusional.
wasting my time. Yeah. If you want to have an adult conversation, and if it's a debate.
An adult conversation. My imaginary friend said I could do it. Yes, very adult of you.
Conversation if you bring your magical sky man into the talk.
A debate is two arguments and you're both hearing each other. If you want to be heard, I also want to be heard.
You already said that religion is not a justification for violence at the beginning of the conversation.
I never said that. I never said that, my babe.
You agreed.
Okay, my name's Miriam Kamisa. Are you going to be posting this? Where you, YouTube? Do you have a channel?
Yeah.
Okay, can I have your YouTube channel? Because I want to see what I said. Okay, you're going to have to spell that out for me, babes. When is this going to get published?
The next 2 weeks.
Perfect. Okay. Can you just type me your...
You did not interrupt me when I said that my position is that religion cannot be an argument for violence. You said that's correct.
I said that I understand that...
Download a sound booster extension. Okay. There we go, did it.
There's other viewpoints, but religion could be one reason. I just said to you that some people could
so
not
you
vote
think
religion. I said an
and
example.
That's silly, right?
Like, if you want me to sign something, I can sign as a meat eater. I will sign. I'm pro-vegan.
You're not pro-vegan if you pay for slaughterhouses. That's delusional.
I am, but God tells me that I'm allowed to slaughter animals in a respectful, religious
violence.
way. Then people,
wouldn't it be more respectful to not cut their throats?
Cows get smoked and fainted in chambers. The last thing the animal hears when we kill them is God's name. Now, if you
I don't think that the animal cares, and because they don't understand the religion.
What?
The animal does not understand your religion.
And the animal doesn't understand its purpose in life as well, but you don't have...
So that's not a justification to cut open their throats, just because I don't understand.
Ellen Wiltsey, Stony Tellers, you guys should be friends. Kiss and make up, lol.
The longest study on dogs-fed vegan food is finally out. It's peer-reviewed in PLOS One, and it's on commercial dog food. And a lot of people are concerned about this, but in...
I still don't understand how you can hate the new Planet of the Apes trilogy. Rise was groundbreaking. Dawn was thought-provoking. War was just so full of emotions. One of the most amazing trilogies in sci-fi/fantasy, if not of all times.
There were gorillas riding horses with machine guns. I can't take a movie like that seriously. The new one coming out looks like it might actually be better. But yeah, the original trilogy was just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In many cases, nutrient blood levels went up. Yes, in the beginning, 40% of the dogs had low vitamin D. By the end, 0% of them did. Vitamin A went up too. Low folate started out at 40%, dropped down to 20% of dogs. The B12 levels were the same, which we would expect from a well-formulated dog food. And get this, many amino acids actually went up in a statistically significant manner, but then for two of the main nutrients of concern, taurine and carnitine, also both went up. And finally, a heart failure marker improved with 3 dogs leaving the high probability of heart disease zone. But it is important to note that this is actually well-formulated commercial dog food. You know, you can't just feed your dogs beans and rice and get these results. And also we're talking about products like V-Dog. And so, Diego, how many paws up does this news get? 2 paws? I did not make him do that.
Dope. What's the name of the paper? Domestic dogs maintain clinical, nutritional, hematological health outcomes and fed commercial plant-based. Okay, cool. That's good news. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Understand my purpose of life. The animal doesn't have free will. The animal can't look at you. The tiger can't look at you and be like, nah, I'm not going to eat you. You're nice.
So you don't know if you have free will either.
The animals don't have free will.
So even if they're stuck in instinct, they can suffer. Even if they don't have a bank account, it's no justification to cut someone's throat open.
Also not in bank account.
He's vegetarian. He was vegan. You were arguing with a vegan, by the way.
No, but any guy who has no bank account, how is that? I'm not talking about him. He was talking about the guy.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that your bank account. Don't stick on the bank account. I've given you an example in regards to human free will and the way humans think and the way an animal thinks.
They can suffer. That's enough.
Born to be an animal. Sorry?
What about the interest to live?
Sorry?
The animal has an interest to live, right?
How does it know that?
Do you really think that can I cut a dog?
Answer my question. How does it know it's got an interest to live?
Yeah, just in the same way that a dog.
I beg you, babe.
When you hit the animal, what is the animal going
to do? No, answer my question now.
What
How does the animal know its interest to live? How?
How?
Ask me. You can't
I'm talking about what?
I'm really waiting for it. Please answer me this question, please. How does the animal understand its interest to live?
It has an interest to live. You can see it. You can see it. I cannot talk to.
That's delusion.
They feel what? Of course. What is wrong? When you what is a dog doing when you kick the dog?
Answer. Give me a very professional vegetarian answer.
Give her the answer. I can give her the answer. Yeah, of course we can. So you can see an interest to live if an animal fights for their life, if they scream, if they try to evade pain. They show exactly the same signs of fear for their life, and they're just like human babies. How would you know that a human baby has an interest to live? Just the same way that a dog or a puppy or a cat has an interest to live. Why? Okay, why are
She's just evading. This is just a dishonest bitch.
you not eating dogs? Okay, now you are not being grown up. You can live with the dog. So they have the same. Now you are not being grown up, okay? Why are we allowed to eat cows but not dogs? That's speciesism. Of course they can. People live with.
They can't be a pet.
They can be a pet. And even if the dog cannot be a pet, I cannot go and kill. Yes, you.
But it had amazing writing though. Pulse. Just because it has groil as riding horseback does not mean it's bad as long as everything else is executed so well.
It did not have good writing. They were not particularly good films. Thanks for the donation there, Dodo.
You actually can. But
the Indian guys.
so
what did they tell you?
Yeah, the Indians. They're cows.
They had outside land. You're in a city of London.
Just because
big ass cow.
Just
do you get it?
look at that. That's delusion.
How is that
just
delusion?
Because you cannot keep someone as a pet, so
I
that's a reason to cut their throat open. If I see a squirrel, can I cut their throat open?
Squirrels.
I think Rafaela could have done a bit of a better job arguing here because, again, like what she's advocating for is religious justification for violence. So if she's okay with using religious justification for violence, by logical extension, she'd have to advocate for any religious justification for violence. So if I said, well, my God told me I can kill you, she'd have to accept that if religious justification justifies violence.
So is that okay? Can you answer the question? You're just dodging. No. Can I just do that to a can I do that to a squirrel? That was the question. Okay, you're just dodging the question now. Thank you. Have a great vegan life. Halal is not a justification for violence. Yeah, that's about that's yeah.
Yeah, post this. Did you give me your Instagram?
No, thank you.
This chick is just attention fucking whore.
Goodbye. You don't deserve to be famous for your delusional violence. Eloquent and so open. And now she's just running away with, I love meat. That's where we were the whole time. That's where the stubbornness and the stupidity and the violence just came out at the end. Cognitive dissonance at its finest because she knows we're right. Where do we eat squirrels? Where do we eat dogs? I cannot keep them as a pet so I can slaughter them and put their body in my face hole. Yeah.
Are you against?
N-am făcut absolut nimic, niciun benefic, niciun cu nevastă.
So we're at the red carpet for Christspiracy right now, and I've never been to a red carpet before, and it's funny and weird at the same time because pretty vegan people are lining up to have their picture taken on the red carpet, and I saw Earthing Ed and the director of the film, Kim Anderson. So this is very surreal, but also kind of cool. And of course, we have an activism message with us now.
It wouldn't compute with her if he tried to convey that logic to her. Her brain legitimately wouldn't be able to grasp it. She would. It's just that I've debated religious people like this before. They just try to change the topic of the conversation and just ignore what you say, but they understand it. They just know that it, defeats their argument, and they'll do whatever they can to avoid the actual, argument.
Wir machen uns selbst auf einem Vegan-Film-Event richtig beliebt, weil hier angeblich viele Nicht-Veganer through the documentary or before next life. I'm here with Cam. Thank you so much for the amazing film Christspiracy that we just saw. I heard you weren't sure about eating meat at the beginning of the movie. Did you become vegan through the documentary or before you started the work with Kip?
So that process started before I met Kip, yes, but essentially what you see in the film, because it's only 90 minutes, it's just a compressed version of my story. But it started all the way back when I was about 17, 18 years old. I started doing the Daniel fast, which we discussed in the film, which is a spiritual religious fast where you eat only vegetables, Christian-based. But no one really talked about the diet part that much about it. They usually talked about the prayer and all these other things. But when I was on it, I was very curious about that part. And it just so happened at the same time that I was doing that diet, my mother, who is a insurance sales lady, she audited a chicken farm. And she saw the battery cages at this chicken farm, and she came home and shared that and was like, oh my gosh, this is horrible, and said, I'm never eating chicken again. And so,
Who would be harder to convert to veganism, Low Tier God or Frank Tufano? Frank Tufano, for sure. He's a bigger idiot than Low Tier God, which says a lot.
I was like, okay, well, I'll support you in doing that. And I used to eat a lot of chicken because I was bodybuilding at the time and wanted to, So it was a process that started slowly from there. But it was very spiritual for me at first, which in its own way, I think was a little more selfish. It was like my own spirituality, my own connection to God. But then over time, I started to learn about the ethical piece, and that overtook or fused with the spiritual reasons for me over time, yeah.
When I saw the scenes of the spiritual leaders bringing exactly the same ignorance and fallacies as people when I talked to them on the streets as an activist bring, I had to facepalm, and I was extremely frustrated. And I can only imagine that this frustration must be even more furious for someone who is also believing in these people bringing the voice of their God, their religion.
What's wrong with the writing of the new Planet of the Apes films? The main ape progresses and learns new lessons in each film.
They're just over the top and stupid, dude. Like, I just can't take any of the films seriously. They're just so ridiculous. The situations they are in are just so insane and absurd. And I mean, the story, like, especially in the first film, the plot made no sense. Gorillas and apes would not be able to do fucking jack shit against human beings. We have guns. They don't. They would get shot and killed, like, instantly if they tried to revolt. The way they showed the rising of the apes and the decline of humanity made no sense. I think it would be hard to write a story that can fit within like a 2 or 3 hour film that would make sense and would be interesting. They should have just done like a remake of the original film where you don't really need to see how the apes, you know, became so intelligent and why humans like fell down on the totem pole. Just show, you know, the conflict between apes and humans. Like, that's kind of why I'm more interested in this next film, because it is closer to a remake of the original film. And you can just kind of forget the previous films and all the stupid shit that happened. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
How do you deal with that? Do you confront them? Do you get mad during these interviews because usually they're cut off or they want to leave? What happens when the camera turns off, or where are the scenes that they don't want to be shown?
Right. Well, one little exclusive story I'll give you is before I even started filming these pastors, my pastor that I was playing, I'm a gospel musician originally, and I was a performer with Sony Records with this group. And my pastor at the time, who I still respect, he's doing the best that he can, and he has a really good way with people and words and sharing about the message of Jesus and everything. But from the stage, he had been hearing that there was a...
Can you react to that video I sent you before? Skip to 2 minutes if you want to skip the intro.
Only our cameras were there.
Oh, yeah, that.
I'm Rafaela, I'm an activist from...
Yeah, we can react to that. We can take a break from this.
Can you react to that video I sent you before? Skip to 2 minutes if you want to skip the intro.
Yes, I will do that for you. Thanks for the donation again, nigga.
Surely if you clicked on this video, you have some idea of who Mikey Williams is, but if you don't, or you've been living under a rock for the last 3 years, I'll explain. Mikey Williams was essentially the high school basketball player of the last decade, as he was pretty much one of the most popular we've seen in recent times. Mikey was shoved into the spotlight early on, dating back to middle school, where he gained notoriety playing with Bronny James on a stacked Blue Chips team. He was one of the most exciting players, not only in that crazy 2023 class, but in the entirety of high school basketball, and it came quickly. His freshman year was one of the most memorable we've ever seen. Buddy was going viral like every damn week. You could not scroll social media without seeing some sort of crazy dunk or him posting an insane box score. Like, this kid scored 77 points as a 15-year-old. 77 shit. Some of y'all ain't even scored that this whole season, but that's enough glazing. My bad. You could argue Mikey's stardom sort of tapered off in the following years as he transferred to 3 different schools in those 3 years. But nonetheless, Mikey was massively successful, touching millions of dollars before the age of 18 off brand deals, one being Puma, with whom he signed with to become the first ever high school basketball.
Damn, dude. He was already a millionaire in fucking high school? From brand deals? Fuck me.
Player to sign a shoe deal, amongst many others. But as we all know, more money, more problems. On March 28, 2023, a 911 call was made by someone claiming to have been shot at by Mikey Williams at his mansion in San Diego the night before. The story to this day is still super vague, but it goes something like this. A group of 5 individuals pull up to Mikey's mansion in an Uber, including 2 girls and 3 guys. One of the girls amongst the group was in contact with another resident of the home, who we now know was allegedly. Then an argument breaks out between and the guests after the guests were...
It's a movie. Films are not meant to be taken seriously. Their purpose is entertainment first, politics see end.
Yes, I suppose you could say that, Dodo. Thanks for the donation.
Have you seen this video by David Roms? If so, what do you think of it?
Why vegans shouldn't hate meat eaters. I have not seen it. I'll watch this later and tell you what I think. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
Request a quote-unquote walkthrough of the house, whatever the fuck that means. To this day, we do not know what escalated the argument or why exactly those 5 people really pulled up in the first place, but I'm sure some of you have some decent guesses. At some point, Mikey comes outside with a handgun and fires an unspecified number of shots at the vehicle, with one hitting the rear of said vehicle. Nobody got hit, but at that point, the damage had already been done. Officers responded to the initial 911 call almost 3 weeks later on April 13th, where they executed a search warrant at Mikey's house. He was arrested the next day facing 6 whole felony charges, including 5 charges of assault with a deadly weapon and 1 count of firing into an occupied vehicle. Had he been found guilty of these charges, he would have done 30 years in prison. Insane shit, bro. Luckily, his lawyers were on demon timing because he somehow beat this case. Mikey took a plea deal to a much lesser felony charge of making a criminal threat, and as a result, he was ordered to complete a gun safety course, attend anger management classes, and do 80 hours of community service, which, with all things considered, is an insane slap on the wrist. Provided that he doesn't get in trouble with the law again, the charge can even get downgraded to a misdemeanor. Mikey's currently at the University of Central Florida, where he's slated to be back on the court next fall. Good luck, Mikey. Looking back at the 2022 recruiting class is always interesting because at the time it seemed so incredibly stacked that some considered it borderline generational. And with all things considered, and I'm admittedly being a prisoner at the moment right now, it kind of was. I mean, let's look back. When you look at the top 30 ranked players in that 247 composite, you see that 17 were drafted one and done. That's more than half that are already in the league currently playing in their rookie season. 4 are projected to be taken in this year's draft, including Kyle Filipowski, Tyrese Proctor, Khalil Ware, and Adem Bona, which leaves 9 players who are each currently thugging it out doing their thing in college, right? Fuck no. There is one player that's not enrolled in any school right now doing Lord knows what, and sadly, he just so happens to be one of the most talented players I've ever seen with the Rock. Let's talk about Arterio Morris. Now, Arterio was about as unique of a player as it gets. Coming out of Kimball High School in Dallas, Texas, everyone in the city knew that he was special very early on. He showcased a distinctive style of play, incorporating a silky smooth handle to go with elite athleticism and change of pace, with a certain level of dog you just wasn't gonna match. Although the city always recognized Arterio as one of the best players in the country, it took him some time to get recognition on a national scale, as he didn't earn a 3-star ranking until the tail end of his sophomore year in early 2020. He had ambitions much higher than 3 stars though, which resulted in him transferring to prolific prep for a brief stint, and then he was right back to Kimball in time for his junior year. A couple of spectacular AAU campaigns, a few thousand Instagram and TikTok followers, and state championship losses later, and Arterio was a household name to anybody who knew anything about high school sports. At this point, he was a consensus 5-star recruit, ranked as the number 2 point guard in the nation, and would commit to play for Chris Beard's Texas Longhorns in July 2021 before earning a McDonald's All-American nod, an invite to the Iverson Classic, and a bunch of other honors. But following the theme.
Hey, are you still interested in what I eat in a day vlogs? I miss those types of vlogs from you.
I'm going to start making them again once the weather warms up and I can just do more stuff. I'm looking at a new camera too. I wanted to get the Insta360 One X4. I've just had to pay for a lot of vet bills lately. Fucking Finn hurt his neck. He then ended up having a problem that we thought was with his hips, but it was his kneecap and he might need surgery. And he also hurt his eye somehow, and we needed to get him checked out for glaucoma, and it turns out he something hit his face, and he had a lot of debris in his eye, and we've been giving him eye drops and shit. And there's also some problem with Jasmine's horse where he's cold all the time, and it might be some autoimmune issue. So, yeah, I'm probably going to get a new camera in the next, like, I don't know, few weeks or something, depending on how things go. We have insurance for the animals, but it's like a $500 deductible, so I've just had to put a lot of fucking money to the vet bills recently. But, yeah, once I start doing vlogs again, probably get the Insta360 X4. The reason I want to get this camera in particular is because it can sync up to my motorcycle intercom, and I don't have to connect some other fucking mic that has weird connection issues and shit. But thanks for the donation, Fanway. Anonymous donated $2. Let me see.
His work spans every continent and has been featured on television and in print, Discovery, Nat Geo, Vice, and others. He recently returned from Mogadishu, the most dangerous city on earth, where he shadowed the heroic El Mahmoud women on their quest to clean up the streets and restore humanity to their war-torn country. I present to you Sam Hyde, 2070 Paradigm Shift. Sam.
Oh, this was at, like, TEDx where he trolled everybody, right?
Can I have this water here? Is this anybody's? I'm claiming that right there. All right. Got some notes here. Did I just drop the mic back? Oh, good. Okay. Keep that on me. I don't know if you guys can't hear me. Give me like 25 seconds here.
Okay, I'll react to that. I'll react to that in a bit.
Good, how are you?
Not too bad, just getting some practice in?
Yeah, I used to do the front parking lot, but since they got this new one, I'm gonna start practicing some more, so, yeah.
Yeah,
guess great minds think alike.
Yeah.
The same thing, but I don't want to.
Oh no! Go ahead. I mean.
It's all right. I'll go to the other side.
The front one.
Scrub.
We flicking anybody off, G? I think that truck's flying up on us. Until he fucking kills us. Or shoots us. Don't forget where we are.
Sir? Huh? I was giving it to you. And I guess I'm dead. Alright. Shit.
What'd he say? What'd he say to you?
It's like, what if I shoot you?
20 rounds without the suppressor. Here we go. $20 rounds with the suppressor.
That's sick.
The video. These niggas can't stay out their own way. So let me just tell you how shit hit the fan. On the night of July 12, 2022, a long Instagram post was posted by Terrio's then girlfriend at the time, accusing Terrio of some very illegal things. I'll throw some screenshots up, but to paraphrase it, the expose essentially detailed how Terrio would abuse her. The caption would illustrate a grim picture of her and Terrio's relationship, stating things like how he would, quote, threaten to beat on me and punch on me if I didn't stay with him, which escalated to him, quote, grabbing her, snatching her up by her clothes, and violating her because she broke up with him. She would describe instances of him driving all the way from Austin to Dallas, which is a 3-hour trip, to pop up at her place of work and argue. A separate instance told of a time where Terrio came to her job, threatened to break her car windows, managed to take her keys, and throw them in a ditch so she couldn't leave. The final straw came when Terrio, quote, grabbed her by the left wrist and pulled her up off the bed, and then grabbed at her sports bra near her chest and pulled, which caused a, quote, 3-inch long abrasion on her neck. Y'all get the point. Shortly after this incident, 911 was called to the house. According to the affidavit, during initial questioning, Terrio told police that there was no physical contact made between him and the victim, essentially telling police he didn't touch her. However, after police saw the bruises on the victim's neck, Terrio, quote unquote, altered his initial statement, which is obviously a big ass no-no. He was then placed under arrest and charged with assault causing bodily injury to a family member, a Class A misdemeanor. According to the post, she would then file a restraining order on Terrio, which was easily granted. The protective order stated that he was not allowed to contact her nor be within 500 feet of her, and that any violation would be an automatic felony. But that didn't really stop anything. Now, according to the caption, it's not really clear in which order these events took place, but in the post, she would include videos of Terrio being put in cuffs and arrested by police, audio recordings of him making threats toward her, screenshots of him brandishing a gun, and text messages between the two, amongst other things. It hit social media like a typhoon, quickly spreading and becoming the topic of discussion amongst Dallas residents and high school basketball fans alike. The most inquiring minds belong to Texas Longhorn faithfuls, though, not only for the obvious concerns with the allegations surrounding their brand new 5-star recruit, but one very interesting detail. As I said before, the allegations came out on July 12th. However, Terrio was booked into jail June 2nd. For you smart people out there, that is an entire 1 month and 10-day period where absolutely nothing took place. No statements, no announcements, no suspensions, nothing. They kind of just pretended the whole situation never happened. Longhorn fans would question why no action was taken, as there was no chance that the school and staff were unaware that this was going on. People questioned why the situation wasn't handled more swiftly, why he wasn't cut from the team before things got messy. Of course, you had your usual crowd of absolute dorks who blamed the victim for trying to quote-unquote ruin his career and yada 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 whatever. As some of you may or may not know, this was not the nail in the coffin for Terrio's career at all. Terrio was able to play a full season afterwards, putting a respectable 4.8 points, 1.4 rebounds, and 0.5 assists per game. He would enter the transfer portal at the end of the season, and well, you know, some other things would happen, but that's a story for another day. Yeah, today is in fact another day. Basically, the story that I wasn't prepared to share earlier was the fact that Terrio entered the transfer portal and ended up at the University of Kansas, but before the season even started, Terrio had an open case in the state of Kansas for an accusation of rape, and he was subsequently cut from the team. Obviously, it'd be a slippery ass slope for me to talk about it, given the fact that it wasn't like said and done or whatever, and all the facts hadn't yet come out. I think at that point, the only thing released was like an affidavit, and that's obviously not enough to convict a nigga of a crime. He hadn't even gone to trial yet. I would like to go in depth about the details of the accusations, but that doesn't really serve any purpose, given the fact that nothing
99 Orthodox Boxing, sweet dreams, dude.
Came out of them, but if you are curious, I guess you could just search it up on your own. I ain't talking about that shit. But yeah, as of Tuesday, April 9th, the case is now closed. Terrio posted some paperwork on his Instagram basically saying that the case was closed due to a lack of evidence. So yeah, I hope that boy can stay out of trouble, get back on the court, you know what I'm saying, do his thing. Yeah. In the last entry, I talked a bit about how it's so fascinating to me to see how these graduating classes of hoopers pan out. Some live up.
Dee donated $2. Let me see.
Your dog is a vegan as well.
All 4 of my dogs are vegan.
Their farts must be terrible.
They don't fart. They don't fart. They used to fart. When they
fart?
weren't vegetarian, they farted a lot. But now that they're vegan, they don't really fart anymore.
Aren't you scared they'll crack and eat you?
I didn't know Alicia Silverstone was vegan. Interesting.
Hasn't happened yet.
Your dog.
Based.
You don't sacrifice trash to gods. In my opinion, that's why it hurts when...
A lot of people think shearing is cruel, but it doesn't have to be. It's not about brute strength. It's about finesse and working with the instincts of the animal.
Shearing sheep is the duty of human beings.
All sheep are killed. So, I don't know what the hell she's talking about.
For over 9,000 years, these animals have been evolving with us. The ancestors of domesticated sheep would have naturally shed.
They have not been evolving with us. We've been changing their genes through selective breeding to make them produce more skin so that they can produce more wool, and it causes them health issues.
Their coat. They would have been game hunted for their pelts and their meat to sustain our nomadic ancestors. Back then, meat was sparse and livestock would have been considered a delicacy. To create clothing from their hide would have been the demise of the animal, but the development of wool changed that. A strong winter coat would have allowed for adaptation of the herds and movement in society into harsher environments, and the ability to harvest that winter
I don't know how any of this justifies the wool industry.
coat and turn it into clothing without harvesting the animal itself was a huge game changer, making sheep some of the most valued parts of many cultures.
Sheep are really beautiful. Thanks for that donation, Dee Dee.
Up to the expectations put upon them, putting up stats and maintaining their rankings all throughout high school, and keeping their reputation all the way to the association. Names like Anthony Edwards and Zion Williamson come to mind. These players are exactly who we thought they were. On the flip side, however, it's very common for kids to be highly touted early on and then fizzle out later. For natural reasons though. Some kids peak way too early. Their peers catch up to them physically and then they begin to look way less dominant as time passes on. Some players just don't work as hard as they should have, relying on their athleticism instead of developing and improving their skill sets. What isn't as common, however, is being the motherfucker in the class that gets forgotten because you're a crash out. And you transition from a man to a woman. Like Zach Brown. No, not that Zach Brown. This Zach Brown. There's a reason you have no idea who this is. Let's get into it. Zach Brown was a 7'1" center in the 2017 class from Miami, Florida. Growing up, he was one of those kids that was always bigger than everybody around him. In fact, Zach was 6'2" by the age of 10. It was never going to be anything but basketball for young Zach.
Whoa, that is crazy.
I always think of this clip when I see sheep being sheared.
Let me see.
All right, everybody, it's shearing time.
I'm first. Shear me. I'm ready to be sheared.
Look, I don't want to do this.
No. It's cool, man. It's cool. It's all good.
Well, you're not going to do that.
I'm not going to do that thing. It's fine. It's fine.
All right.
Cool. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, no, shear it. Fucking shear me. Fucking shear that goddamn shit off me. Fuck yeah.
I thought you said you weren't going to be doing
I am.
that shit.
I'm doing a bit. I'm just doing a bit. That's all. It's all good. All right? Okay, just go. Do it.
All right.
Do it.
All right.
Oh, yeah, fuck. Fucking shear my ass, bitch. Yeah, make me naked. Make me a naked fucking skin sheep. Yeah, run that thing all over my ass. Yeah, fuck yeah!
Okay, I'm not doing this.
Well, come on, dude. What's
No,
your problem?
I'm not going to do it. You're freaking me out.
You can't stop. You're like halfway done.
I
then.
don't care.
You can't leave me halfway sheared.
Shorn.
Halfway shorn. You can't do that. Come on, dude. Don't be a douche.
Okay, fine. But I swear to God, if you keep doing it,
I won't. I promise.
I'm not doing it.
Relax. It's all
All
good
right.
now. It's all good. Oh, fuck. Oh, my God. Fuck yeah. Oh, fucking shear me the fuck up. Oh, yeah, I'm so fucking hard right now. Shit. Got a big fucking cotton boner. Fuck me with that thing. Fucking shear my asshole. Shear around my fucking asshole. Shove that fucking thing up my ass. Stick it up my ass immediately. Stick me up the ass with that. Shear me up the ass. Do it.
I'm done.
What?
I'm done.
What the fuck?
You're not right in the head. I'm done.
You jerk. I thought we were friends. I thought we were friends.
I don't think that's how most sheep shearing works. Thanks for that donation, though, finger my ass.
But the path to the conventional hoop dream was a little more hectic than most. Now, believe me when I say he comes from extremely humble beginnings. Zach was the youngest of 5 boys, all taken care of by a single mother in the tough neighborhood of Overtown, one of the worst areas in Miami. I don't have to go into much detail about what goes down in Overtown, but just know the violent crime rate is about 127% higher than the national average. Anyway, Zach and his family lived in poverty, like real deal poverty. It wasn't uncommon for Zach, who again was a big ass kid, to wear clothes that were several sizes too small. He and his brothers were no strangers to making ends meet, as they would commonly steal food and clothes when things got sparse. He recalled a story of a time where his mom was hospitalized for an entire month because of a heart condition. Zach and his brothers would sleep at the hospital to stay close to their mother day in and day out until the day they were finally kicked out. Once they returned to their apartment, the lights were cut out. The bills weren't paid. That was regular for him. At the age of 12, the state took custody of him and his brothers after his mother failed a drug test and was deemed unfit to be a parent. The judge over the case claimed their living situation was, quote, one of the worst he'd ever seen, with not much further details, so we can only imagine what exactly was going on in that home. After bouncing around from foster home to foster home over and over again, they'd be sent to live with their aunt, which would stand to become a blessing in disguise. By this point, Zach was 6'5" in the 7th grade, but had never played a game of organized basketball in his life, nor did he have any interest in doing so. It was only when his aunt's neighbors saw how physically imposing he was at such a young age, probably thinking to himself, "Why your big ass not playing basketball?" and referred him to Michael Littman, the owner of a now defunct EYBL team called the South Beach All-Stars, that his life would change for good. Littman would convince Zach to play for his team, but there was much work to be done, as Zach was about as coordinated as a baby giraffe. But Zach showed work ethic and promise, and by the 8th grade, he'd already become one of the best prospects in the country. Life would change off the court too, as he would move in with Littman and become an adopted member of the family. Although his new home, located in the tranquil upper-class neighborhood of Cocoa Beach, was only 10 minutes away from his old home in Overtown, to Zach, it might as well have been a completely different side of the planet. Fast forward a little later, and Zach is a 5-star recruit averaging 19 points, 17 rebounds, and 8 blocks per game, with offers from schools like Virginia, Miami, Kentucky, and UConn, the latter of which he would commit to later on. This is about as good as it would get for Zach, though, as the next year or so of his life would be the most tumultuous sequence of self-inflicted bullshit I've ever heard of in my life. The first domino fell in January 2016 when Zach transferred to Putnam Science Academy, a prep school about 20-ish minutes away from the UConn campus. On the surface, the transfer made a lot of sense. Zach had just committed to UConn. Why wouldn't he take the opportunity to play at one of the better prep schools in the country while getting himself acclimated to the environment he'd be living in preparation to go to the league? Well, the reason Zach left in the first place wasn't that cut and dry. Right before he moved, Zach had gotten into an on-court altercation during the game in late December. To keep it sweet, hands were thrown. Littman was quoted saying that Zach didn't start the fight, claiming he was provoked, but it didn't matter because Zach for damn sure finished. The suspension was indefinite, right in the middle of what was essentially crunch time for most teams trying to make a playoff push, and Zach's 28 points, 15 rebounds, and 9 blocks per game would not be easy to replace. I'd like to make it clear that getting into one fight doesn't make you a crash dummy or a menace to society or anything like that, and it's not an indictment on one's character, especially if you were provoked like Zach's guardian claimed he was. However, it would happen again. Zach, after only being at PSA for a grand total of 2 weeks, would get into another on-court fight. This time around was a little more serious. Putnam had a strict no-fight policy which would effectively end his stint at the school for good. Damn. Zach will move back to Miami, which was seemingly becoming a more toxic environment for him between family problems and increasing concerns surrounding him maintaining his grades. To add insult upon injury, he would decommit from UConn, and you can't see me, but I'm doing air quotes, on the 5th of May. Now this is where it gets crazy. 3 weeks later on Memorial Day, the news broke that Zach had been arrested facing charges of armed robbery, 5 counts of credit card fraud, and multiple counts of robbery by sudden snatching, according to Metro-Dade police. Let me explain something to y'all. This nigga basically got hit with a RICO. This dude, on multiple occasions, was going into stores, taking merchandise, and using stolen credit cards. We have now officially entered crash out territory. Zach will post a $25,000 bail and was out soon after. This resulted in Michael Littman, his one-time guardian, severing ties with him, and he would subsequently reunite with his mom and brother back in Overtown. Now, in most cases, this would essentially be career ending. Zach's baggage was becoming a little too much to bear, and between 2 on-court altercations and the armed robbery, it seemed like Zach's story was coming to an ugly-ass ending. However, he was thrown a lifeline. Zach's cases were dropped following the lack of evidence, and he was focused on getting back on the court and getting his life back on track as soon as possible. All the shenanigans caused him to slide in the rankings, so he dropped a star, but he was still a 4-star, ranked the number 9th center in the class of 2017, and he still had undeniable talent. And although UConn didn't see him as a part of their future, plenty of college coaches did. He would commit to St. John's University on July 21st, 2016. Things were looking up for young Zach. And then they weren't. Zach would enroll at Sarasota Prep for his senior season. For some reason, he didn't stick there either and would transfer to Calusa Prep in October, which would be his final high school. Now, if you're keeping track, that's 4 schools in less than a year. Never a good sign. But anyways, Zach would fly under the radar and sign his letter of intent with St. John's in November. He managed to stay out of the news until January when, you guessed it, he was arrested again for robbing a Walgreens. He was waiting in line and out the blue reached into the cash register, grabbed money, and dipped. And this time, his big stupid ass was caught on camera. Take a look.
What an idiot. Oh my god. Well, that's stupid.
So obviously there's a strong lack of discretion with Buddy. You know when you have an intrusive thought that comes and goes and you think to yourself, damn, I'm tripping for thinking that. But that's all it is, an intrusive thought. Yeah, Zach's intrusive thoughts turn into action all the time. That little voice in your head that calms you down when you're about to make a decision that can create a bad consequence. I think Zach lacks it. Now I understand Zach had a very rough upbringing and a lack of decent parental figures. And I understand you're simply a product of your environment. But like, bruh, you 7 feet tall trying to rob a Walgreens. You thought you was gonna get away with that shit? And let's be real. A Walgreens of all places, not even a Walmart or a Target. Man, if that wasn't wacky enough, Zach tried to do the race after making off with his little change. He tried to outrun the police. They would obviously catch up to him and arrest him, and in the process, police found out he was driving with a suspended license for unpaid parking tickets. At this point, the hoop dream was completely finished, as St. John's would release him from his NLI a little over a week later. Oh, you thought that was it? What DJ Khaled said? Another one. Zach O'Reilly Brown would be arrested one more time a month later. Why, you ask? Failure to show up to court. And no, you're not bugging. Zach has makeup on in this mugshot. There's also this video that went viral a couple years back that was confirmed to be him as well. Take a look. I don't fucking know. Now, obviously, as of today, this story is about 7 years old. You may be wondering,
What the fuck? Oh my god, I've never seen anything like that. A 7-foot fucking tall trans basketball player smashing a fucking bicycle on somebody. What the fuck is this?
I don't fucking know. Now, obviously, as of today, this story is about 7 years old. You may be wondering, whatever became of Zach? Maybe he got his life together, got back on the court, and is playing basketball in some capacity. Maybe somewhere in Puerto Rico or Uzbekistan or something. You would be wrong. Zach Brown is now Jessica Turberry. We can only hope she's staying out of trouble and living her best life.
Jesus Christ.
Okay, I feel like I gotta preface this next story by saying my tone is gonna be a little different. It might get a little silly. And that's because this nigga is just an idiot fucking degenerate. But I like to make it very clear, like, ain't shit about this next one funny at all. I mean, it might be a little funny. For those of you who are former athletes, whether you just grew up and graduated, or maybe you suffered an injury that cut your career short, or maybe you just fucking suck and you got cut from like JV or something. You all know deep down somewhere, you wish you could have done things just a little differently. I know at least once you wish you could go back in time and put just a little bit more work in, take shit more seriously, and maybe undo some costly mistakes. For a lot of athletes, it's hard to imagine themselves living a life outside of their sport, and that's completely normal. It'd be like that sometimes. You move on though, life goes on. Unless you are Sidney Gilstrap Portley. In 2017, Sidney Gilstrap Portley was sitting on the porch of his East Dallas apartment, reflecting on the current state of his life. To keep it simple, Sidney was depressed. He would reminisce about how he came to be at the spot he was at. Sidney grew up with the typical hood baby origin story. He was an only child raised by a teenage single mother, not necessarily because his father didn't want anything to do with him, but because he was in and out of jail. Sidney's father, Sidney Sr., racked up a shit ton of different charges, including 16 felonies and misdemeanors, ranging from aggravated assault to attempted burglary. Clearly, that boy was in love with jail. In any event, Sidney and his mother weren't used to stability, to say the least. They bounced around a lot, from home to home, accepting shelter from any relative that offered. His escape from that came from basketball, of course. Naturally, it was his first love. Sidney was a big fan of LeBron James, so much so that he watched more than a game, the documentary about LeBron and his high school teammates, every day after school. He saw himself in LeBron, a determined kid with an absent father who was able to rise above it. Now, Sidney wasn't blessed with a 6'8" frame and generational athleticism, but he was a special hooper in his own way. To be completely honest though, the little nigga just wasn't that good. Although talented, he didn't make varsity until his senior year of high school, and even then, he was never able to become a starter, only really ever playing scrub minutes or in blowouts. Sidney had a reputation as a ball hog, rarely passing to his teammates, and he'd fight his coaches as well. I'm sure some of y'all can relate. Sidney's dream of being like his idol was slowly slipping away from him, and it took a toll on his mental. He started drinking before games and picking fights with his teammates. Midway through the season, his coaches had enough and cut him loose. After graduation, Sidney would try for several JUCO and D3 schools, but his reputation as a bad teammate kept coaches from taking any legit flyer on him. He was able to play a little bit at Dallas Christian College, but didn't even finish a full season and couldn't stick anywhere else, so Sidney's basketball career was effectively over. Until it wasn't. 6 years later, in 2017, a devastating hurricane wreaks havoc on the southernmost region of Texas, with Houston taking the brunt of the damage. Hurricane Harvey caused catastrophic flooding, hundreds of millions of dollars in damage, and claimed 103 lives. It had everybody in the state of Texas's attention, including Sidney's. Still stuck in that same spot he was at 6 years earlier, 24-year-old Sidney desperately craved a change of pace. So he did what any other normal person in his position would do. Got a damn job? No. Hit the gym? Nope. Went to church and prayed on it? The mosque? Hell nah. Sidney arrived at Skyline High School in Dallas, claiming he was a 17-year-old Hurricane Harvey refugee from Houston named Rashawn Richardson. Oof. He would request to enroll at the school, fill out the paperwork, and it would work. Sidney would take advantage of the loose restrictions on transfers at the time, put in place to accommodate victims of the hurricane. The school district was taking anybody who claimed to be one, regardless of how much documentation they didn't have. All Sidney had to do was lie and say he lost everything in the flooding, which is exactly what he did. I'm gonna speed up the story now. Rashawn wouldn't stay at Skyline for long. He transferred to another school within the district, Hillcrest, which is where his legend would begin. It was at Hillcrest where Rashawn would quickly demonstrate just how much better he was at basketball than everybody else, which again, I'd like to emphasize was because he was 7 years older than everybody. But anyways, standing at 6'1", Rashawn quickly became the go-to guy on the team as his teammates would gravitate towards him while he racked up big performance after big performance. He brought the state and played the number one team in the nation, scoring 40 points in 3 quarters, which added even more buzz to his name. 25-year-old Sidney was making quote-unquote friends off the court too. He was basically Hillcrest High School's main character. Did I mention the nigga was 25 years old? Gossip started around the school though. Sidney didn't look super old for a 25-year-old, but he damn sure didn't look young. He had the letters S and G tatted on his calves, obviously standing for Sidney Gilstrap, but he would tell kids in the school it stood for shooting guard. No bullshit. He'd have his sister and nephew pull up to games and sit in the crowd, except they weren't his sister and nephew. They were his girlfriend and son. Surrounding spectators would question why the kid was calling Rashawn daddy. Nonetheless, Rashawn was able to infiltrate in peace for a whole 9 months undetected. He'd lead Hillcrest to a mediocre record of 11-10, losing in the first round of the playoffs while he averaged over 20 points per game. His dominance earned him a District Offensive Player of the Year award at the end of the season as well. The facade would soon come to an end though. Sometime after March 2018, Rashawn or Sidney decided to suit up and play a couple games at a local AAU tournament. For what reason? I don't know. I mean, I'd assume you want to fly under the radar as much as possible. But anyway, he plays at this local tournament, and one of his old coaches who coached him 6 years earlier spots him. You can only imagine what the coach's immediate reaction was.
Boy, ain't no fucking way, boy. Boy, ain't no 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 way, boy.
Wait, boy. He was surprised to hear that the kid who never passed and tussled with his teammates had now been dominating the scene under a fake name. That would mark the end of the charade for Sydney, as he'd be arrested in early March on charges of tampering with government documents. Now, this is where the story stops being funny. In July, a girl would come forward claiming that her and Sydney had a romantic relationship while at the school.
Oh my god. What the fuck is wrong with this dude?
Just listen to this next part. The girl was a 14-year-old freshman.
Holy fuck, dude.
Now, we all knew a couple freak-ass seniors or super seniors that dated freshmen. It was way too common. But this shit is way different. I don't even have to point out the obvious illegality. Sydney put the super in super senior. This fool was a super senior. Ugh. In January of 2019, police arrested Sydney again. An affidavit released by Dallas PD told of the details. One day while the 14-year-old girl and the suspect were walking through the locker room, the suspect asked her to kiss him, and so she did. The girl's statement alleges that Sydney courted her over Snapchat and later drove her to a park, kissing her in the car, touching her breasts over her clothing, and asking her to have sex, which she says she declined. Sydney will bail out of jail again, facing one count of indecency with a child, which carries a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. Of course, he vehemently denied these allegations. In an article published by Sports Illustrated in which they interviewed the victim's mother, she would state, "I called Coach Harris multiple times to find out who Rashawn is and what he was about," she says. Coach said he wouldn't want his daughter to date him. He said he's not a bad kid, but he's had a lot of life. He's almost like an adult. Nigga, I wonder why. I would look at my daughter's phone log and she's up at 2 and 3 o'clock talking to him. She was so attached to this boy, she said. After the girl learned the truth that the boy she'd been smitten with was less boy than fully grown man, she was devastated. Her mother spoke about how she would cry hearing gossip about the situation around the school. Soon after, the girl transferred out of Hillcrest. Sydney will go on somewhat of a press tour, doing sit-down interviews and dropping a couple, and I can't make this up, mixtapes. Not hoop mixtapes, actual mixtapes. And no, I'm not playing none of his songs. Y'all can go find that shit. In one interview, he'd essentially brag about the whole situation. Take a look.
Hey, you the donkey of the day. For what reason?
Shit, 25 playing high school basketball.
Hey, that nigga's a legend.
Killing them. Killing them.
Lame, man. Sydney's shitty attempt at a rap career couldn't stop legal processes, though, as on July 23rd, 2019, he was sentenced to 6 years probation. Yes, probation. For indecency with a child, and 5 years probation for tampering with...
Dude, this guy should be locked up for the rest of his fucking life. That is insane.
Government documents. Common ill from our justice system. Moral of the story, there is no rewind button in life. Also, just don't diddle 14-year-old kids. Yo, thank you so
much. Dude, that was some of the most insane shit I've ever fucking heard.
Give me like 10 more seconds. Oh man, this thing. Can we turn this up a little bit so I don't have to like turn my head into it? Can you like, how about now? Test. Hey, there you go. Yeah, I'll talk to you later. You're doing a good job. Oh man, okay. Can we reset the clock so I have another minute extra, please? Thank you. There we go. Okay, hey, I wanted to start sitting down anyway. Guys, pat yourselves on the back right now, okay? Let's do it. Come on. Everybody, I'm not gonna let you stop until I see everybody doing it. Let's pat ourselves on the back. There we go. You two, you're patting each other. That's cheating. You couldn't keep your hands off her, could you? Yeah. Hey, I don't blame you. She's a cutie. Hey guys, that pat on the back right there is for saving the world. I'm looking at young minds right now. You guys are all intelligent. I know that you did good in school. I didn't do that. You especially. You're very smart. Look at us. We're the machine that keeps the world going, okay? I'd like to start this talk off with a parable, a story, if you will. I was at a college, a second tier, not an Ivy League school, a second choice school. And I was in a class, and there was a student in that class, okay? And the teacher, he was spouting some horrible nonsense about how it was something about how women's rights are not legitimate, something that everybody knew was false. But if anybody had spoken up, he would have taken extreme joy in failing them. Okay, nobody spoke up. One person raised his voice. One person started talking. The teacher couldn't believe it. The classroom couldn't believe it either. But in the end, he had logic on his side. And at the end of the day, he proved his point. That student was Albert Einstein. And that same sense of childlike play and innocence that we know from Albert Einstein, I can sense it in this room today. TEDx, Drexel University, Next X. So you got to be thinking to yourselves right now, who's this 22-year-old kid up on stage with a chip on his shoulder and his heart on his sleeve and the world in his eyes? Well, that's a tough question, asking somebody to define who they are. I much prefer to ask, what inspires that person? What inspires you? What inspires you? What inspires you? I want an answer. What inspires you? You better find something, man. Don't worry about it. Possibilities. What inspires me is teaching African refugees how to program JavaScript. What inspires me is finding out how to use maglev trains to get resources to the moon. These are the challenges that tomorrow's going to face, okay? How are we going to get clean drinking water to 2 billion Chinese people? You got an answer? Get inspired. I'm going to be picking on you. The second thing that inspires me are ideas. Ideas are amazing. Ideas are like currency. Ideas are what drives the world. Ideas are what we need to get to the next stage. And not just great inventions like the train, little things like this microphone that enables me to speak to the unwashed masses.
The unwashed?
TED Talks are another great idea. Where would we be right now? And we have to talk about it because great ideas don't come in all shapes and sizes. 9/11, September 11th. And we're going to use some reverence here and not be silly about this, but look at what they accomplished with no weapons and just 11 guys who didn't even speak English. And that proves that sometimes great ideas are actually horrible ideas.
What?
So, I'm Sam Hyde. I'm an important thinker. I'm a creator, innovator, artist, idea. But above all else, I'm a passionate, childlike innovator. I've been all around the globe.
Globe.
I've been all around the globe working on cutting-edge projects of all kinds. And I'm here to ask you one question. Where are we at? Where are we? We've got all this great technology. We've got 7 billion people in the world. And according to UN projections, it's going to go up to 50 billion people. That's a lot of mouths to feed. And I don't think they're going to be able to feed themselves. So we better start coming up with some robots to bridge that gap. The West's sick addiction to fossil fuel is going to make this planet uninhabitable for the future generations. You'll know what I'm talking about if you've seen the movie An Inconvenient Truth. It's essentially what's going on is we're too selfish and we're driving our cars too much. And that's getting nature out of the picture. Now, we looked at the data. And what we found surprised us. What we found, right there, what we found was that culture is a sewer. We've got lewd media. We've got nasty bedroom things on TV. And they're sexualizing young girls, and it's getting to the point where even I have a problem with it. And it shouldn't be that way. Folks, we're all world citizens. We're all world citizens. There we go. We are all world citizens living together with one social contract, one economic future. We're all tied together. There's no more individual anymore. It's just the hive. So we have to stick together. We have to stick together and learn how to share. We have to learn how to share. Now, studies show that we work hard. It's true. Everybody in this room is a hard worker. You're a hard worker. You're a hard worker. You're a hard worker. I know because you're here. Okay? But studies show that we don't play hard enough. We got to play harder. It's because it's that sense of childlike playing that's going to save us in the end. Albert Einstein. But hunger, poverty. Okay, we're on this right now. Can you control the slides? Get on the right slide. Go ahead. It's fine. There we go. Trash economy. Go back. Go back. Okay. I was in Rwanda. I was with a little startup you may have heard of, Tesla. Okay? Elon Musk was there, a team of innovators, artists, creators, ideas, thinkers. We were there. And we were giving iPads to this village of Africans. And it was so freaky because, they're so intuitive. You just doop, doop, swipe it, and it works. But these guys, we gave them like 2-hour tutorials, and they couldn't figure out how to use the freaking things. The problem is us. The people in this room right now, the solution is us. The problem is greedy corporations. We do things that matter. New York Times. I'll just skip ahead here. By my calculations, we have 5 years until the world ends. Unless we can start to reverse things like pollution and war. Pollution, war, these are big problems. Fix it now! Close your eyes. Everybody in this room, close your eyes. I'm not going to do anything weird or sensual with you. Close your eyes. We're going to change some minds right now. Everybody close your eyes. Okay, close them.
I think he got sued for doing this.
Seal them up. Seal them up good. You, especially you. I want those eyes closed. Get on it. Make sure your friend has their eyes closed too. Now look, this is a pivotal moment in human history. Right now, in this room, Drexel University, TEDx, NextX. This is the time to be doing this. Take this moment in, breathe deeply, okay? Neurons are firing in your brain right now. You're more alert. You're astrally projecting. You're getting a little bit high on the sound of my voice. I have a nice timbre to it. I know that I'm a good public speaker. You're drinking bulletproof coffee. And you don't even realize you're getting all jagged up in the head listening to my presentation. You're going to remember this forever. 2070, future, now. What? 2070 predictions. The next 50 years are going to be some serious stuff. Seafloor farming. 75% of the world's surface not being used by agriculture. On the seafloor, you're going to have sea beets, sea yams, sea cabbage. Have you ever had a sea salad? Have you ever had sea cheesy baked potatoes that blew your socks off? Because you're going to be. 2070 coming up. Trash economy. The abundance of trash. What are we going to do with it? Are we going to put it on an island? Are we going to make it somebody else's problem? Or are we going to take...
Wait for it.
Let me see.
I've now created the world's largest functioning whoopee cushion.
This cat is like, I have to deal with this every day. That's good. Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer.
Take the initiative and take this problem by the horns. Trash economy. You use cubes of trash as money. Everybody becomes rich. It's a gold rush. Walk with me. Most of the major cities will be replaced with vast pleasure domes used exclusively by the Excelsiites, who are the neo-upper class, while the displaced hordes of lower-class depth grovelers will live underground in tiered cities, endlessly toiling away for nuggets of neoplasmin. Video games are going to get more realistic. Super fuel-efficient vehicles getting 80, 100 miles per gallon, it's not that crazy. You think I'm nuts right now because I'm suggesting something high-tech like that? Flip side of that coin, gas, $10 a gallon. You can't win them all, but we can make do because we're going to have solar power also. Race riots, extreme racial tension and unrest. It's called the knockout game, and eventually white people are going to get tired of playing it. That's all I'm saying. I'll skip that one. We have 2 minutes left? Okay. Playing games with me, huh? Can we get the original 18 minutes back on here? You caught me. I'm unprepared. Now, 2070, due to the massive birth increase, we're going to have a shortage of milk. What this means is the Neo-Earth Good Government League is going to have to genetically modify all humans, male and female, to lactate once a month. Once every month, you're going to be going to a lactation processing center where they'll hook you up to all kinds of weird things. Now, due to some fluke, about 3% of the population produces milk, about 500% as much milk. So they're going to have to be farmed constantly, and it's very painful. But they're going to be rounded up by FEMA, and their milk will serve the greater good. Guys, what's the one problem right now that's not going to be around in 2070? The elderly and the disabled. Because we're just going to kill them. We're just going to kill them. So we looked at the data. We got robots policing the streets. 2070, we got gay marriage. Surprise, surprise, bigots, okay? Sorry, in 2070, gay people are going to be allowed to get married. Get used to it. Make me sick sometimes. SodaStream will do for soda what 3D printing did for assault rifles. And I think you're going to be seeing a whole lot more of these great Apple products. The iMac. You're probably thinking this is some pretty deep stuff, and you're right. State-enforced homosexuality. I don't have a problem with that. It's equal. Facebook as your birth certificate. Mac iPads built into every school desk for every child. What else we got here? Person. What else we got here? You are not going to like that one. Nobody's going to like that one. Let's do this here. Can we get one final pat on the back, everybody? Pat yourselves on the back. Please do it. You are going to be the future. That's a good thing. You're going places, kid. You're going, man, we're so screwed. 2070, Israel, straight up ripped off the map. Bye! Bye! It's time for you, because you are, the you plural is the... You don't know that. I'm going to have your mind uploaded to my BlackBerry. Possibly be anything worse than what we have right now.
Which implies it's going to be better.
Hey, man.
Thank you.
Thanks for having me here.
Thank you.
What do you want me to walk through here?
Right here.
Okay.
For the final Q&A, I would like to call upon Paul Richards. We have a question right here. Okay.
This is for Mr. Hyde. Obviously, your presentation made a big impact on all of us, but I'd like to know what messages that you'd like us to take away from that exactly.
I don't know, man. I guess that's up to you. That, I don't know. It's nothing. It's just a bunch of crap.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Richard. So, what do you think will be the future of the space program? In other words, what's going to be the next step?
I don't know. I think, you know, I think we have to have something that, you know, politically motivates the country to actually do the exploration. You know, history shows that the countries that explore have the highest standard of living. You know, when you go back to China, Portugal, Spain,
That was pretty
It's
good.
the 11th of December.
Guys, I, as a vegan, I am not hating on you. And I don't think, as vegans, we should be choosing you guys as the people to throw hate to. Meat eaters, regardless of their choices in the supermarket, they try to be good people. And actually, in many cases, meat eaters will defend
That's not true.
animals. And you can see examples of this through recently a bodybuilder got exposed for abusing a cat, and the entire fitness community turned on him. And these are all meat eaters. These people eat probably the most meat out of anyone, right? Bodybuilders. But they turned on him, and they went after him online, and they denounced him and said, you know, this is a scumbag. The same thing happened when Premiership footballer Kurt Zuma, also, he kicked a cat on film. The whole of UK and a lot of the world went crazy at this. Mostly meat eaters going crazy about this, right? If you go and look under the comments of any video where someone's hurting an animal online, then most of the comments are from people who aren't vegan. And the things they're saying, you can't even say on camera. I can't even say it on YouTube because there's such nasty, horrific things that they want to do to those animal abusers. And these are all meat eaters. These people genuinely care about animals. So why don't they go vegan? Why is it that they continue doing what they do to animals? They pay for people to stab them, pay for people to gas them. They pay for people to do all sorts of horrible things to animals so they can get meat, dairy, eggs, and other animal products. Why? Well, they attack those influencers who abuse animals, but then they won't align themselves with what they believe that animal abuse is wrong. What's happening here? The issue isn't that people don't care about animals. The issue isn't that meat eaters hate animals or something. The issue is the lies and propaganda that have tricked them into thinking that what Kurt Zuma or that bodybuilder did is wrong, but doing worse things to pigs, cows, and chickens, doing worse things to them, like gassing them to death, which is how pigs are killed, shooting them in the head and slitting their throat, which is how cows are killed, or dropping them in electrified water and slitting their throat, which is how chickens are killed. People have been fooled into thinking that doing that is fine, but kicking a cat is that they deserve to be sentenced to death, apparently, right? Now, how did that happen? Why is it that meat eaters think that
They haven't been fooled into it. It's all a cope.
there's no abuse in animal agriculture? They think there's no abuse in meat industry, there's no abuse in the egg industry, there's no abuse in the dairy industry. They don't think any of that is animal abuse. Also, they think they need meat for protein, they think they need milk for calcium, and they think they can't live a healthy, happy life without animal products. Where does all that come from? Because that's all lies. Well, that comes from the very industries that are selling the products. The industries that are literally making millions and billions of dollars. They invest tens, hundreds of millions of dollars, euros, and pounds into advertising, marketing, and propaganda to trick people into thinking there's no abuse in those industries, and to trick people into thinking they need those industries and they need those products, or they'll die, or they'll be sad, or they won't be able to live normal lives, etc. They are pumping literal millions into this to stop people from realizing the truth that these industries do abuse animals and that people don't need to fund it anymore. And they've been doing this for years. One of the people who actually works in these industries, one of the people who actually works to try and trick people into thinking there's no abuse, into thinking they need meat and they need dairy, they need eggs, he actually also works with tobacco companies, and he's been trying to convince people that tobacco is not as unhealthy as it is. He's also trying to convince people that drink driving is fine. This is the same person of one of these agencies who works for these scumbags to try and trick people into believing falsehoods, to try and trick people into ignoring the truth. That's what he gets paid for. That is literally this guy's job. There's a video by the activist Earthling Ed that goes into this in great detail. I highly recommend you check it out. It's on his channel, okay? So these people have been exposed, these industries have been exposed as liars and cheats and frauds. So Joey Carbstrong, an animal rights activist, just did an investigation in the UK. He exposed the second gas chamber in the UK, a pig gas chamber where they torture pigs to death. Horrific. The workers are punching the pigs, the workers are abusing the pigs, and then these pigs are gassed to death and tortured to death in a gas chamber. But what's going to happen is, if it's not already happened, the industries are going to pay people to come out and undermine the investigation. They're going to pay them to say things that aren't true. They'll say things like, hey, you know, those pigs aren't in pain. Listen, the vegans are just being overdramatic. It's all, there's no pain here. The pigs just fall asleep. The pigs are screaming their lungs out. This is what they'll do. They'll try to undermine the truth. So they lie to you about that. They make you think of rolling hills.
Let me see. DD donated $2.
When I'm talking about worldview, when I say the word religion, you can dispute the word. You can say, okay, I don't follow a religion, but you still follow a worldview. This is how you know what's right, what's wrong, how you're supposed to live your life, how you're not supposed to live your life, right?
Are you drinking that beer? Do you have a Christian worldview?
Yeah.
Okay.
And?
That contradicts it.
No, it doesn't. Drinking a beer contradicts Christianity?
Yeah.
Really?
Alcohol, spirits, stay away from spirits.
Have you ever heard of something called the Last Supper?
Yeah.
What did they drink?
Wine.
Gotcha, bitch.
Contradicting their own worldviews.
From Jesus.
Jesus drank himself wine. There's no restriction in Christianity for drinking wine. When I'm talking.
Well,
Why are you a
women as
feminist?
equal? Because I believe that women and men are equal. I do think that women should be able
Are
to
you
vote.
talking
I
about
do
just
think
in
that-
marriage?
Everything. I think that women
Everything?
should be able to vote. I think women should be able to draft.
You think women should have to be drafted?
Should women be drafted? I don't know. I'll have to think about
I think
that.
they're equal.
I don't know.
I thought they were equal.
yeah, you can always get these feminists on the draft thing. They will almost never agree to a draft.
Wait, you did say.
I guess you're right. Yeah.
You did say that
they should be drafted.
You want them.
You want them
equal.
drafted? So if you were drafted tomorrow, would you go?
I'd probably leave the country.
Yeah, you wouldn't go. So much for that equality. You would flee.
This is actually what happens, even for the volunteer force of women. If they're about to be deployed to a conflict zone, conflict area, frequently they tend to get pregnant, which would preclude them from having to be deployed. So even if you do get drafted, or even if you're a volunteer, a lot of these women tend to, I'll just get knocked up.
I don't know if women do get pregnant to avoid a draft, or if they just happen to become pregnant during the draft.
Look at psychology itself. Psychology itself is a soft science. It's not a real science. It's a soft science. Just like the medical field, it's a soft science. And so we can't reproduce most of the data which is inside of psychology. We can't reproduce its massive reproduction crisis.
So you don't believe in psychology?
Stop talking. I'm almost done. Up to 70% of the studies can't be reproduced in psychology. Sociology is terrible with the same exact problem across the board. The question becomes, with psychology itself and psychologists, they're practicing a soft science. What are the benefits that you're getting from a psychologist that you wouldn't get from a buddy? You would say that they have some sort of scientific training.
Can you draw a Ferris wheel of excuses? Imagine her drawing it for a t-shirt design. Maybe have a stick figure guy at the bottom refuting the excuses as they come down on the Ferris wheel.
Sure. I can do that for you. Just give me a moment. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I would argue that if the science itself can't be reproduced, then it's not scientific at all. And they're basically just renting a buddy. We can look.
You could argue that there are issues
Why is it so
with psychology. It's not necessarily wrong.
Hard for her to admit racism against white people is a thing because our education system and media is systemically racist against white people and systemically sexist towards especially white men.
I would say that a lot of people tend to think that the education system is biased, but I personally have faith in academia. Wouldn't I be stupid if I didn't believe what I learned in school?
No, I mean, to your point, I was a political science major.
Yeah.
I went through the whole system, and I pretty much believe the exact opposite of everything I've ever learned because I continued my education, I continued to read, and I observed reality, and I realized this doesn't make any sense, starting with feminist ideology, gender ideology, especially when you start having kids, you realize it's all bullshit.
I'll take that into consideration. But as it stands, I have faith in my education.
Well, yeah, you probably spent a fortune on it.
Why is it?
Yeah, Andrew is actually a pretty good debater. He's not just like some Christian dummy. He's actually a tough dude to debate. He's kind of a jackass in a lot of ways, though. Like, you wouldn't expect him to have the views on trans people that he has. Let me see. Eh. What does a Ferris wheel look like? Fuck. There we go. There's the Ferris wheel of excuses that you requested. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Appreciate it, dude.
Hills and the sunshine and the grass, and they make you think these animals are having the best life. They are not. It is not true. And when vegans post the truth of these places, people like that guy I mentioned earlier, they're paid to undermine it. They're paid to come along and try and make you question it and try to make you stupid. Ignore the fact that I'm a vegan and listen to what I'm saying. You are being lied to constantly by these people who get paid a stupid amount of money to trick you into continuing to buy the products that their employers want you to buy. And do you know what they want you to buy? They want you to buy meat, dairy, eggs, and all other animal products. Why? Not because they care about your health, not because they care about you at all. All they care about is money, and they want to get your money from your wallet into their hands so they can go and buy another sports car or another mansion. They don't care about you, they don't care about animals. They don't even care about the people who work for them at the top. These are millionaires, even potentially population. We have more in common into these industries that gas pigs to death in gas chambers, that shoot cows in the head and slash their throats, that drop chickens into electrified water and slash their throats. This is animal abuse. There's no doubt about it. I refuse to pay them, and I stopped letting them lie to me and trick me. That's why I became a vegan. Meat eaters, we should be in the same boat here. You should be able to see that this is abuse, and you should be able to see that these people have been lying to you and manipulating you for a very long time. So I think it's time that we stand together and stand up together and try and call these people out, hold them accountable for the lies, hold them their marketing line, gassing them to use their...
Yeah, whatever. I don't really have anything to say about that video. It's just, who cares?
December 2015, Yang Jianbing is cutting weight before his MMA flyweight matchup in a top fight promotion. He is more than likely using one of the more conventional methods of weight cutting to reach the 125 pounds required to make weight. Each method designed to extract every last drop.
Dodo donated $2. I think there's a good chance that the reason polls have been showing Trump ahead since the election cycle started is because they're underestimating Biden support. They normally underestimate Trump and Republican support, but I think it's opposite this time. Yeah, it could be. It's hard for me to believe that after Joe Biden won by a pretty large margin in the first election, that Trump would somehow become more popular after the the sex crimes have come out, the 91 felony indictments, his money issues, him just not having a good presidency, period, and Joe Biden doing so well for the economy and everything. It's hard to imagine that Trump would become more popular. It just doesn't make sense. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Of expendable water out of the human body. The pitter-patter of sweat drops against a hotel sauna room floor from Yang's increasing away. He had taken the weight cut too far, and he is pronounced dead from heart failure, a direct result of dehydration and heat stroke, all in an effort to make weight for a fight. From a leading organisation's battle against this intrinsic problem, to Chris Cyborg crying in a scalding hot bath, and TJ draining down to the very bone.
I got no body fat.
The fact is, this sport has put an emphasis on taking any action necessary in order to gain marginal advantages against opponents. I want to take the next 30 minutes to tell you the worst weight cutting stories this sport has known.
Dodo donated $2 because 2016 Trump supporters were shy, but now they're all loud mouths. and it's seen as more mainstream to support Trump, so they happily respond to pollsters. Biden supporters, this cycle lack enthusiasm, but he has more support overall, so less respond to polls. Could be. Who knows? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Known, the haunting and disturbing skeletons that emerge the other side of this process, and I also want to explore the psychology of why athletes feel the risk is so worth it in the pursuit of combat sports greatness. I want to start this video with perhaps one of the most infamous weight cuts in MMA history, not only because it serves as a great example of what the rest of this video will discuss, but because it paints a very grim picture of what this subject entails. So allow me, over the next 5 minutes, to discuss the very dark and disturbing story of one athlete's descent into weight-cutting hell. The story starts in the wake of Demetrius Johnson's departure from the UFC, a man who had dominated the flyweight division for over a decade. The UFC had, in their eyes, finally rid themselves of a man who single-handedly stunted the growth of the division he ruled over. Who knew being the best in the world was a bad thing? It left the newly crowned Henry Cejudo merrily at the top of the 125ers. TJ Dillashaw, the reigning bantamweight champion in the division above, had been begging to take on DJ in a champ versus champ super fight for almost a year, but DJ had felt that there was no upside for him and no money on the table, so refused to take the fight. But with the belt now firmly around Henry's waist and DJ ostracized from the company, the UFC got their way, and the champ versus champ super fight was put together. Dropping down a weight class in attempt to become a double champion is a particularly incredible feat on TJ's part, considering most athletes choose to go up in weight when attempting to solidify a legacy. Scarier too was the fact that TJ was already a shredded 135-pounder, seemingly no spare flesh to shed. Naturally, when the fight was announced, the first cloud of doubt over the matchup was whether it was even possible for TJ to make the weight in the first place. It was reported that, even at his walk-around weight of over 150 pounds, TJ was just 8% body fat. There was over 25 pounds to lose, and no room to budge. TJ, despite the lingering question marks upon his overzealous plight into the realm of starvation, would waltz into a 12-week-long, arduous training camp, one that would strip away the weight required to meet the limit and supposedly at the same time make him a more effective fighter. The footage that came out of this camp was worrying to say the least.
They say I couldn't, I did it again. Watch this. Man, nothing can stop this. I even go with a prophet.
Despite the horrific nature of a gaunt and chiseled TJ, the man himself couldn't have been more positive about the numbers that he was generating and his health leading into fight week.
I got stronger. I was putting up more weight. So the last week before I left before my fight, I was snatching and cleaning more weight than my last Cody fight. And I was lighter. So my power ratio was insane. It almost is unheard of.
A cloud of hot steam condensates on a plane of glass. Warm streaks of water droplets split through the murky coating, giving onlookers a glimpse at an eerie visage of a man. TJ was hunched over, bones protruding through tanned skin. It was the most important part of fight week, the day before weigh-ins, and TJ was cutting every last droplet of water he could from his increasingly dehydrated body.
I got no body fat. Fuck.
124.6.
In a surprise to almost every fight fan, TJ would step onto the scales, forcing a smile as he miraculously made the seemingly impossible flyweight limit. And well, it didn't need stating that he looked horrendous, frail, and unbelievably skinny. Whilst it was strange seeing such a wasted TJ, he still had another 24 hours to hydrate and to return to some level of normalcy before the fight. There were huge question marks over what his performance might look like inside of the 8 walls of chain-linked fence, but we were soon to find out.
Champion of the world, the challenger, TJ
After 12 weeks of a ruthless and draining weight cut in the pursuit of double championship status, TJ Dillashaw would be knocked out in just 30 seconds. As he stepped into the octagon that fateful night, it was unmistakable to onlookers. that he was not the ruthless killer that once dominated the 135-pound division. Despite TJ's claims of peak performance during training camp, he appeared diminished, smaller, slower, and alarmingly fragile. It was even harder still trying to draw up any reasonable argument as to why this was all even worth it in the first place. The toll on his body was evident, likely shaving off years of his life in the ambitious, yet punishing pursuit of combat sports greatness. What psychological impetus drove TJ to conceive of a reality where he could safely make weight? I guess we will never know, but the truth soon to follow would clear up a fair amount of the lingering questions.
If you don't know what we're talking about, TJ Dillashaw tested positive for injectable EPO, which is a serious performance-enhancing substance.
Let's start off. First and foremost, I cheated, right? I don't want to run around that. That's why even I announced it when you saw it was coming out. Like, I didn't want to like create excuses. It was like, look, this is it. I did it, man. It's hard not to hate yourself a little bit, you know?
If TJ is to be taken at his word, then his weight cut during fight camp would be so extreme that he would become anemic. From there, he would seek out medication in order to combat his failing health. This said medication would have EPO within it, a banned substance, the same one that is most infamous in the world of cycling, being linked to the Lance Armstrong scandal. TJ's descent into darkness was the direct consequence of his self-inflicted weight cut. His subsequent PED use only exacerbated the situation.
Would you rather learn judo or wrestling? Personally, I'd rather learn judo. Wrestling is probably overall a bit more useful for combat sports, but I'd personally rather do judo. It just seems like a bit more fun.
Driven by a desperation to gain an unfair advantage when his body was incapable of naturally making weight.
I do think with judo, you do get a benefit with learning a few different takedown variations and submissions, but I think wrestling's probably overall a bit more useful.
Even with banned substances coursing through his veins, his condition on weigh-in day teetered on the edge of disturbing.
And to me, this first example of weight cutting going wrong will always stick in my head, not only because of the footage of TJ cutting weight that arises such visceral feelings, but the fact that this whole thing was inspired simply so that TJ could claim another belt and call himself a double champion.
That desire and that second belt so alluring that he put his body on the line and succumbed to the siren song of cheating in a sport where combatants are asked to literally put their brains on the line for the sake of entertainment.
This whole situation raises a fundamental question that echoes throughout the rest of this video. Is the pursuit of victory at any cost, especially weight cutting, truly worth it? TJ took himself down a path that would ultimately tarnish his legacy, and it's a story that paints a detailed picture of the forces that rip and pull at these athletes. Greatness, competition, money, fame, legacy, all a cacophony of painful thoughts circulating the minds of the world's greatest combatants.
It's really no wonder they feel so compelled to take such drastic actions when so much is on the line. By the time TJ Dillashaw was suspended, he had participated in over 20 MMA fights and countless wrestling competitions in his youth, another sport that has equally high pressures on its practitioners to shed weight, a multiple decade-long career where he had been required to maintain a specific weight, and so unwittingly, the child that ran enthusiastically to wrestling practice was hurtling headlong into some rather disturbing psychological damage, a life dedicated to the meticulous study of one's own weight.
Before we get to why athletes feel forced to cut weight, I want to first explore one of the negative side effects of this process. In this next segment, I'll be discussing some negative mental health topics regarding body image and weight, so consider this a warning if you want to use the timestamps to skip forward.
The culture of weight cutting often fosters disordered eating behaviors among combat sports athletes. The pressures of making weight can compel athletes to resort to extreme measures, such as severe calorie restriction, fasting, or purging, in a desperate bid to meet the required weight limit. These maladaptive behaviors not only compromise athletes' physical health, but also contribute to the development of eating disorders, such as anorexia nervosa, bulimia nervosa, and binge eating disorder. Beyond the weight cut and fight camp, athletes will continue to needlessly restrict calories, or perhaps more infamously, go the other way entirely, overeating to the extreme. All the constraint and limitation of fight camp finally releases its grip, and the athlete descends, rather sadly, into binge eating. Paddy Pimblett has been widely discussed as a victim of this, perhaps because his overeating is more so obvious on his frame.
Have you seen this? Hilarious.
Let me see.
Lifting, vegan, logical. If there's one thing we can agree on, we can agree that I'm stupid. I have very few interesting things to say, but I know animals suffer. Animals should be free, and we need to worry about the climate. I am molesting this cauliflower, getting your nipples out, people. They look glorious. I brought my train, myself up here on a train, sucking on a massive cock, as I do on a daily basis. One moment. I am going to nut. It's the Holocaust. You eat a cow. It's the Holocaust, you murderers. Look how pigs are treated. This is inhumane. Abattoirs. Animals die. You are
That woman is one of the dumbest and most annoying cunts I have ever encountered online. I remember somebody wanted me to react to this debate, and I just couldn't because it's like, why would I even listen to this horseshit? She irritates the fuck out of me. But yeah, I don't find this funny because I know the original video and it just irritates the fuck out of me, dude. Thanks for the donation, Riley.
So obvious, in fact, that his glorified post-fight weight gain has become a part of his personality. His most viewed videos on his YouTube channel derive from him treating his overindulgence as a spectacle. The sad fact is that this is symptomatic of an eating disorder, one that has developed over years of trying to meet lightweight from his walk-around weight of 185 pounds.
I really, no, I'm not messing. I genuinely think I'm a food addict.
Dude,
I think I've got a little bit. I think I've got a bit of an eating disorder because of MMA.
Sean O'Malley's own experiences shed light on why this happens to combat athletes.
The reason Paddy the Baddy gets as big as he is because it's like you get this mental disorder. I strict as fuck for about 10 weeks before that fight. I was just eating so clean to where right after, it's like I'll order 2 cheeseburgers, some appetizers, and just eat until I'm so uncomfortable.
That's a lot, dude.
It's sad. It's like, that's not good. But it is. It gives you this mental disorder from eating. Dude, I see fighters at the fucking breakfast buffet eating eating shitty fight day because they made weight, or after weigh-ins that night they're eating shitty.
They just want to eat.
I keep it clean. Wait. Eating disorder from cutting weight is a real fucking problem.
Weight cuts happen twice or 3 times a year for most athletes, meaning that eating a more healthy set of meals where nutrition and calories have a magnifying glass placed over it happens in short periods rather than being a lifestyle. It's more of a cycle than anything, so it's easy to see why a lot of MMA stars fluctuate so heavily between camp. They don't see the need to maintain a healthier outlook on food beyond their 8 to 12 week camps. This is juxtaposed with other sports where being more holistic about food and nutrition is seen in long 9-month seasons or even just year round. Therefore, these bad relationships with food don't manifest so easily. It's also no surprise that post-long a grueling career inside of the ring or octagon, a disproportionate amount of these athletes gain massive amounts of weight. Those training camps and weight management periods a distant memory. All that is left is to enjoy the very thing that was controlled for so long. The psychological effects of weight class restriction extend beyond the octagon in more ways than just eating disorders, however. That fixation on weight management and body image can consume athletes' thoughts and emotions. Many athletes struggle with feelings of guilt, shame, and isolation as they grapple with the stigma associated with their body size and shape. This struggle with body image is pushed further into darkness by the culture of MMA as a whole, where a lack of knowledge and open discussion on this topic leads to insensitivity surrounding it. I'm going to use my YouTube buddy TJ Loves Fights as an example in this next bit. He's a great YouTuber and puts out almost weekly content, and is an all-round good dude. Before talking about this next clip, I reached out and asked if it was okay first and foremost, and he agreed. I want to absolutely say help the situation. So in a video by TJ on the issue of athletes gaining weight after fights and in retirement, he titled, thumbnailed, and started the video with terminology that wasn't the greatest. And in that very video, he was showered with comments of people reflecting on their own issues with weight cutting, body image, and the psychological toll that comes with it. And so imagine you're a person suffering with body image disorders, and my boy TJ starts the video lightheartedly calling athletes who inspire you, and you see yourself in, fat as a joke.
When fighters don't fight, they can get really, really fat. And when I mean fat, I mean fat.
I'm not saying we need to cushion the world and make everything safe for everyone, but what I am saying is, when discussing these topics or shining a light on them, we all need to understand that specific terminology exasperates the issue. I'm not calling TJ out. I'm saying that this video shows we're all guilty of insensitivity, because when I watched it a year ago, without the research I've done now, I didn't even blink an eye. This is the world that those who serve combat sports live in. A world where their body and size is under scrutiny, memed and laughed about almost every second of their life, whether it's their own mind, social media, social influencers, or the very culture of the sport itself. Paddy, a man who clearly suffers, uses it as a marketing tool, which is just, well, ironic. It's content that enables, justifies, and distorts. And you can imagine that this relationship with food reaches its most destructive mentally during the waning weeks and days leading into the fight. That looming spectre of weigh-in day heralds in with it psychological distress and anxiety, all in fear of failing to make weight. The anticipation of the weigh-in process can trigger intense feelings of apprehension, dread and panic, leading to heightened stress levels and emotional instability. Athletes may experience a pervasive sense of pressure and performance anxiety, which can impair their ability to focus, concentrate, and perform at their peak, all during the most vital hours leading into perhaps the biggest fight of their lives. Truly, the final frontier in more ways than one. The psychological toll of weight management in combat sports cannot be overstated. Athletes navigate a minefield of body image distortion, disordered eating behaviors, and psychological distress as they strive to meet weight requirements and excel in their sport. Those people who treat Paddy as a spectacle or brush off his weight fluctuations as some kind of light-hearted meme-worthy content are sadly missing a darker truth, a truth that has buried its teeth deep into the sport. The unfortunate fact is, the men who take to the cage are more than likely the exact same ones who feel they are too tough to talk about these issues. Therefore, it's no wonder this topic is left to the shadows. Positive mental health and a more holistic approach to weight management are important issues to be addressed. And I feel like the more athletes like Sean and Paddy who talk about these things, the more exposure it gets, which can help amateurs, newcomers, and those pros who feel like they are alone. From TJ's descent into ill health hell to the long-lasting psychological trauma seen in Paddy and Sean, the question remains present: why weight cut at all? Well, the most obvious answer to that, as simple as it is, are the existence of weight classes. Unsurprisingly, size and weight are some of the biggest advantages one athlete can have over another in the world of combat, and when you are dealing with the most skilled practitioners in the world, it only makes sense to have them face opponents who are of similar stature, so that it becomes more about the fighter's skill. Open weight tournaments worked originally when the sport was starting out, only because expertise and knowledge was not as distilled as it is now, which allowed room for the likes of the Gracies to be able to take on men much bigger than themselves. But in the modern times, well, the consensus greatest fighter of all time, Demetrius Johnson, would more than likely get demolished by probably any of the heavyweights in the UFC. So it goes without saying, size and strength matters. The aforementioned weight classes.
Hard as fuck donated $2. Have you seen this channel before? Surprised this was allowed on YouTube.
So it's cool. He's like,
well, it's organized fighting, like street beefs, is also allowed on YouTube. Bare knuckle fighting is fucking stupid. Everybody breaks their teeth.
Almost 33,000 Palestinians were killed by Israel since October 7th. That means, at this rate, their entire over 5 million people population will be completely exterminated in 89 years and 7 months. You say it's not a genocide now, VG, but wait till you're 120.
Yes, and we also have to assume nobody's having children. Yeah, quite the genocide. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius Cumberdale. Appreciate it. Are they fighting on ice? Oh no, it's a skating rink. Yo, that guy is getting fucked up. Thanks for the donation, hard as fuck.
Solve this very issue. In MMA, fighters have to choose between one of 9 weight classes, or in the case of the UFC, 8 for the men and only 3 for the females. I mean, there was 4, but we will get to that. The jumps between these classifications are on average 10 pounds, but in some cases 20 pounds. This is a stark difference from boxing, where there are many more legitimized weight classes that lead to tiny jumps between weights. Weight cutting to reach those limits has been deeply entwined within combat sports, really since its inception, and whilst there is no definitive starting or introduction of weight cutting into combat sports, it seems that the two have gone hand in hand for a very long time. And so naturally it begs the question, if weight classes exist for the exact purpose of separating fighters into fair divisions, why do
You think hockey-style fighting has use in the streets? Well, pulling somebody's shirt over their head definitely lets you like get in some shots that they can't defend against.
It is still cut so much weight? Well, in a sport where athletes have perfected every aspect of their craft over decades of training, game planning, and conditioning, searching every minutiae of the sport to gain advantages over their opponent in any conceivable way, then an easy conclusion is reached. Cut as much weight as possible in the shortest amount of time in order to rehydrate 24 hours after stepping on the scales to as heavy as possible, upwards of 30 pounds of weight advantage. Look at Alex Pereira from just last weekend, who weighed in at 205 pounds and then within 24 hours was 236 pounds. It goes without saying that this massive weight gain between weigh-ins and fight night is incredibly advantageous. Fighters will cut the majority of their weight during fight week, and even most of that is done in the 24 hours before weigh-in, using methods such as water loading and heat exposure to lose as much water weight as possible. This very problem has become known in the extreme as weight bullies, fighters clearly too big for their division, putting themselves through the most grueling weight cuts in order to come into the cage much bigger than their opponent. Controversially, people have pointed to men such as Khabib and Khamzat as good examples of this. Although Khabib isn't even the worst case in his division, people like Bobby Green walk around as much as 190 pounds, only to step on the scales at 155. Other more obvious examples are Paulo Costa and Davidson Figueiredo. This problem, unsurprisingly, has been considered by some as cheating within itself, and sometimes it's hard not to see that point.
Yeah. It's sanctioned cheating, and it's cheating at a much higher scale even than PEDs. If one person weighs in at 135 but then balloons up to 160, well, that's a much greater advantage than someone who's doing some sort of a testosterone thing or something.
Especially
Darren Till would put himself through literal hell, even reported as going blind during his weight cut.
I was just like, literally, I couldn't even move. My body was shutting down and I was just going blind.
Just so he could tower over his opponents at welterweight and run almost undefeated to the title, looking unstoppable all the way there. Then in a shock to no one, when he finally relented and moved to middleweight, where opponents matched him in size, did his career sour. That's how much of an advantage size truly is. One of the main problems that come out of these athletes seeking to lose drastic amounts of weight is the fact that fights are constantly called off because of missed weight. Those fighters who fly too close to the sun, athletes riding that dangerous line as they draw closer and closer to weigh-in day, and often a few calories here or too much water there, and the athlete will in the best case miss weight and lose 20% of their purse, or in the worst, the bout is cancelled entirely through hospitalization or the opponent refusing to fight an opponent who has failed to meet the requirements for the bout. Repeat offenders of missed weights are either forced to move classes or even kicked out of promotions entirely.
But sometimes extreme weight cutting isn't the athlete's choice.
Chris Cyborg entered MMA as a professional in 2005, and while she lost her debut, she would ultimately go on a 16-fight undefeated streak up until 2016. Along the way, she would collect the Strikeforce Women's Featherweight belt and defend it 7 times, every single championship win coming by way of finish. To say that she was a wrecking ball inside of the cage would be an understatement. Her fighting style, her tenacity, and her viciousness grew her star power. Then came great speculation. Would we ever see her in the UFC? The answer, sadly, was that there was no place for her. The heaviest female division in the UFC at the time was 135 pounds, far too much of a weight cut for Cyborg. Despite her great promise of being a star worthy to headline events for the UFC, she simply couldn't make the jump. That was until March of 2015, when it was announced that Cyborg had signed with the UFC and that her debut would be done at a catch weight of 140 pounds, seemingly confirming that the UFC had no intentions of making a new featherweight division and that they were simply testing to see how far Cyborg could cut weight. But I don't think the UFC understood what they were actually asking of her. The cut would produce some of the worst footage ever leaked of a weight cut. Despite the horrendous cut, Cyborg would have 2 successful performances inside of the UFC, finishing both of her opponents, but in December of 2016, the UFC was notified of a potential USADA doping violation by Cyborg. Cyborg would immediately claim responsibility, but state that it was medication to help her make the brutal cut to 140 pounds, and so a story begins to be painted. Not only was Cyborg put through what can only be described as torture, all in an effort to call the UFC home, but much in the same vein as TJ, would feel like her only option was to cheat. I won't repeat myself again, and I won't try and justify what she did, but it is yet another example of those forces that push and pull at athletes that so often are hidden from fans. After drawing to the end of her suspension, ESPN would release the footage I have just shown you in a mini documentary regarding Cyborg's weight cuts. The UFC, naturally horrified, would finally relent and open the 145-pound division, and at long last Cyborg had a division to call her home, and she quickly claimed the title. Fighters such as Kayla Harrison, who have fought at lightweight in the PFL for the longest time, joined Cyborg in a difficult place, where they feel that they are excluded from the premier organization simply because they are too big. They face the rather difficult decision, either fight in an organization where there is less esteem and ultimately less money, or sacrifice their own health in order to make the seemingly unreachable limits of a weight class they don't belong in. Kayla, at the time of writing this, just made her debut, and for whatever reason, since Amanda Nunes and Cyborg have left the UFC, the 145-pound division is gone once again, meaning that the huge Kayla Harrison got on the scales at a disturbing 135 pounds. It's such a massive shame that the division Cyborg pioneered for so heavily has now dissipated, because the women's featherweight division across the board has played host to some of the greatest fights this sport has ever seen. It would be nice to see these female athletes graced with a division more suited to their stature, but it seems the UFC has forgotten already what inspired them to open it in the first place, and I dread to see the footage of Kayla cutting weight for the 135-pound weight limit. This example of Cyborg and Kayla is to say, the more divisions, the more increments, the better. More champions, more competition, and more options for fighters, options that pull them away from making decisions that could irrevocably damage their body. Why don't we have a 165 and 195 pound division for the men? And equally, why don't we have a 105, 145 and 155 women's division? It's totally lost on me, and it's not like the talent pool isn't there. For the longest time, fans and fighters and media alike have been campaigning for these divisions.
What's it gonna take to get a 165-pound weight division? What the fuck just happened?
People like Colby Covington, Kevin Lee are either too big or too small for welterweight and lightweight. People like Jared Cannonier, in that sweet spot of light heavyweight and middleweight, forced to cut all the way down to the lower weight class. I see only an upside to the introduction of these divisions. Weight cutting is inherently a dehydration process at its core, which leads rather fittingly onto my final point about the disastrous, even fatal effects of this very act. Whilst fighters are afforded time to rehydrate between the weigh-ins and fight night, a plethora of studies have shown that fighters at the time of competition are still in a state of dehydration. This dehydration leads to inadequate cerebral blood flow, decreasing cerebral spinal fluid secretion. Cerebral spinal fluid being the fluid that quite literally cushions the brain from the skull, meaning that when a fighter undergoes an extensive weight cut, they have effectively lowered the amount of cushioning. And so it doesn't take a giant leap of faith to figure out that the less cushioning on the brain of a fighter that is quite literally being punched, elbowed, kicked, and kneed in the head.
What weight division would you fight in if you were in the UFC? Heavyweight.
Is a recipe for not only negative results, but even fatal ones. This is manifested in multiple studies indicating that fighters in lower weight classes, where weight cuts are more extreme and more prevalent, have a far greater chance of exposing themselves to traumatic brain injuries, the effects of which I've extensively covered in my CTE video. The evidence from this study supports the long speculated fact that dehydration from weight cuts is what has led to the deaths in combat sports disproportionately happening in the lower weight classes.
Deaths in boxing apparently happen in the lower weight classes, and one of the reasons is that when these guys actually enter into fights, a lot of times they're still dehydrated. They would dehydrate themselves pretty bad in the weigh-ins, and they dehydrate themselves, and it's very difficult to rehydrate the brain apparently. It's not as quick and easy as it is rehydrating the body, and even that takes some time.
Combine all of these considerations with the fact that weight cuts seemingly affect the practitioner's cardio and speed, then it really pulls into question why athletes choose to cut these drastic amounts of weight, even under the pressure of potentially fighting the aforementioned weight bullies. It goes without saying that a dehydrated fighter is a fighter who is more vulnerable. I honestly believe that if more fighters understood the risks that they were exposing themselves to, especially in terms of TBIs and CTE, then they would not want to actively pursue a weight class that is out of reach. For me, there is no better example of this train of thought than one fight that took place at UFC 249, and whilst it isn't as extreme as death, it's one that I think as fight fans we can all resonate with. If you were to ask fight fans what is perhaps the greatest matchup that we never got to see, I think it would be accurate to suggest that Khabib Nurmagomedov taking on Tony Ferguson is the greatest fight to never happen. From its beginnings as a fight that would have graced the prelims, to its promise of being the top-billed headliner in the sport's biggest stadiums, the two greatest fighters of their time and of their division would clash horns in beautiful and refined violence. In December of 2018, Khabib was announced to be defending his lightweight title against Ferguson at UFC 249, the fifth time that the pair had been scheduled to face one another, but in a story that we are all too familiar with. 2019 would change all our lives just a little. COVID was seemingly the fire point, the strain and harm done to his body, unimaginable, all to do it again in just 3 weeks, officially and for an entirely different fight. Even stranger still is that pundits met the video with admiration.
But Tony Ferguson stepping on the scale at 155, that tells you how disciplined this man is. To get all the way down to the championship weight.
Moment to affirm his position in the division and to reset up that fight with Khabib.
155.
Or so it seemed.
This is UFC 249, Ferguson versus Gaethje.
Protect yourselves at all times. Follow my instructions. We're gonna keep it clean. Touch gloves, let's do it.
That look, I was saying it's pretty gangster. They decided to make weight anyway.
$2. What's dumber, people who sit in the sun all day without sunscreen because they think it's good for them, or these people?
This is shin conditioning technique used in martial arts, where fighters repeatedly hit and scrape their shins against hard objects to build up pain tolerance. The concept is that these impacts will create microfractures, which will cause bones to heal stronger and thicker, making them less sensitive to pain. But is it even safe? Well, some experts say that some of the extreme stuff might not help strengthen the bones, but will only kill the nerves, which will obviously reduce the pain, but will also increase the risk of serious injuries. This is shin
What's it called? You need to do some form of shin conditioning if you're fighting. If you don't, getting your shins kicked in hurts like you can't fucking believe. So I'd say standing outside in the sun is dumber than people who do shin conditioning, because shin conditioning has a benefit, whereas sitting outside in the sun does nothing but give you skin cancer and age you. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
But then people that, like Dana said this, a couple other people said this, like, why would you do that when you know you're going to have to make weight again?
I talked to Tony yesterday, and he said it had nothing to do with weight.
He had to have felt something from draining his body just a couple weeks ago. Tony took an inhuman amount of punishment, but his cardio is so much better than everyone else's.
Even when he's getting rocked
to a ridiculous extent.
I thought Tony looked off tonight. Thought he looked slow, and I would have to imagine that cutting weight twice in a month will affect you.
Tony's hurt. He's hurt real bad. He's hurt real bad.
They're gonna stop the fight. Justin Gaethje stops Tony Ferguson in round 1. He's the UFC's interim lightweight.
$2. Did Brian Johnson respond yet? No, he is not. Are you going to sell your art as NFTs? I don't know, maybe. Also, how do you know Muhammad was a real person but Jesus wasn't? So, people actually met the Prophet Muhammad. So there's enough literature on people who actually met him and wrote about him at the time that he's definitely a real historical figure. When it comes to Jesus, the only people who ever wrote about him were people who heard about him from someone who claimed to have known somebody who met him. So no one who's ever wrote about Jesus ever met him, and the story around him in the Bible is so fanciful. Like virgin birth, all of these miracles and shit. He's just not a real historical figure. Prophet Muhammad made a lot of crazy claims, like he flew on a winged horse into heaven and shit. But people actually met him and wrote about him. And there's actual, there's actual real historical evidence of places he's been to, people he's met, whereas Jesus, there isn't really, and the stories are just so crazy and stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Champion!
When we look back at Tony Ferguson,
Alan Wiltsius, $20. Cheap Lazy Vegan made a video doing Brian Johnson's diet for a day. He responded to her video. Maybe you should make a video also. Let's see. Cheap Lazy Vegan.
Guys, I spent.
There he is.
This one.
Yeah, that's him. I was supposed to do a panel with her at a Veg Fest, and then they kicked me off because Darren Chang complained that I was like transphobic or racist or some stupid bullshit. Interesting.
Brian, are you okay? I'm not gonna do that around here because my scale than regular lentils. So we got that. That's done. Next, we're gonna need 150 grams of cauliflower. It's just not gonna be fun. Sorry, the cumin might be the saving grace. Who knows, like a delicious sauce? Like I'd be eating straight up ginger. Yeah, the ginger boiling part, that doesn't make sense to me. Because, like, what are you supposed to do with that? Am I supposed to boil, like, bits, maybe add some avocado slices, like a little smoothie bowl, and it looks really good. So, I mean, we're just gonna try it, okay? It's not bad. Now I add until this week.
I don't know if me doing a video would grab his attention. I have a funny feeling he would know about me. So I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Alan.
Ferguson's career, it's hard to exactly pinpoint where it all went so wrong. His legacy, laden with injuries, that was more than likely the direct result of unconventional and unusual training, something that defined his personality, something that undoubtedly made him the fan favorite that he is.
Dodo Donatellers, what do you think about the Dead Sea Scrolls? Don't that prove Jesus existed? Isn't that the first handwriting from people who met Jesus also?
When I use the word round, I'm referring to basically...
I don't think it was. Let me see. Dead Sea Scrolls. I don't think they were written by people who actually met Jesus. Ancient Jewish manuscripts in the Second Temple period. They're discovered, blah, 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 10 years between 19, blah, something. I remember somebody told me about this a while ago, and I don't think they were actually made around when Jesus was alive. Mostly Hebrew manuscripts, blah, blah, blah. 3rd century BC and the 1st century AD.
Here is $5 for you to draw what you would like to do to Darren Chang. I'll draw what you would do to him if there was no consequences or laws.
Let me see. What would I do to him if there was no consequences or laws? Yeah, I'd have to look into that later. I don't know.
Something that's spherical.
Even a black hole isn't a circle.
But the point is, in the universe, forces conspire to make round things. Let's start with soap bubbles.
I'm very sad because I've never seen a triangular soap bubble or a cube.
A soap bubble, you have this film. Film wants to be as small as possible. Now, if there's any part of the film that's sticking out, it says to itself, I can make it smaller than that. So all parts of the film want to make the whole structure as small as possible. And there's only one shape that accommodates that, and that's a sphere. Now, here's what's interesting. For a given amount of material, surface, the shape that contains the largest volume is a sphere. You have a nice spherical fruit.
I'm hungry now.
If you make that any other shape, it's going to bust out the side.
Yes, that is true.
Earth's gravity overcomes the rocks. The sun's gravity overcomes the gas. Everybody gets a sphere out of this. So, in the universe, you have exceptions to this when you have rapidly rotating objects. Guess what happens to them?
They flatten out.
They flatten out. Saturn rotates once every something like 10 hours.
Wow.
Saturn is big and it rotates twice as fast as we do. My boy's flattened.
Yes.
10% flattened. It's 10% shorter pole to pole than side to side.
Wow. What about the rings? Are the rings rotating at the same rate as the planet?
According to their own orbital physics.
Each one of them has their own orbital physics.
So why aren't they a sphere? Well, when the moon formed, because we got slammed by a protoplanet in the early universe, in the early solar system, we had a ring of debris. But some debris was a little larger than other debris, which means it had a little bit more gravity than the other. And you have even more gravity. And so this is a runaway process.
Right.
So the ring coalesces to become
the moon itself.
Our moon itself.
That's great.
Yeah. And so you get the sphere ultimately.
Fascinating. Okay. What would I do to Darren Chang? Let's see. That is what I would do with Darren Chang. If legality wasn't a problem, I'd put him in a hydraulic press and crush his body into pulp. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Appreciate it.
His unpredictable approach to the fight game had manifested as a 12-fight winning streak, injuries be damned, and naysayers also. His brutal and bloody ascension through the toughest division in the UFC, immortalized. I look back on that time with reverence and nostalgia, blades, shades, elbows, and one-liners all. The Boogeyman was what made this YouTube channel. 3 weeks before his loss that ended his winning streak, Ferguson, in all his quirky and outlandish ways, decided to take on the fight before the fight, simply to prove a point to a man that was halfway across the world stuck in isolation. We can't say for sure, but 2 massive weight cuts in the span of 3 weeks is enough to destabilize the athletic perfection these fighters so vehemently aim for. Just looking at the video, you see a withered, disheveled man with a gaunt smile piercing through that thin veil covering the obvious pain and discomfort he was in. He showed up when Khabib could not, or at least that was his point. The fact is, beyond it, he would have to keep dieting, keep his weight low, for another 3 weeks of the most important part of his training camp. It was just simply absurd. We didn't know it at the time, but that weight cut video heralded in what is currently a 7-fight losing streak. And whilst we can't just distill a losing skid so heartbreaking on just 2 weight cuts, I think that the weight cut was certainly the reason Ferguson took an ungodly beating courtesy of Gaethje. And it was that beating that took years off of not only Ferguson's career, but his life also. The weight cut, a compounding factor that absolutely did not need to be there. I like to imagine a world where the Ferguson that entered that crucible wasn't a month-long drained, starved and malnourished shell of himself. Whilst this is certainly an extreme example, I think it serves as a microcosm to my wider point about weight cuts eroding chins.
UFC weigh 125 pounds on the scale, in one they weigh 135.
This change in policy has seen drastic weight cuts fizzle out of the organisation entirely.
Whilst MMA On Point has made a video over a year ago about some of the ways the system can be cheated, one has actively pursued other measures to make sure these rules are being enforced. And whilst there are always bad actors out there trying to game any system, the fact is, categorically the massive weight cuts are gone. Athletes over at ONE speak for themselves.
You've talked a couple times, I've heard you about their weigh-in program at ONE FC,
yes,
which I think is fantastic, and I think every MMA organization should do it at the high level one.
Everybody's healthy, everybody's good, everybody's fighting their natural division, their natural weight.
And, media obligations during the week are obviously a lot easier because I'm not worried about cutting my weight or I'm not feeling miserable or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's a lot safer.
Being in Bellator, UFC, PFL and all that stuff, they're severely hydrated, they're sunken in, all that stuff. You don't get that over in Asia. They don't allow you to do that.
I think that ONE has certainly led the vanguard in trying to make sure that athletes are healthy, and it shows they care and have love for the sport. But trying doesn't mean the issue is going away. As MMA On Point made obvious, there are more steps that can be pursued in order to make the sport safer, and I think that Josh Barnett most recently gave a good solution for the matter.
The weight cutting thing, that needs to be completely eliminated. It needs to be same day weigh-ins. If I wanted to watch people at 170 pounds fight each other at 190, why don't I just make it 190?
Right.
It's just pointless. And you will see that CTE would go down without weight cutting. Injuries would reduce. You're pulling all that water out, and we already know you can't get it all back in your system. Well, there's less water in the brain, and that's a scientific fact. They've done studies. So you're going to get more concussions, and you're going to get more potential bruising and calcification of the brain from it hitting even harder because there's less cushion up there. All the things that are there for the health of the structure have been depleted so that you can make a weight class and go in there.
When is 405 coming? Hopefully soon. I've just had pec strains that have prevented me from really pushing the training.
Fight at a weight you didn't weigh in at.
The UFC also has the Performance Institute, which is an absolute blessing when it comes to fighter health, dieting, and weight cutting. But it would be nice to see more weight classes, as previously discussed. It's strange to me that we haven't seen those aforementioned weight classes in between, so that the Kevin Lee
Dodo donated $2.
Do you realize that probability and statistics was one of the last branches of math to be discovered? So clearly, thinking probabilistically is not natural. You see people throwing dice and they want to get low numbers like a 1 and a 2, so they throw them gently. But people betting on a 7 on the roulette table, and come on, 7. I said, why are you betting on 7? Well, it's due, because the roulette table shows you the previous 12 things. No, it's not due. That's not how any of this works. And then you realize that an entire industry has risen up to exploit this failure of the human consciousness, and they're called casinos.
Yep.
The bumblebee is incapable of flight because it cannot produce enough lift to fly. There was a mistaken assumption in Magnan's original calculations. The assumption was that the wings of the bee work in a similar way as the wings of a bird. In order to fly, birds flap their wings up and down. But the thrust or lift that enables the birds to fly is only generated during the downstroke. No lift is generated in the upward stroke of the wings. So roughly speaking, only half of the wing movement is generating lift in birds. As it turns out, bumblebees don't fly like this. They don't fly like birds. They fly like bees, and bees flap their wings back and forth, not up and down. And lift is generated in both the forward and backward stroke. So the rapid rotation of the wing as
Interesting. Didn't know that.
2021, a talented chess player reached the title of National Master for having achieved a U.S. Chess Federation rating above 2,200, landing among the top 4% of 350,000 rated players in the world. That prodigy is a 10-year-old boy named Tani Talua, the son of Nigerian refugees to the USA in 2017. I played a brief chess game against the little fellow. The game was indeed brief. Yeah, he wiped the floor with me. 2021.
Fascinating.
2021,
video unavailable.
It states that you can never simultaneously know exactly where something is and how fast it's going. When we say we can't know where an electron is, what we mean by wave is the wave function from the Schrödinger equation. And this is related to the probability of finding the electron at any point in space. But a perfect sine wave for the electron spreads that probability throughout all of space. So the position of the electron is completely uncertain. But a perfect sine wave means we know it's the wavelength. So we would know its momentum quite precisely because of the de Broglie relation, where momentum equals Planck's constant over the wavelength. So in this case, we have an infinite uncertainty in position, but no uncertainty in momentum. On the other hand, if we want to know the position of the electron precisely, we would need to add many waves of different wavelengths so that we can get an interference pattern such that we get a more localized wave. This localized wave would give us a more precise location. It states that you can never simultaneously
I only understood a half of that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. When's the Islam Exposed? I can't re-upload it. Part 2 sometime soon. I don't know.
Why aren't the Russians using better soldiers or equipment in Ukraine? Back in the 90s, I was part of an army unit that acted as an adversary against NATO. We used fake Russian equipment, but real Russian tactics. Russian offensive theory uses speed and maneuver to find a gap in enemy lines and exploit a breakthrough. And anyone who's been to Fort Irwin or Hohnsfelds knows what it's like to be on the receiving end of a Krasnovian attack. The Russians aren't intentionally throwing conscripts and old equipment into the meat grinder because
you go to war with the army you have, and not the army you might want or wish to have.
using old equipment and conscripts as cannon fodder might waste some of your enemy's ammunition, but you're also giving them a lot of experience that your elite troops are going to have to deal with later. I don't think there's a Maskarovka here. I think they're just doing a bad job. Russian shortfalls in training, funding, and the incredible performance of smart anti-tank weapons and Turkish drones are making it really hard for Russia to make any gains. And the fighting spirit of the Ukrainian people makes things even harder.
Alright, I think I'm gonna go to bed now. I'm fucking tired. Hope you guys had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. I'll be streaming tomorrow night around the same time, so I'll see you all then, and sweet dreams.